puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. Our name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Yeah, you know I don't really do this too often. Yeah, and we good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shit. We about action, we don't say shit. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cap? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around.
CC me, email me. I need all formalities, I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing on mine, like my business. That's black on, the type of wave I've been on. It's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more, give me all the glow. Give me one play, I'm on 24, Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power, oh that's me. I carry load the team, I get that ring, I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement, I'm in these streets. No opportunity, knock at the door, I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish, I don't share, I play for keeps. And that's all game time, know that win all mine, I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about actions, we don't say We about action, we don't say How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say We about action, tell me how you gon' feel. When I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Only thing I need is time and the rest is on chill. Tell me when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Tell me how you gon' feel. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say We about action, tell me how you gon' feel.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might
Plotting on me, target on my head, oh, they thought I would find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah?
Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. This ain't a game, you get forfeit. We back to trophies, better not get coffee. Starving, the whole the team was dinner, now they garbage. We mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, just a garden. We novice, operations down in my apartment. They blocking, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out the shade, they catch the problem. You can keep the rings with you want the crowd. You can keep the rings with you want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Yapper Corner. I just got this name, so we're sitting here on the desk with everybody from the talent team at EMEA Masters. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Wow, so lovely.
I almost fell off my chair.
This is how we start.
Immediately left the corner.
This is mostly
yapping
to
to be
talk
done.
about the after day and what we were expecting for the other day. So for today, any things that we want to highlight? I want to get like your honest opinions, okay? No filter, but please
Yeah.
filter.
My ears have been popped for like 3-4 days. And so I left Bangkok and then I was on a 12-hour flight and my ears were like pop. I don't know why, but like, and then they didn't unpop getting to Berlin.
Yeah.
And then I went from Berlin to Paris today and they popped, or yesterday, and they popped more. So they're more in popped. Yeah. And now I can barely hear myself talk.
Is that?
I'm so happy this has anything to do
That's
with
fine.
today's
Hot
games.
towel.
Like,
I told you earlier, use a hot towel.
I will. I'm going to
When you
listen
get
to
to
you.
the hotel, genuinely,
Hot
run a hot
towel.
towel.
There you go.
And then lie
Very
with it on
nice.
your ear. It will open up the sinuses on the side of the ear.
That's
And what
cool.
it is, you have a like a tube there
Oh,
on
yeah.
the side of your ear, and that gets clogged up with like ear goo, but not earwax.
I
Ear
swear,
goo.
this was supposed to be a League of Legends communication.
They need to know.
Exactly. This
They
is very
need to know.
important. This is
She
great.
played with a yo-yo. Like, come on. She's never played. Oh, she's
Actually, she's actually doing it.
Wow.
So
Cool.
you got that during the game, like during the show
Yeah.
that is related to League of
Trying
Legends.
to bring
Yeah.
it back.
Please bring us back.
Desperately.
Bring us back.
How back? Back to
to
my
League of
childhood. Do
Legends.
you want to hear about my
go.
childhood
Oh my
trauma?
God.
It is connected to League of Legends.
I really tried.
Do you
chat.
need to pop your ears as well? Samara?
So we got a 3-0 day. This is important. We got
Yeah,
a 3-0 day. Every single team went by on a 3-0.
What?
If I talk like Mike for the rest of this,
Who?
Mike?
man, like,
Mickey.
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 Definitely a
Mickey
Mickey.
the mouse.
Yeah, if I do it like that, will you
Now
concentrate?
tell me what Mickey sounds like.
Go
first
on,
of all.
Mike said.
Actually, that works.
Oh.
That's the darker side of Mike. Okay.
That's
Wait,
when Kingdom
I
Hearts
have
he
to
gets really
ask-
angry.
I hope it's okay to ask in France. Does French Mickey go or not? Is that what happens?
It's the 3-0 day.
That's okay to say.
Any
right? Is that
surprises
fine?
for you folks?
Do you know what this is? This is we all want to go home. So what we do is, instead of doing this at the end of every night, if we just do such a bad job, we don't have to do it ever again. That's exactly
I
what
think
this
they're
is
probably
turning
going
into.
to do this, and then this will turn into a 30-minute
Oh, it's gold
podcast
mine.
if we keep going every night.
We have
How much longer do we have?
6 minutes to talk about the games
That's
now.
okay.
Well, what
was
would
your
you like to
question?
talk about in the game,
What do you wanna
Sashra?
know?
It was a 3-0 for every single
Yeah.
cities.
Anything particularly about that?
That was
you wanna-
good.
Yeah, it's true. It was a short day.
It was very good. The series we watched was very good.
Well, tomorrow we have last
Do you
chance.
actually want to recap it today? You want to talk about draft and the diversity that came through from
like,
Go?
for instance, we got to see Shyvana.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was called Varus Locket. You had no idea how that would work.
Bro, the virus lock. Yeah, and then who's that degenerate you talked about in the top lane?
I have been following Kerberos's career since he was a wee lad in university. He used to go to the University of Warwick in England.
Oh.
Was he
he
part of
was
Grey Warwick?
pardon?
Was he part of the Grey
He was-
Warwick squad?
He was part of the Grey Warwick squad. He used to play Warwick top for them because
my
Warwick.
God.
I remember.
But actually, he was really a Kale. This is old Kale. Old Kale.
Back in the
and-
university tournament.
And Nasus. Yes, because you were at that tournament. Kerberos played. He pulled out his Bloodthirst and Nasus. And
Yeah.
even more impressively, his counter to Nasus, Triforce Cho'Gath. This guy is a
God.
psychopath.
He has
Yeah,
been
and he,
cooking
he's-
for a long time.
the fact he actually affects metas now from like Twitter is
It's wild.
I'm
wild.
a mixture of proud and just like disgusted because the stuff he comes up
Lovely.
with is unhinged.
But I know it's Varus top, but it's refreshing to see something different.
Oh, look, Artron, what you need to understand is that because Arcane Season 2 is coming out, what happened was the writers went and talked to Kerberos to figure out how top laners get other people so mad. So, like, they went, oh, how do I make Singe to be as annoying as possible for Arcane Season 2? Well, let's go talk to Kerberos because he cooks up weird stuff. That's it. That's the true law.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we're done with the recap of today. Let's talk about tomorrow. We have Prime League last opportunity, TCL last opportunity as well. Are they being removed or is that hope?
Who's the matchup? I mean, I can't. There's so many matchups. I need to know.
In
I
our
mean,
defense-
BDSA versus SK Prime is the matchup because
Yeah.
I remember because I'm very intelligent
versus Prime?
and witty, funny, hot. BDSA are going to smash them, so yeah, they're out.
So you think
Unless
BDSA
anyone
is
else-
going to win?
I mean, other
I'm
people
betting
can
you.
talk,
Yeah.
but
But
course
Desire and Machko.
For me, I really favor Desire because I really rate what they do as a team. I think, obviously, particularly their top laner is a guy that the NLC crew will know a little bit better. He used to be Jax Plank to those who covered him. He's actually been more on the tank side of matchups recently, but as a team, I think they've been playing really, really well. I think they had a fantastic Swiss stage. I think they should have the edge over Matchco, and I think a lot of other teams might underestimate what they bring. And I expect them, honestly, on that side of the bracket, to have a fairly okay run. I think they can make finals.
It's fun how you mentioned their top laner and you didn't mention their mid laner, even though he has played
Yeah.
in NLC. But
Slow Q.
I, as being the only representative of Ultra League, rest in not getting qualified. Slow Q. He has also played in Ultra Liga. He played there for an entire year, and he's such a good mid laner. But the shame is, both in NLC, from what he told me, and in Ultra Liga, he never really had the chance to shine.
Yeah.
Because there was always either somebody on his team who was outshining him, or the mid lane meta was just way too much for him, and he was in NLC as a mid laner in the worst time possible to be a mid laner in
Yeah.
NLC. Can you kill it, please, somebody?
That was a
You
lot
can't
of
see it on
bloodthirst.
camera. But
Yeah,
there is
there's
a
a
flag.
flag.
no one wants to
It
kill
was
the
Dave
Ultra
pulling
League.
us.
Okay, chill.
No, it's just
In-game.
It's just
In-game.
Ferrari getting very angry
Yeah,
at the
where
Italian
is
league.
it?
Kill it, please. She's talking about Slokey. How dare they? Just put it down.
Are you?
Ultra Liga didn't make it. Put down the rest of the
Solari,
league.
are you Briar for a second? Because you turned instantly. Like that was. I mean, that's not
I'm
that
gonna get mauled. I'm the closest person to her. She turns to Briar. I'm
Everyone
just gonna
thinks
get
she's the
mauled.
loveliest human. She's not. Underneath it all is this violent
I really hate
person.
flies.
Slow Q had a tough year. That's all I got. For this one. Okay. To wrap it up, because we
What do you mean,
spent
wrap
like
it up?
7
We haven't
minutes.
talked about it anymore.
Start it.
Come on, man.
7 minutes of you have your ears popped or something related. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Do you want to
chat.
talk about what happened today?
I have a question for all of you. Let's go one by one if possible. I'm leaving you lots to the last. if
Wonderful.
They started it, I think.
What do you mean they
She
started
had
it? You're an
yo-yo,
adult.
and he talked about towels.
You're just
Yeah.
jealous.
Yeah.
I want. I am. I want a yo. Why did
I
she
want
get a
attention.
Paris yo-yo
Yeah? Come on.
from the Olympics? That's limited edition merch.
You,
Where is my Paris yo-yo?
That's like I'll sell that in 10 years.
okay. Who do you think is going to take it all for finals? Who do you think is going to
We're
go
going
into
that
finals?
far in?
Yeah, I'm going in.
Come
Go
on,
in.
Jake.
Go in.
Give us
Tell
an
me.
opinion.
Tell
The
me.
first day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
come on.
if you
You know
fail,
what? So we actually did a video
Yeah.
before upstairs. I made very, very bold statements.
And they're ruined, by the way.
I'm sticking with that bold statement.
no, it's not possible.
What?
Did they lose?
Okay, tell me who do you think is going to make finals?
Did they lose?
Who?
They lost, didn't they?
Entropic.
No. Unicorns of Love. They're playing tomorrow, right?
And who else?
What?
You predicted who
Unicorns
else?
lost
No, you
there.
said who's going to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I said Entropic and Unicorns of Love
Yeah,
was my
Entropic
prediction.
is gone.
Oh, come on, man.
You- Unicorns are gone.
Yeah, they're gone.
Are they?
Unicorns are gone
They
as
lost
well.
to Heretics, yeah.
Yeah, they were on the same side of the bracket. How would that work? How can you say like these two teams
Who's
are
in
going
the
to
tournament?
finals, but they were on the same side of the tournament?
Who's playing?
Who's playing? What? Okay, that's a good prediction. Tell me, Solari, who do you think is going to win?
I don't know.
Well, that's lovely. Hey, you bring something.
The worst question.
Oh, by the Grandpa,
GK, what?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hey, are you okay over
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
son?
yeah.
Yeah.
He gave me a little tickle
Who
in
do you
the
think is
ear.
going to win?
That is-
Is it okay for me to go, oh?
Is that the Australian
No, that
mouse?
was the French Mickey. I just thought it would make sense if it went, oh, you know?
It would have to be like or something like that.
I've been pulling that. I'm like, I'm going to stand on the line, but I'm not going to make the noise just in case I get in trouble.
No.
That's it. That's what I meant.
I appreciate
GK,
it.
what do you want?
GK? I totally agree with
GK
you.
And wait, do you want the final match?
What do you mean? Okay,
GK
final
and KC
matchup.
Blue. And GK win it all. I said that on the thing.
Okay. Okay.
I think GK win it all. But
Okay. Okay.
I like Abadage.
Now, assuming I got the brackets right, because I have a horrible feeling I might have got them wrong, which would be hilarious. But my bold prediction was I think Desire and GK. I think they're on opposite side of the bracket. I thought Desire and GK might
Yeah.
because I thought Desire had a pretty good run on their bracket. I think GK as a dark horse might do it. I think the more correct answer would be BDSA making their way to finals, and GK would, I believe, have to go through them. So that would be a very tricky one to deal with otherwise.
I made the same prediction, by the way. Desired and
It's easy to say
GK.
when all four of us have done our predictions.
It's
I made the same
recorded.
prediction.
It's recorded. Actually.
Yeah, this, we
How
could be
about you
proven
ask them
very
again?
wrong.
They didn't get to answer because they.
Okay, he doesn't even know where we at.
Bro,
Yeah, exactly.
He's lost in Paris.
Bro, I'm so excited for this
She's
battle.
from Ultraliga.
It's
She
gonna
has
be
a yo-yo.
sick.
It's so forever believing the camera.
Well, bringing it back to this side, this was the yapper corner. It went worse than I thought it would. That was the objective. I hope.
Are you done?
I'm finishing. I'm wrapping it up.
We've still got so much time.
Yeah, come on.
What do you mean we have so much time? It
got-
was 10 minutes. It's 12
Yeah.
already.
Is so?
You wanted to go home.
Okay.
No, I did, but again, we're having so much fun. Why would you stop it?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Okay, I've got a topic.
What's your prizes for tomorrow?
Oh,
That's
sorry,
a
you
great
wanna-
topic, though.
Do you want to know the prices?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
What's
That's
'Cause-
spoilers.
Like this one.
is that the lower?
I'm
Calm
keeping
down.
it.
That's the lower bracket
Okay.
of prices.
Oh my god, it's a gold
That is
croissant.
a lower bracket.
Yeah, we
You got a giant croissant again?
we bumped it
Bro,
up.
we're getting a Lamborghini.
No, no, no.
You win the last game, you just get a Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's the price for the price for work.
We're getting the Olympic torch.
Our Trump has gone and stolen it. He's run away with it to the
Don't
Wikipedia
reveal
studio.
it.
with the file
Oh, okay.
still lit.
Archrum,
Yeah.
if you were a holiday, what holiday would that be?
If I was a holiday,
Yeah. What holiday would you be?
pancake day.
What?
What?
Pancake day.
I meant like
Is
a
that a
vacation,
holiday?
but that's like
A holiday, like, would you be Kent?
What would you want? What happened?
holidays in
My name's
Kent?
Hysterics.
I would say, actually, I would say,
good on him.
what holiday? Great question, by the way.
Thank you.
I just came from back from Bangkok, so I'd probably be Bangkok, or I'd be Tokyo.
Tokyo's great.
A holiday. Tokyo's a holiday. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Or I'd be Labor Day because I don't know what it means, but you get a day off. for it.
Aren't you going for countries?
Yeah, but that's a
Wait,
holiday.
I think
That
what
is
he
the
took is
holiday.
what holiday
My
to go
God,
to.
you are blind.
I think I'm minus 2.5. It's not crazy.
Oh, you're not
Okay.
blind.
I'm not
Shut
like
up.
minus 2.5. I used to
It's
see.
their thick spectacles. Put them on.
Minus
I'm gonna do
2.5.
something really fun.
2.5. That
So I'm gonna put them on.
I have
And then,
-8.
He's
Just
not even
shut
gonna be
up.
max
You're like
it.
Okay.
4 times as blind as me.
you ready?
Well, 3.
Oh gosh. I saw
Can
the
I?
future. GK is gonna win.
Okay.
Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow. I hope if I'm still alive. Yeah, record then.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they out for me. Just do it and stop at I'm talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son that don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta 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 rise up.
Welcome to EMEA Masters second day of playoffs 2024. It is time to reveal the desk for today. My name is Alexander Sharomai. I will be your host, but I'm not alone. I have, sadly, Jake and Jake. Sadly.
You utter creep. Why would you say that?
No, it is aesthetics. It is my boy Hip
That's
Rain.
better.
Known as Hip Train as well. How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Train.
I got woken up this morning by Hysterics streaming
Bro,
over the hall from me. I thought he was outside, and then when I went for breakfast, I realized he was doing it from his room. He was that loud, and it was just like reverberating the entire floor.
I used my hotel room as my stream room. So I decided, just to have a really good time and hip race down the corridor. So
That's why the cops were outside in the morning.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I apologized and said it's all okay. They came in, we had a cheeky morning beer, and away we went.
This is a loud desk, but I hope the casters are loud as well. Let's introduce them for today. We have Solari and Initialize. Welcome.
I have been known on occasion to be loud, so they tell me.
And unfortunately, he's in my ear.
Who's
Yeah, there is that.
That's going to be painful.
Who is that?
It's like,
He
that's a
screams
good,
loud.
you're not allowed to know, Jake. You'll have to find out when you're a bit older.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Wait,
You're not old enough to know
that
yet.
went the direction I thought and hoped it would, but didn't expect you to take it to.
I figured I would back you up and just send you in a great
Even
direction.
when I'm older.
Yeah,
How are you doing?
I got.
How are you doing?
You are
Welcome to
regretting
EMEA
this.
Masters.
He's
Imagine
literally.
putting us on a desk. All right.
Well, this is day 2, which means we had day 1 yesterday. So let's talk about it. We were following Dark Passage versus, you got this,
Yeah, because I was there. Team GO.
my
Thank
man,
you.
LFL
Definitely
took down
am not
Dark
old.
Passage on the 3-0. And that was not to be expected, but that was an interesting result to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, the result was. The result kind of came out of left field. We expected this to be a 5-game series. A lot of people, all of us, apart from Hysterics, said that we thought this was going to be a Dark Passage victory.
Sure.
But no one expected it to be a 3-0 for Dark Passage, let alone a 3-0 for Team Geo. Geo were just absolutely amazing. Prime, for me, was the one I was completely sold on. Like, him on the Rakan for the last 2 games was phenomenal. He was setting up his team really, really well. It was a masterclass from the French 4th seed.
And I mean, for me, it was a masterclass through macro as well, and a very overused word, but one important for this series because how they stumbled into the mid game, each game got better and better, and how they allocated their, solo laners as well for wave control was really, really important. And I feel like Dark Passage just didn't know how to advance the game. And when they fell into a deficit, they definitely had no clue on what to do to set up their fights, but they had easy to execute compositions.
Yeah, I think the adaptation, the growth of the team across the series was the most impressive thing.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Because game 1, they were ahead, but they struggled to close that game out. And then every game from beyond that point was just a vast improvement from the last.
And that's why direction is really important for this team. And that's why now I'm like, hang on, maybe we should look at this LFL team a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Bakata was everywhere he needed to be. And I think at the right place at the right time is the best way to describe that. Where he's Vi game in game 1, a bit of a whoopsie. But then it developed, as you saw, he got MVP of the series, as indicated by the English broadcast talent. But his Shyvana pocket pick game 2, his Viego in a comp that doesn't have burst in game 3 was piloted so well. Like, this guy was very aggressive for a jungler that, you know, I really hadn't looked at before today.
That's exactly it. Usually when I communicate with the players, one of the things that they highlight is the fact that on the cities, there's a meta on its own.
Yep.
And I would say Geo built up a meta and Dark Passage couldn't follow it. Like the Shyvana, the Viego, all that adaptation. And the Aurora really working well for Geo, but not for Dark Passage. Also meant another nail in the coffin.
They were just stubborn. Like, Dark Passage was just straight up stubborn in their draft.
This is what we prepare.
They refused to stop picking that Aurora top lane until it was taken away from them by Geo. They were very stubborn in the way that they wanted to draft their like jungle for the AP jungle. And I know AP junglers are like the meta right now, but the fact that Geo had an answer for it meant that they should have then thought, okay, what's our answer to that answer? And they just kind of stubbornly kept ramming their head into the wall, hoping they would like plow through. And they didn't.
I love that photo because it also showcased that Bukata was like, what am I cooking next?
Bro,
What am
there'll
I
be more.
preparing? Should I bring Smolder jungle? I don't know, but that was lovely the way we got to see Geo just destroying Dark Passage. Everybody was looking into Dark Passage and just removed from the tournament. What else did we get to see yesterday? Well, we had a few games and we had a few
didn't see them,
surprises.
but we can absorb them now,
We can
right?
absorb them. Oh, I love this. Well, KC Blue just went in with a 3-0. I know people will look into this one and say to be expected, but the second game was an astonishing coming back from KC Blue, and then they destroyed him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of looking at drafts here as well, because what I was most impressed with in my first look at this is Abadage absolutely smacking it out of the park. Looks like a mid-diff. And again, since we didn't see this yesterday, we're kind of just going through the astonishing differences through individual lanes.
Yeah.
This is obviously the comeback game as well in game number 3, but yeah, I'm really impressed to see that not only are they picking what's standard in meta and they're getting some of these priority picks through, but seeing the Pike, little pocket pick there as well at the end, are really good into an 80 carry meta where we are getting, you know, some immobile 80 carries, hyperscalers that, you know, hook tools are very prevalent and good in the meta at the moment too.
They brought in the Jax support. We got to see that at NLC. It's a dark tech. It either really works or it just don't do it again.
Sorry, what was that in that series? Did
It
I
was.
just miss that?
A Jax
I
support.
just didn't look. I thought,
Whatever you're
bro,
at.
I did not see that.
One of those things where if it shines, you're like, man, this guy's a genius. If it doesn't, like, can we report you?
Yeah, that is an absolute reportable offense if you go off a cliff. But if it goes well, you can't report, so it doesn't matter.
An interesting one
Yeah.
that I'm going to throw it to you was the fact that you predicted Entropic to go forward.
Yeah.
And
You
Throw
just
that in his face.
they
Yeah,
went
thanks,
forward
mate.
with Dark Passage.
Yeah, so I mean, I had some bold predictions on who was going to make it through.
Extremely,
I
yeah.
was wrong after day one. Yesterday was crazy. Every team 3-0'd in their series, so it was a very, very fast day across the board. And Entropic, yes, they were a bit of an underdog. There was definitely hope there. That hope was not realized, but one thing that I am liking is you're seeing these teams that are pulling out the wins are actually the teams who are starting to kind of stray a little bit from the meta. And I think that really boils down to a very basic thing.
True.
Everyone has been playing into Zyra Brand jungle, Corki, Lucian mid for like weeks now. So you pull out like a Jax top lane, you pull out this Jax support. I don't want to stick on Jax for too long, but the more you stick on these things, and the more you pull out these extra things, suddenly the teams aren't quite so prepared for it.
And I love as well because then you start throwing in new strategies from the draft as well, right? I love this game 3 draft, by the way, from BKR. Gwen Amumu, like in game 1, we saw the Amumu come out, which has actually been a pocket pick on the fringe from a lot of major regions as well. But remember, Amumu's amplification comes off the back of having AP solo laners a lot of the time too. Feels like that was the lane played towards against the Ornn too, because we're getting a lot of these teams who are playing, well, we're getting double 80 carry, we're getting AP jungle, and then we need engage. Where do we put that in? We put it in top lane role. Top lane role getting abused by things like the Gwen happened not so long ago. And it's nice to see again, we're talking about, you know, HitBrain's mentioning like seeing these different drafts come out of teams. It's nice to see that, plus the ability to be like, well, what's your adaptation to this? Because it is different to how the game's being played at the moment.
We had one last game to follow through yesterday
it?
with a 3-0 as well. It was part of the predictions you brought in, right?
Right.
Man,
Can you leave him
Heretics versus
alone?
Unicorns.
what have I done to you, bro? Like, what did I do?
Yeah.
Wow,
very
Smolder
tough.
actually popping off on the Smolder there. 30k damage. I love it when a Smolder comes through. I also hate it when a Smolder comes through because Smolder is a ridiculously obnoxious champion.
Very, very
but
broken.
when piloted by the right player, it is just an absolute monster. And you saw there was even a comeback in that game as well for the
That was a
victory.
48-minute game.
We said yesterday's games were going to be long, and we somehow missed a 48-minute game.
Yeah, we did.
That's a lot. And even
48. Sorry,
soul,
they won
everything.
in 48 minutes, but they also had a 17,000 damage Yasuo top lane. What was going on?
And I don't like that heritage
He was just
draft
being
as well.
punished.
I guess it just outscales through sides.
Well, it's a 3-0 day for all teams. Let's expect today not to happen. Let's hope that doesn't happen today. We have lovely games ahead of us. But in order to get to those games, we always have to test you on the desk. So I made up the most weird game show possible. Everybody knows me for bringing some weird game shows, but today is even better.
You got a theme?
Hmm?
You got a theme song?
I got a theme.
Okay, cool.
It's not a song, but I got a theme.
Okay.
It has sounds involved because it's called Who Am I? Sound Edition. So what's going to happen with you, and chat can participate as well. It's really easy. I'm going to bring 2 assistances, okay? And Hip Brain and Aesthetics. You're going to pick one of them. What's going to happen is they're going to get close to the microphone and they'll give you a clue about a champion with the sound. They'll not say anything. They'll not make any sort of gestures, and you have to guess it. If you get it wrong, we go to the next clue. You have 3 attempts. Is it okay?
Is it okay? Yeah. Oh,
Well, what
I
did we
don't know.
see? If we said no, what happens?
Yeah.
Because we've
We
allotted a
do
lot
it
of time.
anyway.
Do we just go?
Just because of that, I'm going to let you pick your caster. You pick Solari or Hip Brain.
Hip Brain.
Oh, sorry, initialize.
Coming over, mate.
Solari or initialize.
Can I raise a complaint? What the hell
You
is
couldn't
this,
say
man?
anything, just sounds.
I don't know. Does it matter who I pick or not?
It kind of does. It changes
does?
the entire game.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me initialize.
Let's go.
Okay. You got initialize?
No, because I think
Solari,
He's musical.
I would
That
like
was
you
my
to
choice.
approach Hip Brain.
but
You're
that's the thing. He is musical and I'm like,
Well, that's exactly.
but is Solari musical? Maybe
Get
that's
closer
the bait.
to aesthetics.
Maybe
and
he thought about
Solari,
this.
if possible, approach Hip Brain.
If possible.
If possible.
Only if possible.
I don't know if it's possible.
I
bro.
don't know
You gotta
either. It's
check it
quite
out.
Do I
Way
need
to
to get
go.
off my chair or what?
No, you stay in.
Oh my God, I picked Froggy massage.
You and the massages every single time.
You're the one who gives them.
So this is going to be lovely. What's going to happen is Initialize will provide you, there you go. Initialize is going to provide you with a clue, a champion's kill sound. And you have to
Stand
guess
this
the
side.
The
champion.
sound on death
Am I in
or the
trouble?
sound on when they kill someone?
No, a skill.
When they die.
A skill.
I
A
think the kill sound. Sorry.
And then he may provide you something else as a third clue if you're that slow.
Sorry, sometimes I don't understand you because you're Portuguese. So.
It's understandable. It's understandable. I should have made more sounds. Okay. Initialize, if possible. Oh, do you want? Okay, I can give you the clues. There you go.
You want to do this?
I love
Yeah, the
Portugal,
first
by the
one,
way.
okay?
I'd love to go there one day. I don't mean anything by it.
Initialize. What's the first clue? Get close to the microphone. Yeah. That's the first clue.
Okay, maybe initialize wasn't such a surefire bet.
Can I ask you to
Wait
repeat
till you
the
hear
sound again?
it.
You can't ask to
Can you
repeat.
do it again?
This is even worse than I thought.
I know what it's supposed to be, but even I can't rate it.
Yes.
What it is.
You need a second clue?
Yeah, am I allowed that?
You can go for the second clue.
But does he get a chance to get his first?
No,
clue
no,
first?
no, no, no. This is you.
This is just me.
This is just
Do I
you.
lose points for getting a second clue?
Yes.
Okay, we'll give it the second clue.
Give the second clue.
That just got so much worse. Actually, just got so much harder.
can I
I
have my points
love
back?
it. Huh?
Can I have my points back? That was the same as the first one. That was the same as the first one.
If you want, I can go for the third clue,
Yeah, just give it to
which
me.
is a sentence. He's gonna now reveal a quote from the champion.
Am I allowed to? Hang on. Before that, I can just guess and there's no harm in guessing,
That's
right?
no harm. There's no harm.
Don't get this wrong.
It's not Yasuo, is it?
It's wait. How?
No, I don't ask.
Yeah. Okay.
March towards vengeance. Drown this world in blood.
He even brought the accent. He's not Portuguese. Who is he? Who's this champion?
I feel like I should know because the accent's there.
Yes.
But it's obviously
It's obviously. That's a yeah.
it's not Vladimir.
It's
No.
not Vladimir.
I don't know. I don't know his accent.
It is Aatrox.
Oh my god.
That was the Q and the W.
I will admit that was quite a Scottish Aatrox.
Yeah.
That was a lot more Scottish than I
It's
thought
a
it was
different
gonna be.
skin. It's the Victoria skin of Aatrox. Solari, if you may, can you start with the first clue of your champion? This, and this. I know.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry.
That's the first skill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ha! Poof. Alternatively, ha! Poof.
Ah. I've never seen you so lost.
That no. That actually changed my my initial. Is that Melio?
Ah.
It's not, is it?
Not
No.
even close.
Should I go lower with my voice?
Maybe.
Oh, it's lower. Yeah, that
Can
might.
you do the second one with a lower voice then?
Go on, here's the mic.
Oh, that's gonna be another.
Sticky.
Yeah. Okay, you
Well,
go.
not the mic. The base is sticky to the
I know.
table.
You don't have to voice it out
Oh
again.
my god. Please do the sound.
Solari, you can do it. You can do it. You can
I
do it.
can do
You
it,
got
but
it.
okay. Ha!
There you go. Do you want to take an attempt?
Smolder.
My voice is not that high, okay? That's
True.
insulting.
Let's go for the quote then.
Aatrox.
Yeah.
It's all Aatrox.
Dodge this.
Hey,
Oh, that's easy.
that's
I
easy.
know who it is, but I can't remember. 1 second.
What do you mean? Wow. Yeah, we're gonna move on. It is.
Can I buzz in?
No.
Yeah.
If he doesn't know, get him. Give him a chance.
Give him a chance. Okay, try, fail, and give him a chance.
Just say it. Do it.
There you go.
Oh, Gragas.
Gragas!
Sorry.
That's 1 point for you.
Sorry.
Good
I-
job.
Took me
Dude,
so long.
I thought that was fucking Katarina. Oh, sorry. I thought that was Katarina.
Not even close.
Bro.
You were so far wrong.
Okay, so we're gonna do 2 for both. Okay, let's do the second one, and then you do the second one, and we wrap it up. Let's go. I love this one. I think this is so easy for you, aesthetics. I think,
What do you mean
this one
easy?
specifically. This is so easy. I think it's the easiest one so far. There you go. Good luck. You only have 150.
That's not Yasuo, is it?
Okay, I would see that would
But it's
be a
not,
yes, but
okay.
it's not.
Can I
It's
do a
not.
skin version?
It's gonna do a skin version.
What's the skin version?
Do do do
Oh.
do 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 do.
I know it.
The singing.
I know it.
It kind of,
Should
narrows
give
it
it away,
down.
but,
Yeah, it narrows it down a lot.
Bro, I played with League on 10% sound for so long.
Let's go for the second one then.
Because I have music on, because I'm not a degenerate. Anyway, I am a degenerate.
Oh, why didn't I get this one? I know
Oh, I
it.
should know this.
Well, if you don't get it, we'll just go for the third one, which is a quote. And you love quotes.
Either.
Let's go for a quote then. Give me the quote, Initialize. Look at this lovely sentence. But you gotta try and do the accent, yeah.
Just looking for that special someone to torment.
Oh, I get it now. It's Evelyn.
It's
Right.
Evelyn. 1 point for you, my good sir.
I started rewinding all the sounds, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's
By the way,
a
you
lure.
tried to do the passive.
I thought it was
Yeah.
Bard. Right up until the quote. I was so confident
Can
it was
you-
Bard.
The singing.
Can you do
Evelyn W.
Yeah.
this one? No.
ADA skin has like
Specifically this one. Yeah, this makes it so more interesting. Can you do this one then? You got this, Solari.
Oh, I don't know if I got this, bro.
Listen to the cues. You got this.
Oh. That also sounds like Evelyn.
Can you do it again?
Yes. It's actually good.
Is that a cue? Just to be clear,
No.
that's
no,
not a cue.
No.
I'm gonna go Bard.
You're gonna go Bard.
Yeah.
It's actually Bard's W.
Is it actually?
It is.
Oh my
Congratulations.
Wow.
He got 3 points with this one.
You came through for me there.
Yeah, we have the third one would be Bard's laugh. Can you give us the Bard laugh?
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
I really want this.
Yeah, I think we all need this. Yes, we needed this. Thank you so much.
Not bad.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is all I wanted in my life right now. And thank you so much, voice actors. Yeah. Which means you win.
You do.
I win.
You win.
Look.
What do you win? This. Let me give it to you.
That's a t-shirt.
Oh my God. Not again.
Wait, this is actually so good. Oh no, I don't know what the t-shirt is, mind you.
This is
Oh no.
Johnny Hallyday's t-shirt. Which is one of the greatest rock stars in France. He popularized rock in France in the 70s.
But what band was he in?
60s, apparently.
What band was he in?
He was the band.
Johnny Holiday was the band.
He was that good. Yeah. So,
Thank you, mate.
Congratulations, man.
It's got that like, oh, it's got that like,
It's got that Johnny Holiday kind of smell.
it's got that Johnny Holiday whiff. No, it smells. You know when you buy a new T-shirt and it's like a cheap screen print and it has that really like chemically salt and vinegar smell.
Yep.
Like, that's what it smells
Salt
like.
and vinegar. I wish my shirt smelled like salt and vinegar.
I'm gonna get me some Johnny Holiday in my life.
Good, crazy.
hey, folks, this is the League of Legends show, by the way. Let's talk about today's matchup. Let's talk about the bracket to begin with. What do we have for today as well? No, I'm just saying that's what the bracket
Is there a graphic or do you want me to talk about it?
Do you want us to highlight?
graphic about the bracket
in
for
the
today.
60s, Johnny Holiday was a really good rock star. I mean, I'd love a bracket too. Let's have a look.
Look at the bracket for today. We're going to start, well, we have Desire and Matchco, Vitality B versus Barca. Then we go for BDSA versus SK Prime and GK versus Papara Supermassive as well.
Nice. Okay, well.
There you go. Of all these games, we're going to be following. I was waiting for you both.
Oh,
there you go.
we're
BDSA.
following BDS
Right.
Academy versus SK, right?
Yes, exactly. Yes. I hope so.
Just checking. As much as this is definitely the match to watch, and we will talk about that in a little bit, the other games,
Yes.
that Italian versus Italian game is going to be
So
very,
good.
very exciting to watch. Also, we could see all of the French teams get through after today into the next stage of the tournament. There's two more French teams to qualify. They're both playing today, obviously, because it's the last of this round of 16. But yeah, we could have like a really, really intense like end to the tournament. And by intense, I mean all French. All French end to the tournament, yeah.
Wow. And you can wear the t-shirt just, yeah.
I'm going to Jolly Holiday it up.
So intense. I'm so glad you got that, by the way, because honestly,
Bro, Solari got a yo-yo. She got a really cool yo-yo and I got a t-shirt.
What are you doing with the table?
I'm sorry, the table came off at the hinge a little bit. I'll be honest, I'd prefer the shirt. No, I wouldn't.
So when I got production's information that it was both of you on the desk, I was like, we need security. I think we do.
So whoever wears the Johnny Holiday shirt gets escorted out of the building.
BDSA versus SK Prime.
It's a good one.
We've seen this before, and both teams participated in EMEA Masters in spring. Look at the way they qualified for now. We have LFL first seed versus Prime's third seed.
BDSA Academy in spring, they're first seed as well, right?
I think they were first
Yeah, because
seed as well.
remember
for
we talked about
LFL,
Casey
yeah.
Blue and kind
I've
of
got those results.
falling a little bit. Do you? What is it, Captain?
They were second.
Second.
They were
yeah,
second. They were
Blue.
NFL second seed in last split.
Right.
They came third and fourth technically
Okay.
during EMEA last time around. But yeah, it's exactly the same roster as well from last time, so nothing's changed.
Yeah, nothing's changed, and you know they've done even better. I mean, I guess that fulfills the point, right? Going from second seed to first seed this time around, and this is a roster that remember got knocked out in semifinals by the Besiktas miracle run, right? That no one kind of expected them getting to finals. And for BDSA, we saw a lot of improvement, a lot of development, a 5-game series that impressed the hell out of me. Not only did we get the best of Genax and his top lane champion pool and some of the development of Rika, we got the 80 carry battle showdown of Kadui with the champion pools like Twitch coming through that we all kind of deserved. And it was really, really good showing the individual talents between these two. Unfortunately, in the end, BDSA couldn't close out that game 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disappointing run for them last split, but now they're back. They're stronger than ever, kept the same roster. And even if you haven't watched EMEA for a while, this is a roster filled of like players who've been in this scene and playing in this tournament in the various versions of EU Masters prior, now obviously EMEA. They've been around for a long time. Like these are pretty veteran players. And, you know, French first seed going up against the third seed from Germany.
Yeah.
You feel like it might be a little bit weighted in your head.
And a quick side note
it is,
before we
yeah.
go forward is that, again, not only have we got experience in this roster, we got step-ups into the main roster. Remember, Genax had to actually cover for Adam at the start of, I think it was Summer Split as well. So, you got a lot of talented individuals that are kind of getting towards LEC level as well. And I
It's a
feel like
stacked team.
it makes it an insane
You
team. The
brought
fact
in a
that they stay
topic,
together.
which was LFL dominance in EMEA summer. We have still 5 seeds, and these are the top of the food chain. Like BDSA is the top. It's the predator, in my opinion. So for Prime, like they really need to step up if they want to take them down. And when we look into SK Prime, might as well talk about them right now.
Why not?
They are the last survivors of Prime.
That's the big thing here, right? Like the Prime League has lost all of its representatives. Its last representative was also knocked out by France as well. So this is do or die for the region. And remember, we talk about LFL dominance and we talk about how the French teams completely take over this tournament. It is actually the Prime League that are the defending region.
Yep.
And obviously Schalke, who won last split in spring, they're not even here.
Spandau.
Spandau, sorry, not Schalke. Got muddled up there. Spandau, got, they're not even here. They didn't make it out of the Swiss stage. So this is the last chance for the defending region to have at least some level of representation and try and hold on to that title. And, this is a good squad. I've got a few things I want to talk about on them.
Okay.
For me, I'm actually really excited by Rabble. For the same reasons we were excited about our jungler on Geo yesterday. I've already forgotten their name because my brain is literally incapable of retaining information.
Got it.
But his champ pool is really interesting. There's a Shyvana in there. He's played Shyvana in the Swiss stage. So
also played the
doesn't
Shyvana.
stick to these brands, these Zyras, these Casted Lilias. Actually plays more of the Vys, the Shyvanas, the Maokais, the kind of different style of junglers that we're starting to see kind of return back.
What we're watching right now, this is Spring Split, just as we told and talked about BDSA. This is SK Prime fighting versus Besiktas, and they lost on
They
quarters.
also got knocked out by Besiktas,
took
right?
both of these out.
I mean, this is the quarterfinals, and I think this time around, it felt like a little bit more staple. Like, I know Besiktas really fought. I can't remember if this went to 4 games or 5 games. Actually went to game 5 as well, but I think we saw a couple of problems with top lane with Vanur and his champion pool exposed a bit from memory too. For Diplex, his mid matchup wasn't as great. Going up against Miru, who absolutely slapped Game 5 Silas, as you can see on your screen there as well. And it kind of came down to the hyper carries in bottom lane, much like the series of BDSA, that in the end, Neon wasn't able to carry across the line. So there's similar traits here, but I think for SK Prime, I am more concerned about the individual talent level rather than BDSA, who have shown that they've got a lot more flexibility in champ pool and in design than they do in their counterparts.
When you talk about the talent itself,
Yep.
they bring the same talent aside from the support. They change for DOS with the support.
Another thing I want to talk about because, like, Limit, I was okay with Limit, right? An ex-LEC pro. Okay with Limit. I mean, I'm not going to get excited about Limit, but I'm not going to get disappointed with Limit. You know what I mean? With DOS, I'm probably in the same field. The problem I have with DOS is, like, DOS coming from LEC when he was playing with Exakick, this 2v2 lacked a lot of laning phase, lacked a lot of, like, what do you call it? Go-gettingness? That's not a word, but you know what I'm talking about?
It is now, yeah.
Initiative, right? That's better.
That's the better word.
Initiative. They lacked a lot of initiative in the LEC.
And you're
that
the
was the
native.
problem with DOS. And I think Neon really needs someone with initiative. I think Neon's a great and can be a really good hyper carry. Neon historically as well, I've been impressed with, not only in the EMEA Masters, but again when Neon was previously in the upper echelon as, for both these 80 carries, I feel like that's such a natural place to go, right?
I think that's the lane to watch.
it
Both
has
80
to
carries.
be, surely.
We were showcasing KDAs yesterday, and we're like, it's not that surprising. I mean, they play as a teams, and then you look into Kedui and Neon, 14 KDA. Good gracious, that's a lot. And when you look into the damage with the amount of gold they have available, it's not even that much.
No, it's not. But you can see just from the various champions that they play, Neon, while he has a lower KDA, does have a higher damage share. Playing the Jinx, playing the MF, that is going to kind of come part into that and, well, be the reason because you've got that kind of scaling on those champions where, Ezreal, more of that kind of mid-game power spike, Ashe, more of a supportive unit for the team. But to me, what this means is, for the side of SK, they need to be playing towards this bot lane. They need to enable Neon because they are going to be the primary carry in all of these mid to late game fights.
Yeah, because for me, like looking at champion pools, the concern I do have for SK is like well, okay, we're going to run hyper carries, but the problem is Kadui at the moment running Ezreal Ashe. I think two of the strongest 80 carries on the patch outside of the Misfortune. And Ashe especially I love in this meta because when you're playing such heavy, I guess these heavy dive comps, these heavy skirmishing comps around mid-game, Ashe excels at enabling pick potential and enabling some of these picks off to the sides as well. Ashe is already so far from what we've seen just yesterday been a premier 80 carry. And I know globally, Ashe is just still so busted.
But for EMEA, these are one of the only teams that actually prioritize the Ashe. So that's going to be interesting in the Champion Select. We're about to jump into that one. So before we do it, let's see predictions for the entire cast team. Yesterday, you pulled a sneak on us, and it does it again.
Oh, my word.
I voted last again. And you know what? I'm kind of going for BDS here.
What do you mean?
However,
Tomorrow.
oh my guns. No. In terms of,
You're going to be the first tomorrow.
No,
Well, we're not doing it tomorrow, but
On Monday, yeah.
Monday, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll be the last again. But anyway, BDSA, look, here's the case, right? I can see where BDSA wins. But SK Prime, I can see where they win more purely by
Your prediction.
my prediction. I think that's a big
I just
thing.
got the information from production about your analysis.
What happens? What?
I'm just
I
just
still
loving that everybody on production was like, nah, it's just yapping.
Look, bot matchup's important. We're playing hyper carries. I believe in Neon, and hopefully DOS is too good for EMEA Masters. If you want a serious prediction, DOS still was like probably bottom of the barrel for LEC, but we're in ERLs, we're in secondary league.
It's fun because you're talking about DOS having all that experience, but then you look into BDSA, which is one of the strongest roster, which means it's about to start the Champion Select. Let's bring it up for all of us. Is Ashe the first pick or not? Toss it away.
Boom.
Lovely.
We didn't toss it away. We're actually still here for game one.
What did you toss it to?
Isn't it crazy? Now, Archrom, I like the Misfortune ban. We just talked about it a little bit before. I feel like Misfortune is not only the epitome of the meta, but it was something that, again, was highlighted by Neon outside of that hyper carry too. You can see double 80 carry target ban over to the side of Kadui as well. So when we're highlighting 80 carries in this series, it's not a surprise that 380 carries already gone.
So there's another really big ban in here, and
Please
that's
tell me.
actually that Rumble. Now, obviously, Rumble very, very strong. We understand why. But the reason why Rumble's such a solid ban is because Rabble hasn't really been playing these AP junglers, and you've denied one of those AP top laners to kind of offset that. The Maokai also banned away, which is a Rabble champion. He's played a lot of the Maokai during this tournament so far. So I really like this pickup. The Mordekaiser as a targeted ban reveals some interesting
Tell me,
stuff.
Please, it's not only a target ban, but with the Rumble gone as well, it's a counterintuitive ban that Cassante is getting prioritized. BDSA, like a B1 Cassante here is a takeaway from Vanua because Vanua will 100% R1 or R2 this Cassante.
My question
considering that
is,
two of the strongest lanes against it are taken
you have
away.
Aurora
Oh,
open
don't worry.
still for the top lane or even to switch it around.
Ashe,
And
though.
it's going to be the Ashe. I was wondering, like, you give such a priority to Ashe for Kidui. You just was shining with that pick, and now you're going for the Cassante.
The other thing is with Cassante though, it's like there are a lot of matchups into Cassante right now with 80 carry tops going. So it's like, do we really need to prioritize this on blue side when we can just let them take it and we can get an early option to top? So, you know, but like it's what we sacrifice at the end of the day. We've already got the Ashe on side of BDSA. So I think that's good as Jin gets locked in.
I'm not a fan, actually. I know that Jin is a shared champion between Kadui and Neon. I am actually normally a Jin advocate as well. You know this.
Wow.
But I think with the Braum still being up and available, you don't want to be picking Braum Jin. It's miserable. So realistically, this is probably just them gifting the Braum over to BDSA. Obviously, Braum typically is more of a counter to things like the Rel, the Leona, and things like that. Are going to take himself the brands. They got himself a strong jungler and actually just proves me wrong immediately about Rabble and his champ pool. Actually, no, I think it was Screwmond. Hold on. It's Screwmond who's got the interesting champ pool. No, Rabble, don't worry. I'm looking on the wrong side of my papers.
No, well, hey, maybe
I'm a pro, by the way. Do this for a living.
Hey, don't worry. Look, you're another Jake. We Jakes are just so cooked, it doesn't matter.
True.
Look, Zyra gets picked in the end.
Of Jakes.
You brought up the Rom. I'm surprised it doesn't get picked here. For BDSA, outside of that pick potential, they need hard engage. So it makes sense to pick up a Rel here. But
yeah,
as you said, Rom's not a good pairing. Leona is something I'd look at there. Locking in the Yone, I mean, they're assuming that maybe Reek just goes Corky.
Okay, not only the Rel is going to be picked versus a team that doesn't have that much mobility, so that's quite important. But if you lock in the Yone right now, I'm just going to say it. I know everybody will judge me. But a counter for the Yone, at least on the Swiss stage, on a last chance
Yeah.
qualifier, was
Pantheon.
Pantheon was picked.
And Rika played it into Yone last time.
he
You guys?
destroyed.
It's bad.
Why would you ban the Pantheon?
Literally everything just went out the window there.
That your Pantheon knowledge, I've seen it already come in hand twice this year. Third time just then. Well done. You wait for these moments. And now you're out of champ select, are you?
There you go. There you go. That's all I
You've
do.
got four. I
I'm
know
out,
you've got
folks.
four.
I'm out. We need a new one.
Leona ban, as I was talking about before there. I think Leona would pair really nicely with SK Prime. I think outside of that, like you start going down the rabbit hole of supports. Yeah, Brom, but I don't think. I think you need hard engage here, and I think the problem is you start rounding out like, what is engage going to pick? Rakan is an option.
Yeah.
But
Dos
know
is
right
a good Rakan, to be fair.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. is.
Yeah, he's a very good Rakan. So that is in the wheelhouse here. But it's probably will just be like something like a Nautilus as well, potentially, as a ban. I expect this to be a pretty heavy engaged support. Unless there's something up SK Prime's pocket. They actually do just take away the Gnar. Weird, because I felt like BDS, obviously that's them kind of signaling that they want to take the Cassante. Completely forgot the name of the champion there for a second.
Yeah, you're right.
To the top. Yeah.
But like, do you want to? You don't want to really blind pick the Cassante.
You'll be
here's the
forced
thing,
to.
right? Here's the two parts of thinking. You've already shown support. You want to match support now and give counterpick for top, because not only counterpick for the lane, but you give counterpick for the comp too, right? It probably will be Cassante, but then you think, well, what if the option top lane enables Vanilla to play something like his Gragas that we saw last split as well? So that's why we're holding out for top here. That's why they get the Alistar and firm up the engage. I guess we got the Alistar pick as the last kind of roundabout of supports in top priority.
Alistar is quite tanky as well. Leona can go for that Frostfire, the Iceborne Gauntlet. You can bring the Aurora to the top to lock in that team that doesn't have that much mobility. And Cassante wants to move around, and the Aurora might stop that in. So that's going to be an interesting one if SK Prime are going for that.
Jace mid.
Jace mid. We've seen that from Venom Crest, spamming the Jace. It worked well. When they stopped picking it, they were eliminated. So just wondering, what can they finish with on SK Prime side?
You can Malphite here. This is a Malphite angle, even though you've got AP damage. The only problem I see there is like running into Cassante, running into Rel, Zyra. It's probably not the idea. You probably want something that can side lane with the Yone as well and set up a 1-3-1. Because I feel like the primary thing of Ken is
the spam mini
Ken is locked in.
Yeah.
I feel like the thing that this comp wants to do is play through Yone sides and then use TP flanks. And they use TP flanks really well from Ken and from Yone. And the setup here with Alistar engage, it's a good way to round out the comp. And that's another reason why counterpick on red side, R5 right now,
is
when
top.
like, you know, especially when we started rounding out, they're like, hey, they're getting rid of these top counters for Cassante. BDSA would kind of force their hand into picking Cassante. And the response of Kennen, I like it. I like this comp.
I don't want to be that guy, but I was about to say I want to see a Kennen. The reason why I didn't because you were talking. No, I really want to see a Kennen purely because I did think Alistar being their only engage was a bit of a concern. You now have that follow up with the Kennen. You have to be so careful of your flanks. You need to clear out the vision, because if you have the ability for Kennen to TP in, come behind and just lock down the whole back line and blow everyone up, it's donezo. So I really like this Kennen pick. I think that adds a new layer to the team fight for the side of SK Prime. And yeah, I'm sold on that one. I think the Kennen was the thing that rounded that comp out, because I was worried about it.
It's a trap versus BDSA, but keep in mind when you look into the scores and statistics, BDSA is the team with the most vision right now. So will they be able to keep track of the electric skull? Let's talk to the casters while waiting for us to toss it to the game itself. Without further ado, Solari initialize. Take it away.
Thank you very much. And apparently yesterday from that podcast, we found out I was blind. Minus 2.5 is apparently blind according to those
But
guys.
I'm blinder than you.
Yeah, exactly. So
we're
like,
screwed pretty
how are we
much.
supposed to cast if we
Yeah, I
can't
don't
see the
know.
game? Just off audio sound? Maybe that's why you got us to do the sound game earlier. It's
that
all
makes
coming
sense.
together.
Yes.
But yeah, we've got our comps in front of us. I really like what they shouted out on the desk as well about the flank options from SK Prime between the Yone, between the Ken. You've got the Alistar coming from a flank, the Jhin following up from miles away with the W and the R. That's all really good. On the other side for BDSA, they've got great pick, they've got great team fight, assuming they can manage those flanks.
Assuming they can manage those flanks, and which is something I'm really worried about, because if you look at the backline of BDS Academy, it's not very big, but it is extremely immovable. So if Zyra and Ashe are not careful enough about their visioning and about their positioning, they are going to be removed from the fight. And if these two are removed, there is pretty much no damage left on the BDSA side.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you've got yourself decent poke options here because Ashe is quite long range. Zyra plants counters poke. Let no one tell you otherwise, especially when you use the Eva poke. I mean, as you shouldn't.
I play
Glad
Zyra.
we're on the right page.
I used to play Zyra.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, same. Still,
fun.
I'm an awful human being. Plus, of course, did you have to agree with that? Yes. And of course, on top of that, we've got the Jace as well that will be managing that. Of course, they are just waiting to get into game. But if they can set that one, as hear the words from production, snap my fingers and here we go. Thank you very much for that countdown. It makes my life a lot easier. One. About to be a consideration as Paris and Kadui will step on forwards. Of course, Kadui used to play for SK Prime not so long ago.
Actually, yes. This feels a little bit personal for him, right? Because he used to be on the team of SK Prime. Just, I believe his recent team, his most recent one was SK Prime. So now he's playing against them. Nobody from the roster has been playing with him on SK Prime. But it's still personal.
Always a little bit of that, of course. Moving away from the Prime League, we heard the jokes about BDSA kind of being an honorary Prime League member, because, of course, the likes of Rika and Genax, and, of course, we mentioned Kadui, are Germans who played along in the Prime League in years and seasons past. But right now, they are representing the LFL as their #1 seed, finally. BDSA, so often the bridesmaid and never the bride, finally got their win in the LFL, having had phenomenal regular seasons, even as back as just this spring, but never quite managed to take it home. They are now coming in effectively as tournament favourites, though I'm sure people out there like the Carmine Core faithful will tell us otherwise.
Oh, they might tell you all they want, honestly. But for me, personally, BDSA Academy, yes, they are the tournament favourite. After how exceptional they felt in the split, and looking at their roster specifically, especially I'm looking on the bot lane, to be honest, because Kirui and Paris, because if these two don't deliver, I'm going to lose faith in humanity. Oof. These guys are insane.
That's a very strong statement for less than 2 minutes into game 1. like that, I was expecting at least wait to game 5 for that kind of statement. No, straight away.
No, here we go. Stakes are high from the very beginning, okay?
Well, the Alistar hasn't been knocked up yet, so I don't think the stakes are that high. They're on the ground right now.
What? Why does it take me like half a minute to process your jokes? Are your jokes that bad, or am I not smart enough?
I think I'm just bad at jokes, and Paris immediately goes crashing on down, but DOS will engage in some full contact League of Legends, body blocking doing away from Neon, who is chunked to half HP nonetheless, and does not enjoy the Ranger's focus, dragging him down to 20% HP.
No, that's how it's going to look like for the bot lane of SK Prime for the foreseeable future. They are not going to enjoy going into the damage of Kidui. Even though DOS can throw this Ashe away, thus mitigating a little bit of this initial damage, she's still coming back, and her Q stacks up so quickly.
Oh man, Rabble's in so much trouble. Zyra clears so fast, got to invade onto the Raptors. Rabble tried to return the favor and is forced to flash away, but both mid laners engaging on their opposing junglers. And Rabble is taken down to about 10% HP. Rika burned his flash to do it, though, so could theoretically be punished as the game goes on.
Exactly. That is very important. That Rika doesn't have a flash as an aftermath of that, but Diplix does have the flash. And if Diplix right now is smart about keeping the wave pushed in and keeping his minions advantage, they're going to be able to punish the mid lane of BDS Academy.
The issue here, though, is, of course, Rabble did feel the need to walk all the way over to Krugs, who's spotted up over here, means he's lost to campus on the wrong side of the map. Gives Skewmod opportunity to look towards this bot lane, where we kind of wonder whether we see a lot of the action. Paris and Kadui have been so very good this split. And of course at the EMEA Masters as well. With this Rel and the Ashe, they could do a lot of work down there.
And their work is mostly pushing in. They're gonna keep the lane in the state where they are constantly threatening SK Prime, not letting them get away from their turret far enough. And now Skewmod is gonna use that.
Yeah, can look for at least a chunk here. I feel a dive might be a little bold. I'm seeing Ignite and Cleanse still up. Can get a bit of a chunk. The plant comes on down, and Neon quite caught there by any of the damage, and the ward comes over the wall. Feel forced to back away from the turret all the same, and Neon forced to flash out of the Zyra Q. In comes the Alistar, rooted up, and now Skewmon in a slightly awkward spot, knocks the plant up into the air. Zyra getting chunked low, forced to flash away is DOS, and they get summoners. Skewmon stays alive.
And he stays with the flash. He didn't even feel the need to flash out of this situation because Paris was quick enough to react. Can they get Neon?
They can keep on going. DOS is in danger, gets a knock-up, flash over the wall for the root. W goes wide, and first blood goes the way of Kadui's Ashe.
Ah, beautiful. That is such a big victory for BDS Academy. Now they just need to get away, which is exactly what they're gonna do, and be happy with the money that is sitting in the pockets of their AD carry. Ash is going to power spike very quickly. She basically needs one item right now to feel completely in-game and ready to kill whatever is moving towards her. And being ahead so early in the lane means that BDS Academy are on a great way right now to win game number 1. But I especially love the fact that Skumond is going to flash in the end right here. He's very low on health, but he's flashing in because he knows that this is going to be a kill confirmed.
Yeah, gets over, manages to find that the grasping roots, and it's all nicely done. First back is immediate the Berserker Greaves. Ash looking to really put down some pressure with all of those very obnoxious auto attack slows that she can bring out. And it's a great early game already from BDSA. The early invade into the early play spot. We've gotten them a nice advantage here before the 5-minute mark really crested.
Oh, you just said something that I quite like, actually. About the slowing down part, because think about it. They have Ash on their side who is already ahead, but wait for it because top lane might not be ahead anymore.
Genex has got ult to work with, so immediately backs away, stays alive. And of course, Genex used to be the top lane of SK. Back in the LEC as well, so look at a lot of former SK members of Rico as well back in 2019. They're all enjoying getting a 1-over right now in the early game of SK Prime.
Wait, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to see how this game goes.
Rabble, remember, still doesn't have the flash, and Genex saying, are you sure about this? Especially with Skumond around. They'd love to fight for these grubs. I just don't know whether they have the HP bars right now.
Oh, they're gonna make sure that the enemies maybe don't have the HP bars to say anything about that, because Skumond is looking for possibilities to go and say something to Deeplex. Paris does the same. Paris is not spotted on any words.
Yeah, Rika gets a nice chunk on him. Flash on for the Shattering Strike. Crash down. The volley comes on through. And Diplex ignited. Just about stays alive. Throws out the thumbs up. And will not burn down quite yet. Zyra claims a couple of grubs. But Venor and Rabble are there. And a reminder, Kennen still has the flash and the ult, and one grab stolen away.
Oh, what a grub war right there. But yeah, this is two grabs in the end for SK Prime. One for BDSA, still stealing one away. It's better than nothing, but I feel like the fact that there is no flash on Diplex right now is much more important than one little grab that they have taken into their hands. Because Paris went extremely aggressive on this mid lane, and you have been telling me yesterday when we were discussing this upcoming match that you really like Paris and you think he's, to quote you, one of the best players we have at EMEA Masters.
I think he's the best player at EMEA Masters right now.
So
I was converted many moons ago by Georgia, aka Troublelink, who has been singing this guy's praises for years. And I think he's changed teams, he's on BDSA, and he has been an absolute superstar for this roster. Normally, obviously, on those engage options like the Rel, but has a few of those pocket picks available to him. And I would be not surprised to see him making the jump up to LEC at some point as he jumps down onto Neon. The Stranglethorns end up on Rabble as Rika goes to the skies and brings him down. Now Neon nearly winking out, staying alive for now is DOS. Gonna be thrown about a little bit as the slows continue to pierce the hide of Alistair with all of those arrows. Kadui gets that one, and BDSA can just do no wrong.
That is the peak potential of BDSA, and they are not even sitting on any completed items yet. When it happens, it's gonna be so much worse for SK Prime. If anybody's caught, they are dead immediately because of the amount of control of BDS Academy. Look at that. It's gonna be Paris first, who is going to go in yet again very aggressively onto the enemy AD carry. Right after that, they enchanted Crystal Arrow, which is gonna be cleansed by Neon immediately, but it doesn't really help anybody in this situation because there is still so much control on the side of BDSA, with Kirui constantly slowing people down, and soon in the game, it's not gonna be just him slowing people down. It's gonna be Paris with the ultimate. It's gonna be Zyra the moment she builds the relay. It's going to be such a hard game for SK Prime to play.
And again, they build a comp that relies on those flank angles, that relies on getting some of those wards down at the minute. Being shoved under the turrets, it's really hard to find those easy opportunities to set up for a TP teleport, to set up for a teleport flank. Inflating a few words there briefly, it's Diplex. Gets away with it. I wondered for a second whether Rika would keep looking for a little more. Didn't quite have the transform available to look for a shot blast afterwards, and so just gets a chunk down. DOS still hanging around, but Paris is here to say, no, I want to take these wards away from you. And
maybe you too, just for a dessert.
This could get a little bit interesting because Neon is here. Rika's still at 20% HP. Deadly Flourish is there. There comes the curtain call. Rika's in danger, flashing away. Stays alive. The Pillar of Flame just out. But what about the ultimate? Pyroclasm allows DOS with the Ignite to claim the kill. But the Alistair gets the knock over the wall. DOS gets 2 for his team. Rabble endangers the arrow, goes sailing through the upright. Faris goes crashing on down. Trying to bring down the brand. Can't do it. And SK Prime are gaming their way to a 3-0 in that skirmish.
Don't do that.
He's in danger as well now. The Ash flashing out of the Deadly Flourish will not get caught by the Z-axis that so often haunts people in the river from Jhin. But SK Prime bring the gold right back to dead even.
Exactly. Such a good angle for BDS Academy to find an answer on SK Prime on this mid lane, which gets completely ruined. And I feel like it got ruined the moment DOS finds this beautiful shot onto Paris, was it, or Skuma? Let's see the replay, because my mind is not helping me here. Here, Paris is already in a really bad situation after trying to clear the wood and go for DOS at the same time. He's not liking his life anymore. But right here, DOS is going to throw back Skuma, because Skuma is so close to actually scoring a kill and making the situation better for BDS Academy. But because he doesn't get it, and because SK Prime keep going and this Crystal Arrow goes absolutely wide, this is looking so much better for SK Prime than it was just a minute ago.
And Rel has many things. Damage isn't really one of them. Just a lot of CC. It means that somehow, some way, the brand got to walk away, and all of that early work BDSA had done, we were singing their praises, suddenly get slapped right back in their face. A lot of important gold going over towards this Jhin. Kill involvement for the brand as well. And start to maybe bring this game back to a much more competitive state. Jenax.
Oh, he's playing with fire, but he has Skuma around.
I think it might actually be a lightning. Throws down the exhaust, of course, not running that flash in this matchup. And now Venor forced to flash away from the Strangle Thorns. I just don't think you can run far enough away. The Thorns come on out, and the Spitters will bring down the cannon.
Oh yes, this is such a good angle for Skuma that he found. He hasn't been spotted on any wards whatsoever, and they were just waiting for this lightning strike from Werner to come out. The moment this ultimate is down, they know they can come in.
Now bot lane though, Kadui and Paris in danger, throw down the arrow, but DOS immediately throws down the ultimate, knocks Kadui out from under the turret. Diplex is here! Deadly Flourish brings Neon to a third kill of the game, and he is now well and truly ahead. Rika at least gets one back.
Would you like to repeat your statement about Paris being the best player? Because I'm looking at what DOS is doing with his Alistar, and I am being convinced.
I mean, this is a guy, right, who I know Hysterics on the desk saying, look, may not have had the easiest time in LEC, but we've seen players come down and begin to rebuild themselves as Diplex went looking for a fake sealed and really seals the death of a minion and little else. Rika will body block the fourth shot, and a recall with Rika as a body blocker will allow a reset for the side of Paris, who instead mounts up and decides against it for now.
Yeah, not really needed. Deciding to stay, deciding to see what else to do there. Plus the Ashe is rotating towards the mid lane right now, so somebody needs to be down. The bot lane might as well be Rika, but without the Paris. What is going to be the next move right now? Because there is not much to do on the map. There is still more than a minute before you have to do something on the top lane. On the bot lane, it's dead for a little bit more than 3 minutes. Do you want to be fishing for something on your lanes? Or do you just want to keep farming and looking at the opponent? I feel like it's the latter for now.
And we're still in this issue where, despite the kills back for SK Prime, it's still a solid gold lead right now for BDSA. Yeah. They are the ones who got more of those grubs overall, with the second spawnings coming on through. So they've got that grub breakpoint to get the mites to spawn. They've got first items coming in, and you can see important gold leads in places like where the Zyra is could prove a little bit tricky to manage. We got ourselves a few minutes until the next dragon, so we should have a little moment here before violence truly kicks off, unless, of course, something like that Herald sparks joy and violence before that.
It might as well. And BDS Academy have much better shot right now at going towards the Herald and being aggressive around it. Speaking of being aggressive, what's going on here? Ooh, the damage.
Ow, into that shot glass. We said they were pseudo-poke comp. That's exactly why Zyra and Jace, with their abilities, do some serious work. Arrow, sidestep. Paris went looking there. Only gets a Shadowing Strike onto the Alistar, who, in his onesie, is woken up from bed and is going, why do I have to go to work right now? I was supposed to be asleep. What the hell is this? I better be getting overtime for this.
That is League of Legends, my brother. You don't get any sleep here.
Degenerate hours.
What? That's not what I was trying to say, but okay.
I mean, like, you spend League at like weird hours. That's just generally a rule of gaming.
You play anything at weird hours then.
That's very true.
Oh, that's very true. Oh, that makes me so sad though. Can we not talk about it anymore?
Realization of your own schedule coming to haunt you.
Oh, no. You know, we will need some more sleep.
I could use that. There's been a lot of very cool shows, but I am now quite tired. I am, however, very hyped for this matchup, and that is forcing the tiredness away. BDSA also very hyped for this tier 1 in bot lane. With the first turret of the game, it looks like Rika is going to be donated that. Gratefully so. Now nearly 2,000 gold ahead individually, having gotten all of those plates and turrets and good things involving kills. Puts him in a great spot, and there's those 2 plates going over towards the mid and bot lane of BDSA, respectively.
Yes, and those are really important plates, and the timing for these last plates is very important because if you look at what's happening at the top part of the screen, perfect time to recall and finally get some important items in. I think I saw a glimpse of Scuman getting his Leandris as the first item. Really important point for BDS Academy
you
to
were
find
correct.
the objectives.
Herald, though, started up right now by Rabble and SK Prime, but BDSA here in force to start contesting this. Diplex does have a teleport, but no really good flank ward to teleport to right now, so SK Prime back away from the Herald, not really willing to contest it as it stands.
Really good vision around this Herald from BDS Academy's side. They could go for it if they wanted to because they would know how SK Prime would say something about it if they wanted to, but at the same time the Dragon is spawning very soon and it's gonna be a second wreck for SK Prime, not exactly perfect situation for BDS Academy.
Yeah, it's not like they've gotten to the third Drake point or anything yet. It's not the fastest Dragons. Genax here might, however, be in a slightly dire position. There is 3 members coming towards him, and I know this is Cassante, but do we need to start the copy paster up quite yet? Fate Seal comes on in, still gets a Q3, finds the time, the exhaust comes on down, onto Diplex, goes unstoppable, damage on a dodge, his own ultimate all the while, the Herald goes down, Neon has to flash out, and Genax is still alive. Teleport, navigating to fly, the curtains are called, and finally the raid boss is down, but Neon finds a Magnet Storm waiting for him. Rika throws his regards out from long range. Shock Blast claims his life.
Hey, listen, on paper, the initial plan from SK Prime was not bad at all. Knowing that BDS Academy are gonna go for this Herald totally because they've accumulated so much power there already and so many people, they try to do something on the bot lane, which is an obvious answer. You get a kill on the bot lane, you maybe get a little bit chunk of a turret, and then you rotate towards the Dragon. Problem is that it is Cassante on the bot lane. You can't really kill him quickly enough to make this exchange valid.
I'll get a Dragon afterwards as well. BDSA stopped that win condition from starting up. Still 2,500 gold ahead here at the 15-minute mark. Venor will likely finally claim a turret in response, which will cut that gold lead just a little bit. That's a nice little sound effect laugh there from laugh? Cheer from Solari. We'll get a replay here as Genax bought quite a lot of time.
He could have gotten 2 kills here. He didn't, but he could have. He was really close to it because this is the Kobe pass that you were alluding to. It just takes so long to kill Xante when he goes into the ultimate. Ooh, what's happening in the real time?
Paris looks like he killed Rabble is what happened in real time. Is
a support, by the way.
That's great news. All the while, though, as we saw, Neon had to flash cleanse, DOS had to flash in ult, Diplex got exhausted himself, and they still go 1-for-1 and don't claim the turret. So that is a lot of resources spared to go 1-for-1. And as we saw in the picture-in-picture, another kill going against SK Prime, who, outside of that mid lane skirmish, have struggled to find anything clean. DOS Hex flashing over. Diplex is around, but still half a screen away. Flash away from Rika. Felt like there was still enough there to threaten him, especially with the extended engage range of Ione with his E and his R. So, feels the need to burn the summoner.
Oh, we have the replay of what happened.
Fabulous.
Fabulous.
So that was actually Paris face checking, and somehow, some way, Rabble is still the one that falls because Chase can follow up from quite a long way away.
Both Chase and Zyra, to be fair. Zyra has a pretty nice range with her flowers. Sitting already on the item, that's more than enough damage on the side of BDS.
At its most dangerous.
Sorry, what did you say?
Horticulture.
Horticulture, is that a word?
It's like the art of like growing plants.
Oh, it's like agriculture, but on a smaller scale.
Specifically for like plants rather than like for
Makes
food.
sense, it's a good word.
It's a great word.
Oh, they're doing it again!
They're trying again. This is Cassandra. They brought 4 members this time, but Genax just says, I don't care, I'm going to run away, goes unstoppable briefly. The arrow comes on down, but it's only onto the Alistair, and finally Genax falls. Was running the exhaust and not the flash in a realistic way there to stop that one in time. Mid lane turret has fallen a little while ago, and Kadu will just shove in that wave. Rika gets another wave shoved in the bot lane, and of course 4 members had to go to bring down the Cassante, so quite a lot of resources used, and now a big old chunk will go into this tier 2 in bot lane. Half of its HP bar just disappearing under the weight of autos and mites.
Yes. How many people does it take to kill Xante? Apparently it's at least 4, and it doesn't really make much sense for SK Prime in the end because, as you said, almost losing 2 towers to inner towers on the mid lane and not the bot lane doesn't really count into any good news for SK Prime. They would need to fight for the next dragons because we're talking about the Infernal Soul, really good for either of the teams, really nice scaling damage for anybody who picks it up. But both of them sitting at 1 dragon right now. Next dragons, each of next dragons are going to be super important.
That was I thought that was a steal from the
very close
from the shock blast there, but Rabble was quick enough with the smite, and I was swiftly proven wrong. Venor didn't get to pick up that blue buff while he was around, though, and BDSA beginning to move in force to claim vision in the jungle. Are very good at doing that. There is that one ward just to that bottom left of our screen in the pixel bush,
Oh,
which
that's a good ward,
could
actually,
provide
yes.
a flank opportunity. And the moment we speak about it, here comes the teleports. There's a flash on Cannon. Could look for the engage. Slicing Maelstrom. Rika gets knocked up. The turnaround with the Magnet Storm. A collision of weather fronts. And down goes the Cannon. The curtains are called, but I think it is a tragedy for SK Prime that was on the stage. They lose their Mumba. They pulled the flank, and it led to absolutely nothing.
They have such good ideas, but the ideas are not enough if there is not enough execution behind it. Or rather, if there is Paris behind your ideas. Because this combination of Paris ultimate plus Kuman's ultimate was deadly for SK Prime. You don't really get out of that anymore. And that's more than enough damage to score a kill, or at least make sure that SK Prime are forced to turn away.
That they are. Neon now in danger.
Yeah.
Paris goes crashing on down, looking to read a flash, but Neon, the lights go out again, and Rika's on a killing spree.
Wait, he's 4-1-3 already.
Yup.
This guy is scary. Wait, you were the one talking about Jace on the mid lane. Was it you or was it someone else? Was it one of the Jakes?
Hysterics, I think. No, was it Straight Star? One of the Jakes mentioned it. It might have been
One of the
Hit
Jakes, yes. I was talking about the Jace on the mid lane being the wild card that actually might deliver you some results if really needed. And apparently for BDS Academy, it is that very card.
It's also worth noting that Rika is really enjoying this meta, right? Because for a long time, he was kind of pigeonholed as this AD assassin-only player. Moved it to LEC, played a lot of Victor and not a lot else, moved back down here, and has spent the last couple years really broadening out his champion pool, the way he plays. And the Jace right now really fits into that because he gets to play a control mage AD, so to speak, and flex on what he was always good at, but show he's still got that broader champion pool, and when you give him these kind of advantages, he can be an absolute terror. The Muramana transformation already, the opportunity first item, building towards what will likely be a Cyrilda's. Finally, Venor gets that turret in the bot lane, but 3,000 gold at this point is pretty rough stuff. The Dragon's just spawning. BDSA, alongside SK Prime, are going to be wanting to fight for it. You can just imagine.
Yes, but BDS Academy are so much more ready to fight for it right now. Even though I like this attempt from Venor to find a flanking angle, but BDS Academy, look at the inventories. 2 items across the board. SK Prime still need to get to these on their mid lane, in their jungle, which means nothing actually, because they're the ones taking this dragon.
Yeah, didn't feel comfortable to walk in. It burns down straight away. Second dragon given over, of course. That earlier dragon meant not as easy to get that. The arrow lands on a Diplex, but it's buffered through with the Mortal Steel. DOS forced to ultimate as well as he was hit with some of that CC. Genax now beginning to look forwards. We'll look for some footwork and a bit of a path maker to buy some time as Rabble forced to flash away. Does have that blast cone to work with. BDSA gets some summoners on the retreat out of that dragon from SK Prime, but nothing more than that.
It's the flash out of Rubble, though, which is really important. If BDS Academy want to force something around the Baron right now, not necessarily the Baron itself, but just to force SK Prime to move into this direction, to be threatened, they can use the fact that Rubble doesn't have any flash on him. And they can limit the vision of SK Prime, which they have already done on this part of the map. And that means that the map is right now basically in full control of BDS Academy.
What they are kind of trying to do is walk in as a group, start fighting for these jungle caps. They're doing a lot of that. You can see it in the gold. Who's got all of it? It's Rika and Skumond. That's a very scary position to be in when your AP mid-jungle combo is well and truly ahead of the curve. That Rylai's you were talking about already complete.
Oh, look, actually quite some time ago. Even in the previous fights or attempts of the fight. Yeah, we already saw Skumond sitting on this relays, which means if anybody on SK Prime yet again get caught, pretty much no way out for them anymore, except for Diplex. Diplex most likely will be fine.
Yeah, but if he has to burn things like his flash or his ult to get out, then he's not using it to use it in a fight, which is always a bit sad. Similarly to things like the Malphite, I feel like you have to ult out on Malphite.
Yes.
You feel kind of sad.
You have one job, and if you use the tools for this job to not do this job, but to get away and stay alive, this is very depressing.
Very much can be. Over we go towards this Baron pit. BDSA at this point, remember, Zyra at 20 minutes with 2 items could definitely solo a Baron.
Oh, sure.
So they need to be very aware that BDSA have the capability to do it. And SK Prime, very nervous about phase checking. They're on vision right now. DOS walking over that wall behind them.
And they should be very worried and very scared right now. That is the whole point of BDS Academy. They are still keeping their Xanthi on the bot lane, hoping that maybe SK Prime will move there.
Ooh, lands onto Rabble. No, it goes wide. But the grasping roots do not. Stranglethorns comes on down. And the brand is again snuffed out. Neon will summon the curtain calls, but again, it's doing A lot at this point in the game. They all stack up to prevent the bullets from hitting home on a low health member, and a pick onto the jungler puts SK Prime in a dangerous position. All the while, Kadui and Jenax look to shovel forward. A teleport's coming behind onto Kadui. That will be the cannon, looking to jump onto the Ash. Cleanse and flash away, but she's put down. Melted out by the cannon flank. Venor now in a dangerous position as the acceleration gate comes on down for Noble. Get out to safety. Diplex in danger, though, as Skumon is here getting the slows. Will unbind his soul as Diplex just about surviving for now. Shot glass come on down again, and it is in the end a 1-for-1. As Kadui ended up caught out just a little bit there. Neon, though, has somehow ended up by the enemy Krugs, and Paris is running him down.
Run, brother, just keep running. With those little things
How
from the
did you
infernal
get there?
soul, he can run away from them.
Skumon's coming on over.
yeah,
he's
no,
going to get
sorry, that's
dragged.
over.
Alas, there is no
Alas.
execution for you.
No, sorry. Not with a slow from Zyra. Maybe.
They're buying so much. That's just not bad damage back.
Yeah.
Jin with an Infinity Edge can certainly chunk out a very squishy Zyra, but that now means 40 seconds without your AD carry. They feel like they could try a Baron again.
They could actually go for this Baron, because Rabble is alive, but remember, he still doesn't have his flash, and he's not gonna have this flash for quite some time from now on. And again, BDSA don't really need to go for the Baron specifically, but they need to keep threatening SK Prime to rotate their resources on the top side of the map and to keep their vision alive. But forget that, they're actually going for the Baron. I love the audacity. They should be doing that.
They absolutely will be. Baron starts to go on down. Rabble has no flash, does have a blast cone though. Lord of CC to stop him from getting on in. Paris immediately jumps over the wall, saying, "You cannot enter, you shall not pass." And Gandalf he may be, but he's gone from the grey screen. And see whether he can come up as Gandalf, Paris the white, in a few moments' time.
No, it's very sad that Paris could not have jumped out of the red buff pit, but it doesn't matter. He was the sacrificial lamb for BDS Academy, and his sacrifice was well worth it.
It earns him the larger prize. And look, Brand is a giant flaming like monster like the Balrog, so it all works within my analogy of like Gandalf the grey screen. So it was all brilliant.
You know what, you're gonna hate me after that, but I haven't watched any Lord of the
Shocking.
Rings. I know.
Do you want to break down this replay while I feel
want to break
disappointed?
down this replay. Oh, that is a replay from a long time
Oh, it
ago,
is.
actually, in the jungle. When they caught out the enemy jungle, got him dead, and now it's another fight. Look at that.
Oh boy, as we've got curtain call sounds going on absolutely everywhere. Big pick initially onto Rabble, who's really been struggling this game. Kadui gets a double, staying alive for now as the Soul and Bound damage will not get him too low. Deadly Flourish just wide. Diplex will Q3 over the wall with that Mortal Steel. Jenax will step on forces. Would be soul point for SK Prime if they can claim it, but they've lost their jungler, they've lost their support. There's just no realistic way of sticking around to contest.
The problem, one of the many problems, to be fair, for SK Prime right now is that they haven't managed to put this Xante behind. He's a little bit behind compared to Venor, but this doesn't really matter on the grand scale of things because he managed to get his 2-item point very quickly. And these 2 items that are in his inventory right now means that pretty much no damage from SK Prime can do anything to him. And that's why he's sticking so close to Kirui in this previous fight, making sure that he's the one to absorb the damage. He's the one to keep their AD carry alive. And as long as Kirui is alive, the damage is there for BDSA.
There's Rika though, now gets back towards his tier 2. They chunked out earlier, mid lane tier 2, also similarly pretty damn low, so shouldn't last too much longer here in the game, especially with the Baron to it. 7,000 gold, close enough is the lead for BDSA, who, outside of a blip here or there, have felt like the pretty predominantly better team here. SK Prime really struggling to make aggressive moves of their own.
Yeah, but something important just happened for SK Prime. There is Zhonya's just completed for Venur. Now this changes completely how they can approach those flanks. Because you saw before, Venur was actually constantly fishing for those opportunities to flash or to go into the backline of the enemy. Couldn't really find anything, couldn't really survive in those. With this Zhonya's, things might look different.
Gets jumped on, the Deadly Flourish after, but Dog's taken so low! Gets burned out of the Stranglethorns, bringing it on up! Rabble hit with an arrow as a bonus prize. And SK Prime went looking, but all they found was a big fish too big to reel in.
No, they keep looking, but they can't really find anything. And honestly, how can they keep looking when they don't really see anything around them? If you look at the minimap right now, their vision is extremely limited. And again, that's something that has been highlighted by our desk. The BDS Academy are really good at their word game.
Look, all I'm saying is, it's like playing Lucky Dip, but you put your hand in and you pull out a piranha. Like, it's not an entertaining time at that point. It's not all good prizes. Some of the prizes are just death or a lost hand.
Oh yeah, that's quite a sad game.
It is.
Yeah.
That's what SK Prime have to deal with right now.
Yeah, so they keep fishing, hoping to catch a bigger fish like Kedui or Skirmont, but in the end it's DOS dead again and again. Just so sad.
Again, and I appreciate the fact he's been showing that initiative. He's been trying to make things happen. He's had some pretty clutch plays. The problem is they've kind of been from a position where the plays are lower percentage just because of the way the game state has started to be for the last 10 minutes or so. The base now being broken into. They're not desperately trying to clear the wave in the face of BDSA. Skewmond and Rika just sitting between both squads of their teammates, throwing out poke from behind the base gates, making SK Prime really struggle to stand up and defend these turrets. Arrow comes on through, Diplex is hit, gets pulled back with a Q3! Adolfo strikes and you're out! He's gone down for the count, 50 seconds before he respawns, and that'll mean the inhibitor is BDSA for the taking.
This inhibitor and the top lane inhibitor as well. They have the wave coming in, they have Kirui on the clearing duty. That means this turret. Oh, they don't even need the minions. They have Xante. I forgot about Xante. They take down this turret. They tag down this inhibitor. If they don't kill anybody, they go away. They're happy. If they kill somebody, they've finished the game right now.
There's a ward behind them. BDSA know it's there, but they've got 20 odd seconds till Tiplex is there, so it'll be a 4v5 if they try to look for it. So I think SK Prime really want to wait until Diplex is available to make that happen. All the while, you can see BDSA beginning to retreat away, but Boss now looking for a flank. 8 seconds on Diplex. This might be the last look, but Paris finds the engage before the Yone respawns. Down for the count of 2 more members of BDSA. Make game 1 look damn easy. It is gorgeous snowball from minute 1.
We come into game number 1. We take game number 1 by brute force. And then we continue on to the furthest game. Oh no, we'll have to see. But for the game number 1, BDS Academy have done a tremendous job.
The last remaining team from the Prime League suffer a brutal defeat here in the first game at BDSA. They are the tournament favorites. They are playing like it right here. It is fantastic stuff. It's a best of 5, but right now, they are very much looking like the favorites.
It feels like a best of 3 at this point. It feels like we have the potential of having 3 games again today, which is something I'm really sad about. But at the same time, if the games are going to look as good as this one, I'm happy.
It was very, very cool. With the exception, of course, of that mid lane skirmish where DOS found those cool plays. It felt like BDSA were the ones making the aggressive plays, were making the better moves around the map, were the ones getting that gold lead. And SK Prime, for all they tried to pull the occasional flank with the cannon, I don't remember like any one of them truly succeeding.
First of all, almost all the time when they were pulling out or trying to pull out those flanks, they were so behind already. And second of all, they were so spread across the map and couldn't see enough of what was happening. It was just an unfortunate situation from so early on for SK Prime.
Well, that'll be enough from us. I'm going to throw to the desk, which I've now dubbed Jake Jonah Archeron, who will be asking for pictures of Spider-Man and breaking down this game.
You already tried to rob the desk. Now you're throwing the desk. Come on, guys.
I don't think he's allowed to name it either. I think you are in charge. You are the macho man, so you can do whatever you want.
Welcome back. And BDSA takes down Prime's last representative on this first game. Obviously, this is a best of 5. Let's talk about the draft itself and understand, was this game changing? Because I know you really like the Jhin, but you were in the green room saying, this Jhin actually...
He liked
Hold
Jhin.
on. I like Jhin as a champion.
But
I didn't like Jhin in this bit.
by the way.
Yeah, I feel like BDS did Johnny Holiday proud there, so I decided to put the t-shirt on. Also, this stinks. It really smells. It's horrible. Fresh out the packet, just stinks of chemicals. Come give me a whiff.
Are you gonna...
It smells like salt and vinegar.
It does.
Right?
Like salt and vinegar chips.
It's all chips, but like the most chemically version of salt and
Like,
vinegar.
it's not even new shirt smell. It's like someone's rubbed a packet of chips in there. Where did you get it from?
I'm not at liberty to
Johnny
say.
Holiday.
Well, talking about that, BDSA with an outstanding early game as well. SK Prime were searching for something, but was that good?
So, all right, I'm just going to rewind it to your previous point. I like the Jhin. I don't like the Jhin in this game. I think they were lacking a lot of engage. And you then pick. You saw the Ashe pick. Ashe counters Jhin. That is a known fact, and you pick Jhin into it. You then pick Alistair as your final pick for that lane into the Rel, which you knew. You knew you were then picking a lane that was just going to hard lose. And I will say, BDS. At these points in the game, there were a couple of times where they actually did have a couple of misplays and mistakes, but ultimately I think they just lost through bot, really.
I mean, they lost through bot in the early game, and then you're right, like that lead hurt them a lot. But I think the biggest thing here was like, mid was a pretty good lane at first. So I was pretty happy with how Diplex was going and how he's positioning for the fights. But then they started really hard overcommitting for these side lanes where Gen X as the Cassante not only buys time, But like afterwards, they're so battered down and it's taken so long that their position on the map is compromised and they're losing so much in the other side lanes. You've got an Ashe that's fed that's whamming down turrets and creating so much map pressure, and then a Jace in the side that is ultimately just getting more fed because he's got time to himself. And this happened a couple of times, and it really hurt the state of the mid game where then we get into some of these bigger fights, and not only is that gold disadvantage hurting them, but then some of the TPs from Vanilla and some of the ultis, like
Just didn't
it's either
work,
a
right?
one-man, or it doesn't work at all, right? And that was a big part of this composition where these TP plays had to set them up for these awesome ulti flanks that
I love
would give them
saying
an advantage.
I love saying they won through bot lane and then seeing this damage chart.
But you are right. Like Ashe Rel's a great
Yes.
2v2, but you are right that they won through bot and it set up the Zyra as well.
Yes.
And I know both are quick clearers, but like if any one of these AP junglers on our screen snowballs early, then it's a very easy
out of
way
the
to snowball
question,
in the
isn't it?
game. Yeah.
As soon as you get that damage in, you are not able to stop what's coming in from BDSA. And we talked about this. This is a team that really likes to take control of the map and the vision.
Yep.
Kennen never had a proper ward to teleport behind and be like, hey, that's me. It was never him.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem, right?
Yeah.
Again, this is how I feel like the comp operates, where you're relying on TP flanks from Kennen, you're relying on side laning as well, and that's what they tried to open up with, the 3-mans on Gen X multiple times.
Yeah.
But I feel like at that point you're like, well, like what are we really achieving? You know what I mean? And the rest of the map's burning in the meantime. So I think it's just decision making that really hurt, and another composition that again needs minor tweaks with maybe some of their carries. Like Jhin is a great place to
Hey,
start.
let's talk about that. Let's throw this one out the window and no, not the disc, just the game
Okay,
itself.
you and the
And look
disc.
into the second one. What can we expect from Champion Select? Because I'm going to give you the information. SK Prime picked red side again.
Really?
I don't
Okay.
know, because this looks like Dark Passage yesterday. We're not leaving the red side, and they're going to do the same thing. So
No Jhin.
what can we expect?
No Jhin.
No
I think
Jhin.
Ezreal is a solid pick here if you wanted to just pick something, but you could then play safe. And then it also enables your support to move around and make plays through mid or pair up with the jungler.
Yep.
I think you do have to look at the Ashe. The Ashe was a problem. And I know both these teams actually do play Ashe. So do you leave it open? Do you ban it? I mean, if you're red side, I feel like Ashe is a really solid first pick. So I think you have to look at the banning of that. I feel like, honestly, from a gameplay perspective, there were some tweaks that needed to kind of happen. But ultimately, the draft, I believe, was a bigger issue for SK Prime in this game than their gameplay. I think the draft didn't really enable them to play how they wanted to play.
I mean, limited windows, I agree with that completely, where, that was coming out of pick ban, where like, it was mitigated with the Kennen R5, which was good. But the problem was like, well, how they set up their bot lane. So I think the thing that needs to change is Ashe either banned. Actually, no, Ashe is banned on red side. 100% needs to be banned on red side.
Yeah.
And then we got Ezreal Misfortune bans on blue side before. I can't remember the third ban. But for me, it's like, well, what are we stacking up? I think Rel priority is way too low for this team. I think either you get Rel or Leona if it's up and available on early rotation red side as well. And you take best AD carry that's available as long as that Ashe is banned, because you're just going to be a handshake deal,
If
right?
there's a lot of priority on AD carries, you need to either pick the Rel or the Leona and not allow it to go to
There
the
should be,
second phase
because,
of bans.
because engage is so important. I
Yeah.
mean, we're talking about double, triple AD carry meta. I mean, that was a very tame AD carry game, right? But like, we're talking about a meta where we either have immobile or very squishy AD carries. Engage is so important. And that's why Rel is top tier right now.
Yeah.
Rel, Leona. And I would get a more solid engage tool early on and save maybe a counter picks or later picks for mid. The Yone early, maybe not as big a priority. I don't know what his champ pool is, but maybe not as big.
I was actually about to praise BDS on the whole mid situation, because the Yone was picked by SK Prime,
Yep.
and they thought banning the Pantheon was the answer, because
Yeah.
this was like a pocket pick. I don't think they were ready for the Jace. I
Yeah.
feel like, because it's been a while since we've seen Jace go into the mid lane, I just think they kind of forgot that this Jace was an AD mid that they could put in the mid lane and actually handle the Yone lane. So I feel like, we have kind of taken a few shots at SK Prime for that draft, but I do really want to praise BDS. They recognized the power of Ashe, picked that up immediately. This Jace counter pick in the mid lane was really, really nice. I think overall, I'm just a big fan of it.
And just to quickly round it out as well, remember as well, their adaptation was to take away the Cassante top.
Yes.
Because the bans were alluring to like, they want to R4 Cassante for sure. And they're like, but then we don't have engaged support. What are we going to lose, right? Or, I mean, again, support was already there. They wanted to save it for counter pick. but it's like Cassante get picked up, and for Venura, I feel like that would have been a good option.
That's the first one for BDSA. Can SK Prime bring it back for them? Prime League, let's hope. They're the ones defending the region and actually defending the title from Spring Split.
Oh.
Until we see it, let's toss it to a break, and I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Handsome man.
Oh.
This John O'Day.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might
Plotting on me, target on my head, oh, they thought I would find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah?
Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. You say the game, you get forfeit. We back your trophies, better not get coffee. Starving, I hope the team was dinner, now they garbage. We mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, just a garden. We novice, operations down in my apartment. They block it, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out this shade, they catch these problems. You can keep the rings with you want the crowd. You can keep the rings with you want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run.
on production is throwing me for a loop before we come in by making me laugh. How
I'm
dare
not
you do
gonna
that?
say what happened.
It was beautiful.
very personal
It was
between
like-
them, but I could
I had a
hear
beautiful
everything,
moment.
so I'm traumatized.
I think SK Prime might be a little bit traumatized
Oh, a
after that
little bit,
last
yeah.
game because let's be real, mid-jungle damage diff that time. The Jason, the Zyra popping off. You heard the Des shouting about bot lane domination on top of it all. And BDSA came in as tournament favorites. They are playing like tournament favorites. And Prime League right now are sweating a little bit because all of their former players are popping off against him.
It's personal from both sides of the scoreboard, imagine that. But yes, SK Prime should be really worried right now. And I wonder if it's going to be reflected in the draft right now. Because they have some players who can cook, but will they actually?
I agree. In some ways, I want to see a little bit more out of people like Rabble, who really got shut down on the brand, never got to have control of his jungle from minute one. We saw the Raptor invade on first clear. That kind of thing is very difficult. I think BDSA over on the blue side, again, understandably banning away the Rumble. For those who don't know or haven't been following, Rabble in particular is a Rumble jungle player.
Oh, Rumble jungle.
So you do have to keep that in mind that Venor plays it. So does Rabble. Just need to be aware. The Maokai ban as well, something that Rabble does enjoy, and he's often been a key part of that team's success.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty similar. That's a triple AD carry ban, though. That Ashe was annoying. You heard Jake say, I need that gone, and both Jakes talked about it, so I can use the name interchangeably. But it will now just be that Rel first pick.
Rel was also a very big problem. I feel like the whole bot lane of BDS Academy was a very big problem for SK Prime, and that is the matchup that we have been highlighting before the games even started. And that's where our focus still needs to be in this upcoming game and even in this draft, which makes me wonder if Neon is going to go maybe for something interesting this time, because this guy has some interesting picks in his pockets, including, for example, a Kalista. If SK Prime want to try to dominate this bot lane, this might be the direction they will take.
And he's obviously been a very prominent AD carry in the Prime League, which has got a number of very excellent ones. Shout out to people like Funky, of course, who really popped off finals in spring. But we see what he wants to go towards. We know he's pulled out things like the Jinx. We know he can do that option. Maybe something like the Misfortune that's normally been Kadui's side of the thing. And of course, I look down and I'm seeing the Misfortune ban, so I take it away. It's getting a little bit limited, but they lock in the Zyra themselves. They've locked in the Alistar as well. So a couple of those key components that they enjoy. DOS had a very good Alistar game in terms of some of the playmaking. Ended up dying for the team sins a little later on into the game. But I appreciate trying to say, look, we didn't enjoy the brand side of the matchup. We'll take the Zyra this time around.
Which is interesting because Rabble is actually a very big brand player, much bigger than the Zyra player, but it is still respectable. Zyra was a very big pain in all the different parts of their body in this previous game, and I really appreciate the Alistar pick. Maybe not so much this Jhin pick. I'm gonna be with one of the Jakes here. I'm not sure how much I like Jhin just yet, and in the current state of things, especially as a blind on the bot lane.
It's something that Kadui still plays, and it's very obnoxious with the Zyra, because Zyra with Ryalize makes Jin's W an immediate route. So that's very easy to set up. So between the plants and that, your zone control with the Jhin Zyra is very, very obnoxious. Brand can do that too with the Ryalize, but it's a little bit more all or nothing. You don't just get to wait for your moment. So we'll see how that goes. Diplex, they're back towards the Yone himself. I wonder whether we see the Jace ban here, because I didn't feel like Diplex managed that mid lane matchup particularly well.
No, it's not a good matchup in general, but can you really ban against Rieger? I feel like this guy's champion pool is absolutely unlimited. Yes.
Imagine saying that a few years ago, that Rika's champion pool is too wide to manage. He was notorious.
Wild times we live in.
Oh, right. I mean, like, this is the guy who was notorious for playing one archetype of champions and very little else.
Oh, you were right. Look at that. Jace is banned out.
There you go. Didn't want to manage that one. So they've taken the Zyra, they've banned the Jace. Already good adaptations here from SK Prime. I appreciate what they are doing. They might look for another Rika ban here. On the other side, getting rid of that Twisted Fate, aware that Venor is a bit of a player of some of those more aggressive options. Might be suggesting that Gen X is looking for another Cassante angle here.
Quite likely. Cassante definitely was not a problem on the side of BDS Academy, and Gen X knows how to play this guy, so no surprise here.
Last ban starting to come on through. See what SK Prime decide to go towards. They're aware that it is solo laners available, and they decide, look, the Renekton is annoying enough. We don't want Gen X to deal with it. It's something he has put many, many games into across his career, across multiple levels of play.
Most played champion, actually, by the time.
Go, what a surprise. And now we'll see what the response is here from BDSA. Whether it'll be another top lane ban or whether they're feeling like they can get rid of something like the Zeri, of course, Neon.
That's a good thing to get rid of, yes.
A lot of time into that.
He plays her quite a lot. If that's going to be a small, that's going to be interesting. Yes, it's a good pick for Neon. It's a good pick versus BDS Academy, because there are at least 2 people on the side of BDS Academy who could have pulled out this Smolder, including the mid lane.
And it is worth noting, of course, that Smolder is a champion that we saw again more recently, because you play into Aurora, who's currently banned, right? There's a global issue, so no one's allowed to play her right now, which is partly why we've not been seeing her at all.
Otherwise, we would have seen her already.
I guarantee it. But it does mean that what used to be like, well, we draft Smolder to play it in a lane against the Aurora, free scaling, right? Means you're having to play it more likely towards that bot lane unless Venor is feeling really spicy. Instead, BDSA go, cool, we'll draft a Corki, we'll match that scaling, double AD carry. And I've obviously voice acted for this champion. I know it very in depth, so I would love to see that Aatrox, but they're moving away from what would have been a beautiful rendition of my own sound effects, but instead they go back towards that Cassante that was tried and true last game.
Back to basics. If it works, don't change it, don't fix it, because there is nothing to fix on this top lane. But I wonder what the answer is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Venor is crazy enough to take this Smolder into his own hands.
I'm saying
we
he's
have
that guy.
seen more Smolder on the top lane in the recent days.
So I was saying, it's like, it has often been into things like the Aurora, but I wonder whether Cassante would be a solid enough matchup anyway, because it feels like you should.
3-6 Smolder is feeling very nice after 6 Smolder is dead.
Yeah. Ghost gets annoying. But they'll lock in the Gnar, that's a standard matchup. They'll take the Smolder down towards the bot lane. SK Prime, they are going to want to get Neon as that late game win condition, but they've got the Yone and the Zyra for a lot of mid-game power there themselves. Inside BDSA, looking like they've got themselves a good team fight and pick comp there. The Rel and the Jhin setting up for the rest of the team to blow them up.
This is going to be a hard game for SK Prime, because the objective here is not to fall behind early, to be as stable as possible in the mid and then win in the late game. And in order to do that, you need to not die at any single point on any single lane, which is going to be hard, especially looking at the bot lane where Kidui plus Faris plus if Skumon decides to gank them. This is an insane kill threat that they have.
Yeah, at least with the I was going to say Cassante, the Gnar into the Cassante rather. You feel like you've got an opportunity to at least get a lane that should have shove early, unless it's misplayed. It means the Zyra can path towards it, have a free opportunity to get the clear down. And I think if you can get towards mid game, you're feeling okay, because if it does get towards late game, for all the nerfs came on through all those patches ago, Smolder is still very scary in the late game. And I don't think, despite the Corki, you'll be able to quite match that level of damage if it does get towards those kind of later game stack numbers.
If it does get to those max stacks, no, nobody's going to match Smolder on the side of BDS Academy. That's why for BDS Academy, the idea is quite simple. You go all in from as early as possible. You try to gank as the brand as much as possible. You try to look for those skirmishes and those fights and win through them, as they pretty much did in the previous game.
So I think for SK Prime, you've got a Gnar, you've got a Yone, both great side laners. You have the Zyra and the Alistar roam towards them, and you try to give them some priority and some pressure to get you some advantage in mid-game. And then when it comes to team fights later in the game, well, you've got Smolder, which feels pretty good to work with. But that is all well and good. They've got to get to that point first, because it felt like one of the big issues in the last game was the fact that early game, they just lost most of the early plays. They came back into it after a magnificent skirmish in mid-game, but that felt more like magic than planning.
Yes, it was. A little bit of luck was definitely involved in that, and a little bit of very smooth movements from DOS. But that combination needs to happen again for them, if they want to get out of a fortunate situation, which the better option would be to not get into it in the first place, to play as defensively as possible.
Yeah, and again, reminder of what's on the line here. This is Prime League's last representative.
Yeah.
This is one of 5 representatives of the LFL, and they're looking to make sure it is every single one that makes it towards those quarterfinals. They want to make sure that Prime League, region that won in spring, is left bereft of representatives, delivered by the hands of some of their former players, as we've been noting. Wouldn't that sting just that little bit more? And level 1 is being thought about here by BDSA. DOS and Neon, no idea that BDSA are coming on down, and the observer's already toggling that vision. Ward in that middle bush will spot out BDSA looking on forward. Paris gonna be allowed to clear that ward out.
Which means nobody still knows that Rika is around here, but they're not gonna use it. The momentum has been lost. It's time for Rika to go back to the mid lane and get ready for the minions to come in. Would have been nice, but that was a really good ward from SK Prime.
Yeah, it was indeed, and it was just making sure they had some of that bush control. We see a lot of teams do that, particularly in lanes where you want to be playing the level 1 in a particular way. Those early wards, those early positions from laners can be a little bit difficult to mitigate. Skumon and Zyra starting on the same side of the map, pathing towards the bot lane.
Which is interesting, and which is exactly in par with the plan for BDS Academy, right? They want to have Skumon coming to the bot lane as early as possible, using the leash from Paris, trying to get those kills again, ideally on Kidui, securing the first blood, as we saw in the first game, would be the ideal scenario, getting Kidui these items as quickly as possible.
Of course, as you called out, last game, we saw a lot of early chunks into a shove off the turret, and Skumon on that Zyra dove between turrets to secure first blood with the team, and Rabble, having already burned a lot of HP early on at the Raptors, was in a very difficult position. This time around, there was on the Zyra, on the slightly faster clearer. should be able to match that a bit more freely. Will be a known quantity, of course, because there was the ward put down by the Raptors. Still don't know what's happening. That Raptor doesn't quite reset. Well timed by Rabble.
No, it's not gonna leave. There is gonna be a full set of chicken nuggets for Rebel this time.
Delicious.
I know, right? Which one of the Jakes had chicken nuggets today?
It was
But he
hip brain.
didn't share.
No, he
Yeah.
didn't. That's what you want to bring up, is like he didn't share the chicken nuggets with you. You could have just got your own chicken nuggets.
No, that's not as interesting. What is interesting, though? Let me bring you back to it on this one. Okay, what is interesting, first of all, we have a little nice graphic for the Smolder to be able to track his stacks.
Yep.
And speaking of Smolder, I love what Escape Prime are doing so far, staying as safe as possible, making sure that Paris is not able to pull out any suspicious moves onto Neon, making sure that there is no gang threat from Skimon early on.
Well, there is that clear done by the Zyra. Can look to come towards that bot lane, but the ward already down there in that Tri-Brush will make sure that Zyra is known about by BDSA's bot lane. They're being just that little bit careful. The ward, I think, was just tagged by that vision plant. I thought they'd missed it for a second, but no. Brand now here as well. This could all turn into a big old skirmish in bot lane. Paris, flash shattering strike into the crash. I'm going to flash on out, but the Zyra means that on the other side, Kadui is left in danger. Flashes away, but the trample is there! And Alistair comes careening forward to allow Neon first blood.
Okay, another first buff for the AD carry. I love it for SK Prime though, because that's getting more opportunities for Neon. That's giving more money to Neon. And the fact that they managed to separate BDS Academy into two separate groups, especially thanks to DOS, making sure that Neon was able to pretty much free fly because Kirui was in a very unfortunate spot. Look here, Rabble is getting really far away, but then Paris and Skimon are still at the river while Kirui is left completely alone and nobody is able to help him.
Rabble's flash then means he avoids the deadly flourish, he avoids the crash down, and it put Kadui in a very dangerous spot, as you noted. They really went looking for that, and Kadui now down both of his summoners. That's a pretty ugly early look, and the bot lane much better right now for SK Prime than it was the last game, where they were already being dived between two turrets.
That means they can go a little bit more aggressive this time, but still taking so much damage from Kirui in the meantime.
A chunk back, Kadui about to have that full shot available. Will likely use it on that ranged minion and says you enjoy my number 4.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd enjoyed it, to be fair. But SK Prime now need to turn down their aggression on the bot lane a little bit. And it's not even Kadui that they're really scared about. They are scared of Paris. Because this guy, if Rel decides to jump in, that's going to be a lot of trouble for SK Prime's bot lane. They have pretty much all of their summoners except for the Ignite for DOS right now. They really want to make sure that this splash on Neon stays on him for as long as possible.
I'm a little bit aware as well that the barrier can be a little bit risky into Rel, because their Q, if I remember correctly, still breaks shields.
Yes, it does.
So, you know, you obviously run the barrier, but if you end up playing it right as Paris, you can theoretically remove that barrier the moment it's pressed. Yes. You can make Neon's life quite tricky here, assuming it's done well, of course. Still in an okay position, did get to back, got that early BF sword, gets to claim this wave at turret, so is in a very happy position here as the Smolder so far, who wants to be playing for a couple hundred more stacks yet, really.
Yeah. He's here for a long game, to be honest. These stacks are getting in very slowly, but surely, gotta say so. He's a little bit behind in terms of the farm right now, again, because SK Prime had to play so defensive from early on and would still need to stick to this strategy for some time from now. But look at that. That is the first Drake, and that's Rebel already taking it.
Plans come on down. Of course, Zyra notoriously good at dealing with the neutral objectives. It's not the Hex Take Dragon, which kills your plant super early, and that's really annoying for Zyra. So the Infernal Dragon goes down nice and swiftly here. Certainly pre-grub spawn, which feels very good. 5 seconds before they come up, and I wonder whether Rabble can look to contest for those as well, but already you can see on the minimap, Skewmond is there and ready to start those up, knowing that the Zyra was on the other side of the map, so no ability to get both sets of objectives. And Brand does what Brand does, which is pass that passive across those grubs very easily. DOS now making sure Kadui's in a dangerous spot. Will headbutt into the wall, into the Pulverize, into the Stranglethorns, and Neon is donated a second kill. How different does game 2 look already?
It looks like SK Prime really did look at their first game and said, hey, we made a couple of mistakes, but we're gonna learn from them very quickly. Because what happened right now was that SK Prime knew they couldn't contest the grabs. They didn't have any pry on the top lane, and Jerex had just used his teleport. They didn't have any pry on the mid lane either. So what they do, they rotate the bot lane to look for something there, and this time it's not Xante who's sitting under this turret. This time it is actually an opportunity to secure some more kills.
Okay, Skewmond's gonna try and steal away this red buff, but Rabble already with that reset could theoretically come and steal it, but Skewmond times it well enough to escape, is now on his own vision. It's not the enemy vision, so gets away. Diplex was looking to rotate over, but Skewmond gets away with it. Of course, him being top side on those grubs left the bot lane in a tricky position, but no teleports and a real way to come and contest. And the dive came on through. BDSA have been getting some things on the cross map, but it feels like SK Prime for once are the ones making the proactive plays, are the ones getting those early advantages onto some key members, namely that Smolder.
Yes, they have a little bit more gold right now, just team-wise, especially, of course, the majority of this gold is coming from the bot lane, where Neon has been feeling rather nice. 2-0-0 is this dragon already slowly but steadily moving towards his first item.
What's the break point for rather nice compared to, like, really nice?
That's a good question. Let me think about it. Right now, it's rather nice because it's not too big of a lead. It's not really something that is starting to snowball crazily. It's not like a Kalista 2-0 lead.
Okay,
you know?
I'm kind of there with you. I see what you mean. But 1,000 gold lead is rather nice. Okay,
Yes.
as defined
It's not game-breaking.
by Solari on stream right here.
Please don't call.
I know, mate. I'm clipping this. It's going straight on the soundboard.
Oh no, I'm doomed.
As you should be.
What?
She's like, where did this come from? You thought I was your friend? No, I'm here to watch you
I
suffer.
never thought that.
Why? behind the smiles, just general hatred here between the two.
We're just colleagues.
It's so not true.
I know, I'm sorry. Anyway, back to business, brother.
The business of violence, much better, as
Yes.
everyone's bot lane again the last time the skirmish occurred. It was SK Prime that came out on top, but both junglers have got the level 6s available. In fact, everybody's got their level 6s available, with the exception of DOS.
That is important, though. That could have been an advantage for BDS Academy if they wanted to use it, but decided not to over-risk anything.
Everyone was just hanging around. No one felt willing to pull the trigger, thinking there might be a little bit of a risk in doing so. And they'd be right, because their opposite numbers were around and about, even if they weren't all on vision. Have a quick look in at top side, and the Nara's doing the Nara with things, which is get the shove in early, get that early plate against the Cassante, who realistically only has a window to punish when Nara turns towards that mini at the end of the Mega, and Venor at this point not giving away any opportunities for Genax to look for that all in.
No, he's playing very carefully, and even though he's shoving in constantly, he is making sure that when this time comes, when he is going to transform from the Mega Gna into Small Gna, he has the minions to hop away from Genax should he try to pull out any funny business. Ouch, DOS, that hurts!
Interrupts Kadui's back, but prevents anything more as Diplex goes unbinding his soul and throws out a Spirit Cleave afterwards, but Rico will Valkyrie away, which is a little ironic considering that's supposed to be the, you know, winged goddesses of war type thing. Freya's handservants. I forget the Norse mythology, I apologize.
Why do you have
like
a problem with that?
I don't. I'm just saying he's running away rather than into battle. That feels kind of like antithetical to the
Yeah.
whole warrior spirit thing.
Ooh, some more stacks for Neon for free. Thank you very much, says the little smaller. 73 stacks already. Okay, we are slowly getting there. He's on the first item as well. It ain't much, but he is getting somewhere.
Got the Essence Reaver, so he'll be able to spam out more and more of those abilities. Not too worried about the mana. Shojin as well, been a very common build on the Smolder, pretty much his entire existence as a champion. Venor claiming a plate topside, and SK Prime, much more chill early game, got themselves that early lead, are feeling pretty happy right now. Rabble gets towards the second spawn of grubs. You can see that there is a ward behind them, but I don't think BDSA are feeling all that willing to fight right now.
No, they don't really see the full picture. They don't really want to over-risk on the grabs right now. They already have the 3. They know it's not going to be full stack for SK Prime. No need to over-risk for something that might not be worth it, but now, fighting with them, that's another story.
Steps on forwards, here comes the curtain call, Magnus Storm afterwards, but already the Super Scorcher Breath alongside Nachu onto Gadu puts him in dangerous position as Paris brought down for plant food by the side of Diplex and Rabble. Kadui barrier and gets out from the Breath of Mother, thanks to Neon, and SK Prime find another pick, and BDSA in the Eds did start fighting, but after the grubs had already gone down, sort of, and at this point, a little bit over-eager to look for anything.
I was very over-eager, especially with the dragon spawning pretty much at that very time on the bot part of the map. Could have been an opportunity for BDS Academy to try to rotate towards the bot and fish for something there. The first dragon would have been very nice to stop the stacking from SK Prime. They already have 1 dragon. It's not like they need many more. Well, they have 2 dragons, actually, counting Smolder. And his mama. That's 3.
That's 3. They've got a lot of dragons. I don't think all of them count towards the soul. It's like, otherwise Shyvana at plus Smolder would probably be cheating, because you get 1 dragon and then soul, which I feel would perhaps unbalance the game of League of Legends.
Just a little bit.
Maybe rather let it freak, see what you can do. Just say, for lore reasons, this
no,
needs to
please
happen.
don't give him these ideas. No, that's... That's a bad idea.
Somewhere out there, Freak is waking up in America going, someone has summoned me to do something to the League of Legends balance. And it will be Solari's fault. That's it.
Oh, yes, right. It's going to be my fault.
course
All
it
of
is.
that is going to be my fault, guys. Don't worry. You got the victim already. You can blame me all you want. I'm fine.
I certainly am.
I know.
Just did it on
I
cast.
know. I've been dealing with you and
This
that
is so true.
stuff for so long already. I'm getting tired of it.
Very reasonable. I'm a bit of a menace. But here we go.
A
Neon.
bit.
Oh, pow, thank you. All right, well, this is what happens when nothing much is happening on screen. We start just throwing shade at each other. Apparently it's Genax, but works towards a minion, looks for a bit of a slap with the Iceborne Gauntlet, but Venor near Mega Arm isn't really a viable target to all in. Zyra picks up a second dragon. SK Prime with 3 grubs and 2 dragons are feeling very good, especially considering, generally speaking, you try to stack dragons into Smolder to force the Soul win condition. I think BDSA, despite the gold lead being not that huge, are in an increasingly difficult position.
It's not a big gold lead, but the problem is it's slowly but surely growing for SK Prime. And that is starting to become problematic because even in the previous fights, in the fight that we saw at the Graps where Paris unfortunately went down and Kidui almost went down as well, you could already see the item discrepancy between BDS Academy versus SK Prime, who had managed to complete the first items by that time.
Diplex went looking forwards and Recap decides to fire some guns at him because that's what Corki does.
Oh yeah.
Instead to look towards this tier 1. Scumon's around looking to shield away as Venor was maybe looking for a bit more. That's actually a really good angle! Scumon was waiting for the delivery! FedEx from Genax brings down his opposite number.
Hey, that's some giga brain games right there. I love it so much. Going with it all out, making sure you deliver the enemy into the loving hands of your jungler.
DOS takes some damage here, needs to be a little bit afraid, but the plate doesn't quite go down now. Paris looking for an angle alongside the curtain call. A flap, flap, flap means Neon can avoid 2, make that 3. 4th shot lands, but because the others missed, Neon was safe enough.
Yeah, he wasn't slowed down enough for Paris to find a good angle onto him, and that pretty much saves the little dragon. It's still alive, half HP, but can still stay on the mid lane because it's a big wave. And what does a big wave mean? A lot of potential stacks.
Surfing.
No. A lot of potential stacks for Smolder. And he needs stacks.
You didn't get to see that, but literally Solari turned her whole body around to give me a full-on glare. Because in fairness, that was not a great joke. Most of my jokes are, but you know, that,
Yeah.
I enjoyed that personally. So, you know, maybe I'll throw a poll up on Twitter or something afterwards. Was that a good joke, yes or no? I think I know the answer, but here we are as Venor. Actually, he looks for a solo kill here. Genax gets the turret and just accepts his fate.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Venor was turning into Mega Gnar by the point he was really fighting. So, oh, that is a replay. Oh, that is a replay.
It's a
Beautiful. He's
beautiful.
coming in with a flash to make sure he gets the right angle onto Gnar.
Q3 into the flash ult, and before he can turn Mega, the kill comes on 3. He gets the turret afterwards, does give over his own kill for it, but bot lane action the moment we come out. Pillar Flame comes on down, alongside some conflagration and DOS. Jungle low, not too much more. Trying to play for this tier 1. It stays alive for now, but the resets are beginning to come on through, and BDSA here in force. They are now the ones who managed to bring this gold lead back close enough to even. We were saying it's looking challenging, but BDSA get those first items in, get that kill topside, and manage to leverage some advantage. Kadui throws down the barrier as Mom is summoned in for an airstrike. Diplex, the soul is unbound, gets a Q3, but decides that discretion is the better part of valor and returns to his starting point.
What did you just say? That saying was nice.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
I like it.
It's a great
Sounds
saying.
good. You know what else I like?
What?
The fact that Genax died a little bit earlier. And I like it for a very big reason, and it's good news for BDS Academy. He had to accept the death. He's not giving away too much money with his death to Venera, but at the same time, he gets this very important outer turret on the top lane, which is why we're seeing right now the gold graph shifting towards BDS Academy. They are in the lead, a very small lead, but it still counts.
I am glad you phrased it like that. I thought you was going to say, like, because I wanted to see Genax suffer. And I was like, that would have been a little bold.
It's something personal
it's not a
Genax.
personal thing against Genax, just Cassandra. That is all very reasonable secondary point.
Thank you.
I feel like a lot of people at this point have got a little tired. Venor, they're looking for the all-in! Wombo combo Rika! Wreaking a little bit of death after that one as Venor just hops under the turret and says, Corki, go bye-bye.
Yes, I'm Mega Gnar. My timing is perfect. And when I'm a big Gnar, you can bully me, and even the turret cannot really bully me. And I have enough time to transform into the little Gnar after I get out of the turret range. What are you going to do about that? It's perfect.
Absolutely gorgeous stuff. SK Prime finding some beautiful kills. Of course, they are 5-1 in that department. The issue they've been running into is the fact that BDSA have actually managed to come back in terms of finding their own kill, finding their own turrets, have evened up that gold lead well enough. The problem is, they're still down 2 dragons. They're still against a Smolder who's been scaling for free, will be on soul point shortly enough, and there's only 50 stacks off the break point for that execution. That is a very scary scenario to be in. Paris, though, jumps over the wall onto Diplex. Doesn't find all that much of the Fate Shield afterwards as the Aftershock times out. Paris, it's a fall of Troy, my boy. You can't go doing that. A little too over-eager and falls down. Now, Herald being contested. BDSA trying to kill it on the retreat, but it's just not going to happen. Maybe, just maybe they can do it, but somehow Neon with an auto attack onto the ice and kills it for SK Prime.
He speeds at the Herald and gets it for the team, just a put, and it's a Herald for them, and it's a big victory.
Why didn't you get smaller for the sound effects earlier? Because that was great.
Yeah, Atram, I know you're listening to us right now. What was that?
Yeah, that's fair. Where was the smolder for Solari? Come on, you should know better.
Okay, you know who else should know better? I hate to say it, but BDS Academy right now. Because what was that movement? It was either supposed to be a follow-up after Paris goes in to try to go for some kills and then go for the Herald, or it's you sacrifice him, but he buys you enough time to get the Herald and get out of this situation. Neither of which happened, and BDS Academy lost Paris and lost Herald.
Now they're in a position where they'd started to come back in and evened up the gold lead, but they give over the Herald, they're giving over Soul Point, they're back down 1,000 gold, and again, Smolder still scales. He's up nearly 2,000 gold individually. The team gold matters a lot less than that individual gold right now for Neon, who we've already talked about as a win condition by himself. On a champion like this, every eye turns towards the little dragon.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, because he's sitting on 2 items already. That Spirit Surgeon is already there in the inventory, and he's at 197 stacks. He's really close to his absolute point of absolute power. The problem is, yeah, BDS Academy, for example, they have Corki, so you could say Corki brand looking into the potential late game power for them. They're not going to be there quick enough. Neon is so ahead of everybody at BDS Academy. Late game for him starts very soon.
He's got Soul Point to work with as well. Yes, I know it's a Chem Soul, not the highest value soul
It
on
ain't
the
much,
whole.
but it's something.
But it is still a serious problem, because on the other side, BDSA, like, yes, you've got yourself a good mid-game fighting point, but this is the mid-game. And already, this Smolder is nearly a late game by themselves. That is a horrifying thought to work with, and we'll see whether BDSA can find their way back in. It looked like they were beginning to find some angles to leverage their own advantages, but still now fear a little bit for their souls as this game goes on, because Neon's been stacking them.
Yeah. BDS Academy urgently need money, as much money as possible. They need second item for Jin. They need second item for Rico. If this doesn't happen, and they need to rely on top of their first command. If these conditions don't happen, they cannot even go into the fight with SK Prime.
Baron hasn't even spawned yet. That'll be 3 seconds away, and it was a lot later than it is with the objectives that are coming up, but what BDSA are facing down right now. Of course, they're not out of this game yet. They will still be spiking just fine at this point in the game. Manamune will be converting to the Muramana very shortly. In fact, on completion, there it is. Jin should be close enough to what will look like a rapid fire cannon, so more of the utility option here, knowing that a little bit behind the curve, but see BDSA starting to pull the trigger shortly, or it's going to get very difficult to do so. Here comes the Herald into mid lane to break down that outer turret. A charge would bring it down.
Yes, it's a turret down, and that is unfortunate news for BDS Academy.
Doss is stunned up, but again, he's a person who's not the easiest to bring down with the ultimate available, taken down to half HP, but not forced to burn any summoners, any abilities. Venor is shoving in this bot lane, and SK Prime get that one for free.
Does it mean that SK Prime are going to start threatening the Baron right now? Because they could. They have an opening on the bot lane. Rebel, if Rebel gets away, that's thank you very much, Rebel. Now that Rebel is getting away safely, for BDS Academy, it is absolutely crucial that they keep the wards around the Baron, because it has spawned, and there is an opportunity for SK Prime to go take it. They're still much stronger than BDS Academy, especially when it comes to team fights, and they have such a good angle for split pushing with Venner, who has the TP available.
And look, we had big words for BDS after game one. Dominant it was, LFL looking incredible. SK Prime, the 3rd seed from Prime League, who once again have had a great regular season and a very disappointing playoffs. That's been a bit of a running theme for them. Hell, it was a running theme for BDSA until this split, but you didn't feel that confident in them making BDSA sweat. And then they come into game 2, and how different does this look? They are in such a great position to just play this one slowly. It's not the most exciting game right now, but for SK Prime, the fact they have managed to just wrestle BDSA away from making any plays, held on to the reins of this game, is terrifying. And look at the stacks for Neon. That is well above the 225. Smolder is fully operation, and Emperor Palpatine is desperately pleased.
And Mama is there, and Mama is ready to destroy anybody who says anything to a baby. The thing is, the early levels of this ultimate don't really do that much of the damage. Because you could see Neon trying to go for those kills with the ultimate, but even when they landed, it couldn't really bring down anybody. But now, that's a completely different story. Now that is really big trouble for BDS Academy if they don't keep Kadui and Skumont in a safe position from this Smolder.
And you've drafted this Jhin for the setup, for the mid-game power of the ultimate, but we've seen most of the multiple ultimates not really lead to all that much. Paris was looking for Neon, flash away. And Paris' Magnet Storm is one in a teacup that doesn't really lead to all that much, but the teleports begin to fly. Kadui now in danger as Venor was looking for an angle nearly at the Meganar. Still trying to buy some time, flashes over the wall, gets Skumont into the wall, but a knock away means that they can't get that much on his DOS. Nearly low, but the knock up on top of him as Venor finally goes down. It's 2 kills already to SK Prime as the ultimate comes flying across Neon, winning out against Kadui, who's realizing this dragon is well ahead of the curve. A flap, and a final boom will surely bring down Kadui. Executed in his own jungle. SK Prime come looking for blood and find gallons of it.
At this point, Neon can just start spitting at everybody, and not even metaphorically, because you could see the damage, and you could see how quick he is with a follow-up at Rakido. He thinks he's flop over the wall. I love this setup from SK Prime. They literally understood what were their mistakes in the previous game so much, and even the flank angles are working for them. Just please don't die. I know you have healing, but please don't die.
We might finally be looking at a game here in EMEA Masters Playoffs. It will not be a 3-0 BDSA tournament favorites. LFL first seed in dire straits. Genax stuck around, might be looking for one here, but gets executed on his way out. He can't even get that one for free.
He doesn't even get the kill in the end. He doesn't even get the kill in the end.
He did just about get him, in fairness. And it means the jungler's dead, so they can't get Soul here. Theoretically.
Oh, that's good news for BDS Academy. They need at least a glimpse of good news right now, because they are really badly behind. Almost 4k difference between the teams, 3-11 in terms of kills. But hey, they stop the Soul, at least for now. At least for the next 5 minutes, they're safe from that. And they also get the objective bounty out of it.
Well, BDSA went looking for a little bit more. The Shattering Strike comes down onto DOS, who gets the knockup with the Pulverize. The Magnet Storm comes on down. Dimplex in danger, forced to flash away. Has a Q3 available as Rika. 2 items is becoming a threat on his own right, but Neon all the while is saying, well, I'll just go farm up this enemy jungle then.
Yeah, why not? What are you gonna do to stop him? Honestly, what are you gonna do to stop Neon right now? They are trying, though. I gotta give this to BDS Academy. They are trying to find their ways to go onto Neon and to lock him down, and they even have the tools to do that. The problem is, whenever Paris is closing up to Neon to try to do something, to try to go into the ultimate, he's dead.
Interrupt. Fanor in a dangerous position, gets knocked out. BDSA play smoke and mirrors and get a kill onto the Gnar.
Okay, that's a good pickup for them. That is how BDS Academy can try to play from now on, trying to pick up SK Prime whenever they're trying to split across the map, because now there is nothing to do there. No objectives to play for, so maybe try to fish whenever SK Prime are trying to go for those split pushes. But here, look, again, the fight is very split. Neon is solo fighting with Paris right now, and you know that Neon is in no danger whatsoever. Venner comes in with a good flank angle and with a really good timing on his Mega Gna. Gets stuck here, unfortunately, with BDS Academy. But after that, that is going to be a very nice follow-up from Neon to make sure he's going to secure another kill.
And I appreciate Paris looking for that angle onto Neon. But the initial interrupt from DOS into a flash away from Neon meant that engage just didn't work out, and it was desperation stations, and picture-in-picture, Neon gets a kill on to Genax, 6-0-1. We all knew Neon was a win condition. He is more than right now. He is the win definition. Rika comes looking for a little bit more. The barrier is popped, but they can't get anything more than that. DOS interrupted, looking for a Hex Flash. He's now a little bit deep himself. He's tanky enough at level 11, goes for the headbutt into the wall, but it will be stakes for dinner for BDSA. The problem is the rest of the bank accounts are looking a little bit empty for all they found a good meal here.
It's still something, but at the same time, they're losing tempo on the mid lane where Diplex was pushing. And remember, there is still the Baron buff on SK Prime, a little bit of it left for them. And Venner is yet again on the bot lane with no Baron buff on him. But it's nah, he doesn't even need that anymore. He just pushes in non-stop, and sooner or later, BDS Academy will need to start rotating somebody to stop him.
That is a 4,000 gold lead in bot lane, which is currently amounting to 4 completed items versus 2.
Ouch. Oh, that hurts.
I appreciate the fact that Rika has done a lot of damage this game, by the way. 3-item Corki is doing a lot of work, but a lot of that's been into people like the Alistair, the Gnar. I am looking at Neon, it's like, well, the damage I've done has led to this gold lead. And yes, this Corki might be a win condition. Yes, after last game on the Jace, you have hope for Rika, but he is going to have to put in an absolutely Herculean effort. I know he's dealt with dragons before as Hercules, but I don't know whether he'll be living up to that particular myth today.
Hey, with all due respect, that's Corki on 3 items, including a Triforce being one of them.
Fair.
There is one Polish caster who has a saying that whenever he sees a Corki on 3 items, or on Infinity Edge and the Triforce, he says that this game is auto-won by the team who has this Corki. I don't know how true that is.
Into
So far in
Smolder, yeah.
Polish League, it has been true, but we'll see about that here.
27 minutes into the game. But it's feeling a lot later than that with the number by Smolder's name. 333 is rolling a little higher than, say, 369 might be if you were typing that one in chat. This one is a much more dangerous version of that particular number.
Yeah.
Neon sat in mid lane, continuing to farm up stacks. Remember, the more stacks he gets, the better that execution threshold, the better all those numbers become. Just need a little practice, did Smolder, before he became a real menace of the skies.
He has so many targets to execute as well. This is looking really scary for BDS Academy. They only have one real frontline with Paris trying to go in constantly, but he takes in so much damage. Whenever he engages, he dies way too quickly. It counts as a real frontline, even though he has the warm-up to his name.
Maybe now that Genix has finished up the Jack show, maybe that will be enough to keep them alive. As DOS picked up a little bit there. We got Baron in just over a minute. Soul available for SK Prime in just under it. Why BDSA are desperately trying to make sure they have some control in the river to have an idea about where they can fight, where they can contest. The 3rd item now in for Kadui. And Infinity Edge might mean this Jhin goes from being a little bit more than just utility and CC.
He needs to be much more than utility and CC because there is no one to be utility and CC for right now. To be fair, he needs to be the damage. He needs to be a big backlane damage dealer for BDS Academy. Problem is, can't really be a backlane if you don't see the front lane, if you don't see the area where the action is going to happen, and there are no eyes for BDS Academy on the river right now.
Paris battle warding for the team. Come the Hissing Thorns trying to get something. Neon coming on out there. Let's get that. A little bit chunk, dragon about to spawn, and here we go. This might well be everything decided on final fight. SK Prime so close to closing it out.
Paris looking for a good angle. No words here for SK Prime. He might have found one.
Maybe, just maybe. Remember, Neon has to be kept safe. Venno will body block the rail away. Shattering Strike comes on down. Smolder summons Mother one more time. Diplex looking to go over the wall. Dragon stolen by Brand. Soul denied one more time. Venno looking for the Mega Gnar. Doesn't find it. Genux on the backline versus 2 is a deadly force. Finally brought low, but it means the rest of SK Prime are caught in a dangerous position. A 1-for-1 right now. Deadly Flourish onto the Alistair, who's burning away but not down. BDSA hold on, a 1-for-1 in that scenario. Just top laner for top laner. You take it. Rika Valkyrieing forward, trying to get a chunk onto Neon.
Can't really get a chunk out of this dragon. Oh, he keeps chewing, not even spitting, but chewing at them. And his range is too much for BDS Academy to deal with. The other ones have to run away now and be really careful.
Rabble takes so much damage. Rika went looking for the kill, can't quite find it, but all the while, rather. Humbling my words, just briefly. Diplex in the mid lane claims the tier 2. SK Prime, it should be their game to lose, but they are being forced to sweat here in this late game by BDSA, who refuse to say die.
They refuse, and Paris is looking for an angle, but it's not a good angle because they don't see SK Prime.
Daisy can very low, needs to be afraid of that execute threshold. Neon still very, very dangerous. The teleport comes on through from Genix, who respawns. Teleport in response from Venor. Genix looking forward there with a footwork and a Q. Won't find it until Tofo strikes part 3 though. This ain't baseball quite yet.
Oh, they're playing such a dangerous game right now because SK Prime want to go for this Baron. They want to take it right here, right now. They've been just denied this whole. They're very angry at this point. And BDS Academy have only one little tiny ward at the Baron pit, and that's everything they have to work with right now.
Bramble was chunked pretty low though. Had to return into his own jungle to heal up off the red buff. Root onto Neon. Again, if you can kill that Smolder, if you can bring him down some way, somehow, Look at a St. George of a play. Maybe, just maybe, you have a way to win. He is so much of the goal. Baron started by BDSA. Here we go again.
Oh no, they are not gonna take it, even though they have the damage right now. But they want to have a fighting point with SK Prime. They have an ultimate on Skirmund. They have an ultimate on pretty much everybody. They could fight around it if only their mid lane wasn't being sieged.
Yeah, I remember that tier 2 went down by courtesy of Diplex after that dragon fight. Kadui, that was a bold choice to path, but had the speed up. Turret in mid lane down pretty low. Doss in danger. Remember, we saw the Alistair will ult early here. Down about half HP. Kadui, though, being run up by Neon. All the while, though, he's not in the fight on the top side. Big chunk on the Doss. Gets a head one of the Paris is blocked away. On the other side, Diplex unbinds his soul. The curtains are call. Neon goes breathing fire into the backline. And Paris, the Rel, once again melted. Scrap iron for SK Prime to bring down.
Oh, Reeker needs to get... Yeah, Reeker is fine. That's fine. But just still not fine, honestly, for BDS Academy. Gotta correct myself. They found a good angle for a potential fight when Neon was not with the rest of the team, which means big chunk of damage pretty much removed from the beginning of the fight. But SK Prime didn't go down as quickly as BDSA could have hoped for.
It means because of that last member, SK Prime get to start up the Baron, and it feels like BDSA just can't commit. They can't contest. Despite that Infinity Edge on the Corki, despite a close fight, it is still the major objective towards the final remaining Prime League representative.
And now SK Prime can split through the map. They can send Yone and Na on the opposite sides of the map to keep split pushing, to keep spreading BDS Academy as well as an answer throughout the map. Because BDS Academy need to stick together. Look at their team comp. They can't really spread across the map. They need to make sure they maintain their positioning in one singular fight.
Jhin beginning to chunk a little bit more now. Now at the level 16, so the upgraded curtain call finally in. Last remaining rank was good. Doss in danger, throws down the ult early again, but he's rooted up. Still very tanky. Finally beginning to get low, but look, Neon begins to breathe on the backline. Kadui chunk low. Doss pulled back, nearly burning down. Looking for the fate seal. Diplex goes wide. There's the barrier at the time. 1-for-1. Corki brought low by Zyra. Drawn out of the sky. Smolder screams for the mom to come on in. Neon very low. Just about alive. Skewmon desperately low. Diplex unbinds the soul. Slowed down by the Royal Eyes. Can't find the Q. Kadui gets another.
Finally, the Jhin is paying off. We had to wait for so long. BDS Academy had to wait for so long, and that was still not a fight cleanly won by them. In fact, it wasn't won that much, I gotta say. But that still matters. They got the kills for Kidori, they got more money for themselves, and now, what is more important, they have hope and to go and try delay this soul yet again, because they have been prolonging the game for as long as possible, making sure that this another win con for SK Prime is not available to them to just go and finish the game. And it has been working so far. Why wouldn't it work another time, especially after this fight when they managed to lock down Doss?
Rabble just popped Rika from 2/3 HP. It happened off screen. That's why we missed it. Down towards that secondary bush. All the while, you can see the Jhin ult is beginning to hit that little bit harder. And Diplex
not even ult.
Was so close to getting that kill. Just out of range on that Q. The slow was enough. Meant that Diplex died for the first time this game. Towards the dragon we go. This will be stole point for BDSA now.
Yeah.
2 steals in a dream.
Oh, look how the tides have turned. They're not even going to lose anything. It's not enough time for SK Prime, even with the Baron buff, to go and threaten their base. The dragon is down. It's an objective bounty. Oh, they're not recalling quickly enough, though. Yeah, it might be. It's going to be a turret down, unfortunately.
Here's one they prepared earlier. Blue Peter style. Chunked out. After a couple waves came crashing on in. I don't know whether to stay for the inhibitor, though. Curtains are caught. Genx looking to get some damage back as Paris to the backline. Looking to keep them within the front of the stage. All the world's one of those. But unfortunately, SK Prime were the players as they start smashing the backline alongside Diplex. A triple to Smolder. Make that the quadra to Smolder. He's being donated it. They're waiting for Neon to come on over, but no. The plants ensure that it's only a quadra. Jhin on the other side screams in jealousy. And SK Prime, make sure it's not another 3-0. Make sure they do not go quietly into the night. Neon and the rest of SK Prime have a lot more to say about this game yet.
Are we gonna hear Steal Scribes today? Finally! We were hoping for it yesterday for the whole day, but unfortunately it was 3-0 across the board. Today, finally, we have the glimpse of a chance for that.
After that early game, where Smolder got so much gold, so many kills, it felt like a done thing. He was at 225 stacks pre-20 minutes. It was looking beautiful. And then you began to wonder, some of those dragon fights, the Corki getting the goal, BDSA not going quite as quietly as I think SK Prime were thinking they would. Didn't matter in the end though, because
Didn't matter.
the moment you get that one clean team fight with the Smolder, you all just melt. That continual scaling, just so nightmarish to manage.
I thought the snowball was a small one for Smolder. Maybe it wasn't there at all. No, it wasn't. And it was a big one. It was an avalanche for Escape Prime.
Well, we'll have to see what our Dragon Slayers on the desk have to think about that one, because Neon win condition, guys.
Dragon Slayer?
We are the Slayers of Dragons, baby.
Yeah.
Been slaying for years.
No, but it's so important to highlight this Smolder. The idea of having 2 kills on Smolder at the beginning of the game versus Jin, like it's so important for them.
I mean, I said it in game 1. You know, I know the context is different. I'm hating the Jin priority in this series. Like 80 carry bans are prevalent, and it makes sense that we're looking at a meta where, again, we're banning away Misfortune, Ashe, even at the start of today. You Zeri banned in this game as well, the Ezreal ban. But like, then we go to Jin. Hitbrain backstage saying Jin is so conditional. I completely agree with it.
Yeah, I am not a certified Jin hater. In fact, I'm a massive fan
You're
of the
a Jin
champion.
lover, and there's not many
I'm
of
a
you.
Jin lover, and I can't even excuse this. Like, you are blind picking the Jin into a lane, like, and you have no idea what you're playing into. You have no idea really what the comp is as well, because they are picking it early in the draft, which is a major thing. I'm just not sold on this Jin in this series. I think both Kadui and Neon should stay away from it. I know they're capable of playing it, but like, they're not executing it right. They're picking it in bad situations. And I will say, Kadui towards the end of this game piloted the champion very well.
In a different way,
as you'll see in a lot of these replays, most of these fights, Kadui's really not able to actually have any impact. Like here, how can he actually really do anything? Because they're able to break away from the Jin. He gets flanked by the Smolder here in this fight, and Kadui he really struggled to really have any impact on the Jin for a while. And then, yes, towards the end of the game, he was actually involved in making stuff happen. But like, Smolder was 400 plus stacks at this point, and you're not going to win that way.
And then on top of that as well, like, there's other elements I think in this game that come into play, right? Where for Humond on the brand, it was an okay game. I feel like a lot of the time, how can I say this nicely? I feel like a lot of the time, BDSA were given some dream fights.
Yeah.
But then the problem is as well, some of the engage is off, the timing is rough as well. But man, it's just so rough again, because again, if you have a hyper carry 80 carry, if I could speak properly, I feel like it'd be completely different. That's a ramp.
That's the wrong game.
Not what I was expecting.
Wow,
exactly.
Just to remind you of the difference.
Look at that Ashe damage.
This was on game 1.
While they fix that, can I just say,
tell me,
BDSA had no business being in that game.
Yeah.
With the early game and the mid game, the fact that again, that some of the throws that were coming through from DOS, I will say, DOS coming through doing a bit of what he did in the LEC. That's the right game. The engage was off, and their timing was very far off as well. So I was like, oh, BDSA getting some opportunities, maybe not using it as well. I think the biggest credit was the fact that SK Prime should have had such a cleaner closeout to that game.
SK Prime drafted very well. The execution in-game was definitely a little bit questionable towards the end of the game. Actually very akin to what we saw from GO at the beginning of yesterday, where they looked lost. They looked like they couldn't close it out. I even said something backstage, which I'm going to say it on air. I said, if SK Prime don't win this game, they can't win any games this series. They should not have been... That game shouldn't have started to get that nervous for them. Like, I started to get a bit worried towards the end for BDSA were bringing it back. And to be real, they were. And Hysterics, you very rightfully kind of talked on the fact that they were getting engaged onto, and they weren't kind of doing any engage back. And then in that final fight, they finally realized, oh, wait, we can just turn with Alistair, and boom, you win the fight, and the game is over.
And it was just to interject, it was they're being coy there that made it so hard to watch in the end, because you're like, this feels like a done deal. All you need to do is set up engage. You have beautiful team fighting. You have really good flank angles that you can pair with Yone, which they did in the end. But DOS was always going in when his team weren't ready, or DOS was caught out before the reset of his team synced up with the Baron push. So it's like, I think cleaning that up will get more succinct games and more cleanliness out of SK Prime, because I think they are a fair contender, and especially after that game, I think they can cleanly close it out.
Two interesting factors you brought up, both of you. The idea that you bring in the Smolder, okay? You bring in the Smolder, and the teams are not adapted to this right now. They're playing a different meta. Smolder is a little bit outside of the meta. And I've talked with a few players, and the idea is hey, you got to take him down really early. And BSA were like, okay, we have a timer. We have to do it. Boom.
But you know, he's a champion I
dropped it.
forgot about because he's out of the meta in the sense of maybe more so in bot, but
But he can
solo
abuse
right
on
now
the
he's
top.
OP.
Yeah.
Top mid. He's
So
a
it's
triple
like-
flex.
You bring like a curve ball. On the
Yeah.
other side, it's like, hey, we need to finish this. But how do we finish this with as smaller as it is? So I think both teams were like confused playing with what they brought in. And I'm going to throw another one that BDSA picked red side. So we're going to see a flip on the champion select. Priorities and expectations, we don't have much time for.
I want to start by saying Genax counterpick is great for me because Genax has a fun champion pool too. And I feel like just seeing this guy on tanks, yes, he's been good on tanks in the series so far, but I will say this guy on carries and his famous Jax pick, he's got Gragas in his back pocket. I think so far Vanura is a bit of a role player, sometimes a bit of a backseat, had a good Gnar game. But outside of that, I feel like Genax should be the better top laner here, and exploiting that seems the best way for BDSA to get a win outside of the draft this time.
So with this in mind, before we toss it to the break, I need to understand. Who do you think is going to win the third one? And wait. You first.
Why?
You first.
I've talked so much.
No, you first. I want
SK Prime.
to get your prediction now.
SK Prime.
SK Prime.
Yeah.
Okay. Third one.
So for me, I was thinking about Ashe, and I was thinking, who's going to get Ashe? I know both these teams play Ashe, so I just think BDSA, as long as they ban Ashe and they don't hand that over, and as long as they don't play bloody Jhin anymore, it's BDSA. Genuinely, I think the Jhin was
They
just the
might rel
underwing.
on B1, by the way.
They could rel on B1,
SK
you're right.
Prime could rel on B1.
Well, we don't know the future, but we know the present right now as we toss it to a break. And I'll see you soon on Champion Select for the third game. We have a series. It's an interesting one, and I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Look at that eyebrow.
time. We on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
game time. Don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. See seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this, yeah, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Up to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah. You better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, shut down. Say, oh. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, shut down. Say, oh.
Ourselves more initializing Solarium. We've already got ourselves apparently draft very shortly, according to production. So we'll be hopping in swiftly into that one. It's 1-1 in this series. SK Prime pulled off a smolder win condition, even if it got unusually close in the late game despite all of those stacks. Weren't able to close out as swiftly as we thought they might do to begin with. But already a flex in what side we're on. BDSA decided to go over towards the red side, changing bans as well. The Rumble, the Maokai still makes sense. The triple AD carry bans come through. I actually take that back. It's the same bans, just on different sides, and it took me a second.
Yeah, maybe BDSA gonna ban out Smolder now there to change the things a little bit. Because there's the first pick for Escape Prime because they're on the blue side. So maybe BDS Academy wants to take out something.
Remember what the last ban was alongside the Maokai?
I don't remember.
I have to think about that one. Maybe someone in production remembers, but I'm struggling for a second there. Either way, they've still got that one final ban to work with. Jin ended up being a little bit lackluster the last time around. The Rel instead this time prevent that first pick. I heard the Death saying, look, it might just be first pick, but the Misfortune was the champion that was banned the first two games. Neon has certainly put his time into that champion, as have both AD carries at this point.
True.
Debating the first pick option here.
Should it even be a debate? Okay, it apparently can be a debate. Zyra would make a really good first pick as well, but then you're pretty much ready to give Misfortune into the hands of Kidui, and I'm not sure how good enough an idea it is.
The other thing is, Jin, as has been kind of talked about to death at this point by the desk, is very conditional. But one of the conditions is things like the Zyra. Works really well with that champion. And I wonder, with the BDSA going to say, do we actually feel comfortable giving that over, as both AD carries have, in the Swiss stage at least, found a lot more success with that champion. Response might well still be the brand. That shouldn't surprise anybody who's been following League of Legends for a little while. That is a very common pick at the minute.
And can still work with Jin, as you just said in the draft for the previous game. So that would make sense if BDS Academy won't try to take this away from SK Prime. But then it still leaves the question of Misfortune open. And honestly, it worries me a little bit more than Jhin,
It
because
should,
there
yeah.
are things that work really well into Misfortune, especially those that can interrupt the ultimate. This is the death sentence for it pretty much. But other than that, she's less conditional than him. But okay,
And they
here's
picked
the answer.
Jhin, because again, it feels like more like we can't give that combo of Jhin Zyra over.
Yeah, true.
Probably, at least from what my understanding of it, compared to actually this champion is what we really need to work. But it does feel like both our Jakes on the desk have gone, look, I've just not enjoyed what I've seen from it so far. It's very conditional. It's very early on in the draft. I don't like it, but I do think it's kind of more of a denial than necessarily a straight up win condition by itself. A Leona here for DOS would make a lot of sense. It's already a good combo with the Zyra. Alas, you don't have the Ezreal, but the Misfortune's still up. And I tell you now, Solar Flare plus Bullet Time is just fine in terms of a level 6
Exactly.
combo.
That is going to be, if it is what is going to happen for SK Prime, that's going to be one of the strongest bot lane duos possible in the current meta. And that's going to be really scary news for BDS Academy, because what do they pick now to pair up with Jhin?
Okay.
Okay.
Diplex has run the Yone 2 games and honestly has fallen behind fairly significantly in gold versus Rika. For all we've seen 1 or 2 good fates sealed in the late game, it does feel like individually in the lane, not had the easiest time either in the Jace or the Corki matchup. A Braum here to potentially mitigate some of the engage and make Misfortune as a potential option a lot trickier to function, because the door makes her life a lot harder, is an interesting choice.
You either throw in the shield and pretty much absorb all of the ultimate into you and then nobody gets hurt, or you throw in your ultimate, you knock her out, oh, where's your ultimate? It's gone. It's no more there. Beautiful. Either way, a really good option for BDS Academy, and even if Misfortune doesn't happen in the end, it's a good option into Leona.
It's very annoying, yeah.
I love this ban so much. No small day allowed anymore.
Yeah, exactly that, because we saw that come out the last game, and BDSA tried to punish it early and instead gave first blood over to Smolder, which was, I think, not what they were hoping for.
Just, a little bit
just a little.
the opposite. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it can still be something of the same idea for SK Prime, but to be honest, now paired up with Leona, I would love to see something that has a little bit more early game aggression, early game potential to go for the kill, because that would be a perfect pairing with it.
Wonder whether they leave the Misfortune up saying, look, we've got enough picks in, we've got enough options here in the team fight to make her life tricky enough, and we'll just ban another AD carry that you might be considering, but still debating that last ban. Second to go, and they will go towards the Zeri. There you go. So deciding, look, we think we can deal with the Misfortune should you decide to go towards it, despite it being meta with what we've drafted. The Zeri is more of an issue for us.
Yeah, honestly, again, with what they've drafted so far, especially with the Braum on the side of BDSA, Misfortune is becoming less of a problem. If they now pair it up with something that also can knock out Misfortune or stop her in the place, then they shouldn't be scared of her at all.
The Jace and the Renekton bans. Obviously, Rika played a mean Jace into the Yone in game 1 of Genax's Renekton. Legendary in the RLs, but never mind that. It's towards another one of those AD champions that has been terrorizing pro play. Lucian mid lane is back in full force and been in the hands of Rika, who has been, I think, over the course of both games, BDSA's most consistently dangerous player.
I like how you put it. Yeah, most consistently dangerous. Yeah, exactly, because everybody else is having a little bit of hit or miss throughout the last 2 games. But yes, Rika with Lucian, especially if he gets an early game prio, which he should against Yone, he's going to be really scary. Here is that very Misfortune. SK Prime are not afraid of anything BDS Academy are throwing at them.
And it's now worth noting, of course, that there was a little hover of the Kai'Sa, but I don't think it was. They decided against it, and again, something else that could be blocked out. So they lock in the full Wombo combo team fight. Frontline in the Cassante that Venor has put a bit of time into, but it does feel like Genax has been the one who has been playing it more this series, obviously. Does Genax have an answer? Camille would be a fun choice, as would the Vayne, and we've seen a little bit of both in recent months.
I don't think it's going to be that fun.
I know it's probably going to be the
No.
I just wanted the exciting option.
Yeah, it would be so fun though.
Oh.
Camille would be fun. Camille would be very fun into Misfortune and into Zyra. But yeah, we are level with what they have. It is going to be Xante versus now the top lane. Not the most exciting matchup, but hey, these 2 champions work. It's just they're on the opposite sides of the scoreboard right now.
Well, both squads have locked in a lot of Wombo combo, a lot of burst. You need to be hitting those big ultimates from the likes of that Yone, that Leona, but similarly, right, you want to make sure that your Jhin ult, your Brand ult are going across multiple members. They engage on BDSA a lot more conditional. They don't have the easiest go button in this comp.
They have much more disengage on their side, so if they want to play around
Very
SK
true.
Prime pulling the trigger, they can do that. But again, the condition for that would be BDS Academy not being behind SK Prime by the time these big fights actually come into play.
What they do have is theoretically a lot of winning lanes. Nara into Cassante should be a shove. Lucian early on is a Ranger to melee matchup. Bot lane, Leona hates Braum. It's like, it's not fun. You go in and you get put on ice very swiftly and you go, well, that sucked. So you should have, instead of just good go buttons for team fights, good early winning lanes to try and play around, which BDSA did a lot of work with in game 1. So I see that as a win condition, at least.
You know what? I have no counter argument. I agree with you. That could be
I will
something for
take that.
BDSA. Yeah. And then, if they are setting themselves ahead, it's going to be so much harder for SK Prime to pull the trigger into those bigger fights. Even if they have all the engage in the world, they have really good frontal engage with Xante and Leona. Again, could look for potential flanks with deep legs. But can they if they're behind?
The only thing I'll say is like that champion like right there and right there have a lot of easier ways of making things happen than the ones like right over like, say, there, right? And like the Gnar over there is very conditional.
It even have... Okay, you know what? I
I was like, I had to think about it because it was all very mirrored. I was like,
I know. It's just... You got me off guard there. Let's go into game. You know what? It's going to be less awkward more in the game.
That's true.
Yeah.
And as we come on over, and now we see... Are we going to get a level this time around?
No, no fun business for
so.
you this time, sorry.
Oh, that's a shame.
I know. I want some too, but... No.
It doesn't seem to be Rika in this bush, but not really looking for all that much. It does look like we get the 5-man fan, so no excitement to be dealing with right now. While we can see that little call to action to the bot lane, could still get some tickets for the EMEA Masters Grand Finals. Whoever may make it there, you're paying attention to one of the potential finalists here in Munich. All the way at the end of August, so go get your tickets now. Go to Munich. Go watch some awesome League of Legends, the future of LEC.
Imagine if SK Prime wins right
That'd
now
be
in this
amazing.
series versus BDS Academy, and then they keep winning, and they go to play the finals in Germany, in Munich.
That would be
Pretty
pretty
much
awesome. That would be
homeland, right?
incredible.
That would be incredible. But first, they need to get through BDS Academy, because right now, whoever wins this game is going to be on a match point, and then one more game, and we all go home. Oh, we don't go home. We go on the silly podcast for outro.
Well, we've still got a podcast to do. Exactly. It's not done quite yet. We will still have more to do afterwards. Mid lane, Rika gets the early level 1 advantage, as Lucian often does, and Rika has been very confident to step forwards into Deplex and make his life quite tricky in lane in particular.
Why shouldn't he? He's playing Lucian into Yone. Pre-level 6, this is the easiest lane you can imagine. As long as the enemy jungler doesn't show up, then that is the problem for Rika and his wording around his lane. By the way, Dos is playing a really good skin for Leona. It's my favorite one.
Well, which one is that? Is that like the Eclipse one?
Solar Eclipse,
Solar
yes, it's
Eclipse,
beautiful.
right. Problem is, it's into Braum, who just says, well, I'm playing Santa,
Yeah.
enjoy some festive cheer in the middle of August.
A lot of festivities there, but not for SK Prime's side for sure. It is such a shame for them. Ooh, that is such a shame for Diplex right now. Yeah, this lane is going to be hurting Diplex.
I think Skewmond, of course, still going to be a little bit high in the Zyra clear, just the way of it all. But last time, we saw that 3v3 bot lane go very much in favor of SK Prime. It earned them the advantage that really led to their game win in the end of it all. They are still the ones with much better pressure in those lanes as we were talking about, but they do want to make things happen with it. They're not going to have the easiest time forcing plays later on.
But right now, speaking of forcing plays, right now something could be forced for SK Prime, even though there is still this Braum for Paris. If they add Skewmond into the equation, the fact that Paris is going to
Here we
stop
go.
Leona, it's not going to really matter that much.
Kadui's in a really dangerous spot, flashing away from the queue. The door comes on up. That will buy some time. Dos in danger, wrapped up under the tower. The passive about to come on through, rooted in place, but the plants afterwards. That one a little bit scary. Still, Kadui down the summoner spell, Dos down the health bar.
Yes, and this is gonna hurt. He's gonna heal up a little bit right now because he still has to stay on this lane. Recalling right now would not be the optimal timing, but it's miserable there on the bot lane.
Genai's trying to find a funky hop angle there. Doesn't really get that much for it, as Venor says, well, no, I'll Pathmaker into you and you'll get knocked into a wall briefly, as Diplex now, with all of his abilities, gets to trade a little bit more aggressively in that lane. And Rabble still has not left.
No, he wants to pull out the... I don't even know what exactly he wants to pull out, to be honest. There is nobody to support him anymore. So just shadowing a little bit for SK Prime, making sure they finally get some pretty decent recall time and come back to the lane.
Okay, back towards the mid lane we go. Rika, Diplex. Been certainly able to throw some violence down, that's for sure. Both of them down to lower HP bars. I'm looking at side of Skewmond in particular, who's not reset yet, is strictly close to mid lane. I don't think we're likely going to see all that much quite yet. It looks like Rika saying now is my time to reset finally.
He's shoved in the lane. There is not really much opportunity for Skewmond to go into there because Diplex has been consistently trying to keep the lane on his side of the the wave on the lane. Gosh, what is going on with me today? I can't English anymore.
That is a little unfortunate considering what you have to do like right now.
Oh, I have to speak, right?
Yeah, that thing.
Oh,
allegedly you're being paid to do this. So
allegedly.
Yeah, so they tell us this is like our job.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Well, that is problematic. But there you go. I appreciate
right?
your sense of mystery, Solari.
You're never going to find out. Even though you're doing the same thing as I am.
There'll be a little post on Twitter later like, no, this is in fact her job. But she
No
snuck
way!
into the studio. She's not supposed to be here, guys.
Yeah, they're going to throw me out any moment, guys. I don't know how they love
security
me.
on the other side of the door.
Anyway, what do we have going on right now? I'm looking at those levels initialized, and I'm seeing that Scumount and Rabble both are getting very close to their level 60s respectfully, and that is when I expect more action from them across the lanes.
Scumount and Paris currently towards this mid lane.
Ahead of
To punish
schedule.
Diplex, who just burned his Q. There's the E down as well, but will immediately unbind his soul to go chunking Rika out. Not going to lead to all that much as yet. Dragon's alive, and seeing a lot of SK Prime members around about looking to potentially contest for this, but Paris and Scumount in good position.
Haven't been spotted by anybody. Oh, okay, gonna be spotted out now.
DOS does have Flash. I don't know whether he wants to go looking to burn it, and instead it's just a chunk and vision control gained by SK Prime around that bot side river. Grub spawning now means that might actually be the fighting point as everyone's in mid lane looking to fight for Pryor.
Looking to fight for it. Still, okay, level 6 for Diplex and Rieger both. I expected there to be a little bit bigger of a gap between the two, with Rieger getting it first, but he's using it now.
It's a big chunk. Diplex will body block some of the culling. That will, in the end, still put Rabble down about 20% HP, and Diplex is not much better.
Yeah, that means that there is no potential fight on this mid lane anymore because Rabble cannot really stay there, and Diplex is yet again in a weird position, which gives a really big prio for BDSA, and they use it immediately, rotating towards the dragon, most likely missing all 3 of the wood crabs, but at least they have the first trade.
That will be the trade. Rabble says, yeah, that's not going to happen. I'll take the grubs instead. BDSA. Come on over to that, but actually, Jedak's nearly at Mega, and Rika coming on up. Rabble's feeling a little bit warier to get onto that. Does claim the second one. Is now in a dangerous position, though. Has flash, but no level 6. Get to whoa! Jedax with the solo.
With such an aggressive flash.
It's not done yet. Full contact League of Legends, turning it around, but DOS is in danger as Scumon turns up in the bot lane, and BDSA win on both sides of the map. Kadui donated a kill onto the Leona.
Yeah, waiting for as long as possible to make sure that Kadui is the one getting the kill in the end, making sure the money is falling into the correct pockets. But I love it so much for BDSA right now because look, as the aftermath, they got the Drake and they are going to get at least one of the grubbies in the end because Janax had a really good position on the top and he had the prio, and at the same time Rieger had prio as always on his mid lane, and they used it so nice. And Janax with so aggressive flash. Love it. What happened on the bot lane? Oh, they split them up. Neon and DOS on the opposite sides, and too many members of BDSA fighting with them at the same time.
And I appreciate DOS there and says, look,
Yeah.
we've seen the Braum flash on forwards as Rika flashes on out. Talk about that another time as, yeah, it was a good play from Paris to try and get the concussive blows down onto Neon with that Winter's Bite. But and the DOS said, look, I need to stop everyone else coming on in here, so I'll jump on in and give up my life to keep my AD carry alive. But this is another early game, much like game 1. This is more like the BDSA we came to know and expect, and they're having a great time right now.
Yeah, they're not giving any prior to SK Prime. They are looking for their own very actively. They are responsive to what SK Prime are doing on the map. Maybe now need to be a bit more responsive because that's quite a lot of damage from Neon. He has the ultimate available. Not too many ways for BDSA to disrupt his ultimate right now. Something SK Prime could work around as long as they have level 6 on Leona, which they don't have yet.
Worth noting as well that DOS probably won't be miles off that, but I will also say they didn't claim that last grub did either team, so that will either delay or prevent the second set of grubs spawning as Jenax in a dangerous position, all out from Venor. Jenax, remember, has no flash. A Q3 would bring him down, and Venor gets the solo.
He didn't have another hope. He even had the wave coming in to help him, and that is a double hope for Lil Gnat to get away from the danger, but he didn't have it anymore.
Didn't quite get far enough away, and Venor gets that one. A much-needed kill for SK Prime as mid lane. Diplex, despite the early pressure in lane, beginning to hurt a little bit more in his own right. Scumon towards the bot lane, though. Maybe looking to punish Neon, who, remember, had to burn the cleanse in that earlier play bot side. Won't lead to anything, though. We'll back away wisely from the bot lane of BDSA.
Rightfully so. I'm, however, still worried about the top lane and the grubbies. You just mentioned before, the last one from the first set hasn't been claimed by anybody. And I don't see anybody really paying too much attention to us going in and taking it. Maybe not Rebel, because he's in the top part of the jungle.
Rika looks like he got chunked a little bit there by Diplex, who went looking for a bit more chunk. No ultimate use, but now I guess to go back by those Berserker Greaves. It's always a big break point for Yone. The attack speed reduces the cooldown on his Q, which, much like with Yasuo, is a big deal. Rabble finally claims that grub, as you were kind of worrying about. Don't know whether it's going to be quite in time for the spawns. No, it's looking like it's the Herald that's spawning next.
It should be the Herald. Yeah, it should be the Herald. But hey, then it means it's time to look at the bold part of the map, where the Drake is going to spawn in a minute and 30. It's going to be the Chemtech one, which means we are blessed to not see the soul this time. Maybe it's going to be a more exciting soul.
What's the most exciting soul for you?
Hextech soul, 100%.
He also gives a good map because I like the Hex Gates for like pseudo TP flanks.
Pseudo TP flanks, yeah. But I like the effect from the soul itself much more. It's like every dragon is really important for you, especially with the ability haste, super important for some comps. But then this little lightning effect that you get from the soul,
you get static
changes
shiv.
team fights.
You get
so
static
much.
shiv.
Yeah, static shiv for free. Oh, not for free, but you get what I'm talking
Flash
about.
over Paris, allows a fate sealed. Caught off guard, Rika in danger. Burnt out. Paris now in danger himself as Doss not quite hit with the passive. Finally rooted up with a deadly flourish, but the damage in many ways already done. Bullet time comes on over. Prevent Kadui from following up any more damage. Diplex with a wonderful flank angle after Doss mind games his way past the door.
So we are at level 9 right now for the mid laners, and this is when the things between these two shift in a completely different direction, because Rika Resolution feels super safe just pew-pewing at Diplex. But the moment Diplex decides to get close with him, Lucian cannot get away anymore, and he cannot get away from all this damage that Yone is throwing at him. This is deadly for Rika. And problem is, Lucian is pretty short range by himself, so he needs to stay close enough for Diplex to deal some damage himself, but that always puts him in danger. Wow, lose-lose situation.
That early gold lead has disappeared again.
Yeah.
SK Prime back to even. Doss towards this top lane can look for Genax. His former teammate about to get jumped on, but the Zenith blade has hopped on out of there. None of that in this game.
No ultimate for Doss. If there was the ultimate on Leona, that would have been a really dead now in the top lane. But it didn't happen. BDS Academy's top laner still lives to see another day, or another minion wave, whatever the saying is.
I mean, like, yeah, as we all know, a minion wave lasts about a day. That's correct, right?
That's not what I was trying to say. But okay, you know, it's fine. I'll take it. BDS Academy, in the meantime, will take their second Drake of the game. I love this priority for the Drakes from them. Would love also to see them doing something about the Herald that is spawning very soon, especially since they missed all the grubbies.
Does feel that way, and as we see, down towards that kind of central column of the scoreboard, no one's got a gold lead anymore. It's all pretty much dead even. We're not seeing anyone with a notable advantage, especially after things have gone a bit more interestingly. But the moment we say it, Diplex in danger, teleports come flying on through. Skewmon now in a spot as well, because the speed up from the home guard TP meant there was definitely an all-out angle there. And Skewmon says, yeah, I want nothing to do with that. Does give a little bit of opportunity for Genax to shove in that top lane wave, though.
Just a little bit, but that's still something. What is also something is that Blade of the Ring King for Rika.
Teleport number 2, Electric Boogaloo. Here comes the Yone. Paris in danger. Gets down the Glow Vision, buys some time. Bullet time blocked by the door. Teleport in response is interrupted somehow by Venora on the top side. Doesn't get to come on through, but now they can look for some more damage. The fourth shot not going to be available as Rika has roamed on down, dashes on forward with the relentless pursuit, and the double tap's coming on through. Everyone deserves a second shot, but especially Diplex. Down to 20% HP, no one falls, and everyone has been pulling teleports left, right, and center, but nobody falls.
Somebody deserves a fourth shot, to be fair. But that missed. Kerui's fourth shot missed. A lot of other abilities missed. Maybe this one will not.
Genax is about to go mini near. Just be a little bit afraid of the flash ult.
Yeah.
And flash for flash comes on through, especially with Rabble coming up towards that top lane.
It could have been a Dagna yet again. It can still be a Dagna, right?
Rabble looking to see. Flash for the E! Into the Stranglethorns, grasping roots, but nowhere for Genax to go.
That must feel so good for Rabble right now. Not for Genax, obviously, but for Rabble and for Venur, definitely, because they are threatening this top lane turret more and more. And now they can also rotate towards the Herald.
Here we go towards the bot lane. Solar Flare onto Skewmon. Doesn't lead to all that much, but it keeps the bot lane turret alive. All the while, Venor gets another wave in, gets themselves advantage for the first time this game, with the goals again back towards dead even. Neon, though, in danger in the mid lane, still has a slow, flashes away. gets out alive.
Is Rebel yeah, he is still doing the Herald. He's unbothered by whatever is happening on the mid lane, and rightfully so. You're AD carry.
Moisturized in the river.
Moisturized, unbothered in his lane.
Does a jungle
His
count as a lane?
Yeah, yeah.
Everywhere is his lane. That's how incredible he is right now.
And he has the Herald for the team. You see the effort for the team, beautiful. Especially since Rika right now, is it the first turret of the game? It is the first break of the game, which means SK Prime need to answer somewhere. Most likely will do it on the top lane.
Neon donated that gold as well, which will be nice, especially after the early game got a little bit dicey with Kadui getting that first blood. Janax, though, is back. We'll try and clear this wave out best he can, and you can see the side of Paris and Skumond, that top side river. Just making sure it's not that easy for SK Prime to overforce for that tier 1 top.
Yeah, they actually cannot force for it anymore. They need to fall back for the time being and see where else they can release this Herald. Well, Neon!
Oh boy, Paris, who needs easy engagement? I could just come on in and stick you on ice. The Winter's Bite is too much for Misfortune to handle.
Who said BDS Academy didn't have an engage, says Paris. I am the engaged and the disengaged. I'm the one-man army and I have a big shield.
In danger, got hit by the deadly flourish! Brought low as Rika brings him on down the culling to secure another. BDSA is 80 carries, pick up a couple.
SK Prime worked on their mistakes for game number 2, but BDS Academy did the same. They did their homework for this game.
No.
Oh, that's a good flash.
Had no time to Q3, so yeah, that's a good one. Fenor might claim this turret, at least in the bot side, but I feel BDSA got the better of that one just slightly.
Just ever so slightly. Yes, almost a 2k gold lead. Finally, we're seeing some decent-ish gold lead in this game. But this first turret definitely, first turret for SK Prime, of course, is definitely helping them a little bit to stay afloat. They still need more items. I'm looking across the board everywhere except for the support. I'm seeing those very important first item hit, especially this Bloodthirster for Neon. It's gonna be rather important if he doesn't die.
Yeah, and we'll get this replay here. We'll talk about that a little later as Paris catches Neon out in his own jungle.
Very aggressive from Paris here again. Doesn't matter what champion he plays, the idea stays the same. I go in, I hit the enemy, I make sure they don't get away from me.
Top lane we go, straight out of a replay into violence. Skumon in danger, trying to buy some time. Rika low, about to get hit by the Q3, but does not quite go down quite yet. All the while, Paris left out to dry. Solar Flare onto Rika into a Mortal Steel that brings down the Lucian.
And that's 2 more kills for SK Prime, and all of a sudden they shift the fate on the top lane. They shift the tide. They got the outer turret right before that, and now they're gonna get the inner turret. The wave is rather close to them, and they have the grubbies. Yeah, that's gonna be a turret down.
Another huge turnaround play. Both of these teams have been unable to hold on to the advantage as they've grown because their opposite numbers have just had so many counter pushes. We'll get a charge on in. That's a chunk onto the inhibitor turret.
Nicely done for SK Prime. And you can see this gold is shrinking. BDS Academy don't really have any decent lead anymore. At least they're gonna get the Drake. At least they're gonna put themselves on a soul point, and the soul is objectively not too bad for them.
No, it's not. The Cloud Soul's nice, and all the while, thanks to the observers, we spotted out that Janax managed to claim that tier 2 in bot lane. So at least there was a bit more of a cross map than just people dying in top lane.
Ah, that's true. But he didn't get the turret on the base, and there is half of the turret on the base in the top lane for BDS Academy right now. So it's still a win for SK Prime. It's a small one, but hey, it's something in a game like that where BDS Academy have been holding them for the whole game. Right now, finally, there is more breathing room for SK.
Gives you gold into one of those win conditions, the Yone. We'll get a look at the replay because we came in white hot after our previous replay into this fight.
So what happened here is that they're trying to protect this turret on the bot lane, on the top lane, sorry, and in theory, Kirui is in a really good spot to do that. What is unexpected is how many members of SK Prime are going to turn up, and this ultimate from DOS just to seal the deal and make sure these next 2 turrets are gonna be hit.
Rika tried to play his way out of that one, got hit by the Fate Sealed into an all-out that dragged him back towards SK Prime, so he flashes over the wall, but there's nowhere really for him to go because the moment Diplex hops back to his own real body, gets to Q3 and makes sure the Lucian falls down. We end up in a game state that is once again dead even, 200 gold, if that, the lead for BDSA, which I think at this point doesn't count for all that much. The only tangible advantage we're looking at in that regard is the Dragon Soul that will be up and available for them in 3.5 minutes. You said it's a pretty solid one for them. I think I agree as well. The Lucian, the Braum, Elnar, I suppose, as well, all pretty happy with a bit of extra move speed when they get to hit that ultimate button.
Yeah, it's a little bit more important for them to be able to move freely the team fight. I would say the side of SK Prime Dplex would be really damn thankful for that soul as well.
Yeah.
But they are 3 dragons away from it right now. Which means, though, that in 3 minutes, they need to start paying attention to this bold part of the map. But at the same time, the Baron is coming up in less than half a minute from now.
Interesting build here from Venor as well. That's not full tank Cassante. He's gone towards the Zeke's Convergence to give himself a little bit more burst when he hits that ultimate button, which is an unusual choice. I might have to see when they need to use it because he's not very tanky as it stands. Hit with the Deadly Flourish into the Curtain Call, flashing away. I don't know whether it'll get him far enough out as there he goes all out. The Zeke's Convergence starts spiraling him around him. Rika just needs an extra E and a double tap and should just have this kill, right?
Right?
Oh my days, no way does he get away. Rika surely won't be forced to flash. Gets the auto play for the speed up. Needs another E. Venor under his turret gets the final double tap! And it's not enough! Cassante somehow alive.
Not a full tank, Cassante. Doesn't take your damage. Doesn't care about it whatsoever.
Never have I been proven more wrong more fast.
Hey, that is so much time that BDS Academy spent on the bot lane, especially Rika trying to find any approach towards this Xantea. But hey, they still get this auto turret on the mid lane. Despite all things, despite what happened a little bit earlier and SK Prime still being in this tiniest possible gold lead, BDS Academy are doing rather well on the map, I would say. They are finding those little things to play around.
They are, and it's still a very even game in so many ways. The Zenith Blade landed before the flash came on through, and Katui brought down by Neon.
Oh, he loses the flash, he loses his life, and he loses his dignity. That must hurt so much. They can.
They're thinking about it. They're certainly heading on over, and BDSA, the alarms are sounding. They just lost their AD carry. He's still got 20 seconds before he spawns, and SK Prime have got a Zyra, a Yone, and a Misfortune. This will disappear.
Oh, that's gonna go down so good. Human is around though. He has the ulti available. It's gonna land so nicely in that pit.
Got a flash as well. How aggressive do SK Prime want to play this? They've got a 5v4, but they're tanking Baron.
Genex is gonna go into Megagnar right now.
Neon in danger, but doesn't have a flash! Megagnar into the wall. Rika throws down a culling. The Misfortune lives up to her namesake and has an unfortunate turn of affairs. Skewborn gets the Baron. BDSA punish the hubris of SK Prime for stirring up that neutral objective. Diplex gets one at least on the retreat, and now DOS, though, has stepped on forward far too greedily. The curtain call is immediately cancelled, but he still gets the kill, does Kadui. And BDSA go, I think you went too far.
How have the tides turned yet again? What is going on in this game? That is a roller coaster, but that is now the good turn for BDS Academy. A really good turn. They have the Baron. They can go threaten the Dragon right now and get the soul, but look at this. The timing is absolutely perfect. Everyone has the ultimates on the side of BDS Academy, and they time them up perfectly, especially thanks to Janex. I feel like he played such a massive role in this fight, going in with Megagnar almost ready, slapping down Misfortune, not letting her do absolutely anything in this fight, and from there on, it's snowball.
I appreciate the fact that Diplex at least got one back at the end of it all.
True. But it's a jungler. It's not that big of a Baron buff to take away.
Exactly that, and it's still the Baron over to BDSA. It's still going to be Soul over to BDSA, and a game that felt like it balanced on the knife's edge, at least in terms of the fights, and the gold has swung firmly in the favor of BDSA now. Baron, Soul to them. After SK Prime reached a little too greedily and a little too deep.
Yeah, they flew too close to the sun, and apparently the sun hurt quite a lot, and even having Leon on their side didn't really help too much, because now BDS Academy having 4 Baron buffs are gonna go through this inner turret extremely quickly, and yet again they have really good split push if they want to split up.
Ross has gone on in, throws down a Solar Flare. It's a little deep though. The turnaround with the Glacial Fissure is pretty brutal. There's the bullet time, but the door comes on up. They get a chunk and nothing else, and instead of Pyroclasm comes flying across the team. The Fate Seal is flashed away from a Diplex. Eats a big old fireball from the side of Brand. A big root as well into the background's Rabble on about 10% HP if that. Make them more like 10 as Genax goes crunching his way forward for a wallop that doesn't quite land. The curtains were called, and the 4th shot lands onto Venor, and they're forced back towards the fountain. Not dead, but close enough. BDSA, blink and you miss it. A 5,000 gold lead is theirs.
Are they speedrunning this game all of a sudden? Because that has accelerated massively after the very last fight at the Baron pit. But I love these little movements that BDSA Academy are doing in those fights. Like, for example, you know that the whole point of Paris being brought into this misfortune is that he can absorb that ultimate and not let her do anything. But here, look at that. Skirman is not going to pay any attention to that. He's like, I'm not going to be shielded by you, but you know why? Because I'm going to go in and throw in a deadly ultimate because SK Prime had made a dire mistake of grouping up.
Yeah, and then immediately gets stunned up with a Seer and a big old chunk, and Kadui claims the kill onto Diplex, who couldn't land that all-important ultimate, and SK Prime, it looked a little desperate, it felt a little desperate. Genax, though, is in a 1 versus 3 somehow, and will be picked up by Diplex on the other side, though Rabble is roused and put into a grave, courtesy of BDSA.
It was 4 members of SK Prime, by the way. And now they're getting the treatment they deserve after taking down this little... Okay, it wasn't big now, but still. It's going to be their inhibitor as a prize.
Kaiju battles commenced, and SK Prime managed to kill that top laner, but at what cost? Well, it was the jungler specifically, and alongside that inhibitor.
Yeah.
Did it quite
a big cost.
Oh, it's still actually up just about. I didn't quite see the HP bar at the end of it all, so just about standing for now. Diplex, though, gets hit with the Winter's Bite, forced to ult away. Buffers his way out as Rika has been doing some numbers this game.
Some pretty big numbers, I gotta say. He's ahead of everyone on the SK Prime side by much. And look at the difference between him and Diplex. Even though I said at some point in the game that Diplex has a really good opening onto Rika just because of the specifics of yawning interlusion, he has not been able to land this damage whatsoever.
Once again, we see how BDSA function, which often is around that mid-jungle, providing a lot of the mid-game damage. They've got a great pairing for it. Kadui here on a utility carry. Certainly been getting a lot of those final blows, been providing a lot of the setup to set things up, but well, the raw damage has been that Lucian, that brand. Now SK Prime in their own jungle being run up by Paris, who's got the speed buff, looking for the Winter's Bite here. Have a present in August. Neon, oh, not again. The lights are being put out, the deadly flourish comes on through, the curtains are being called. Act 3 in this best of 5 might be going towards BDSA, you feel. Rabble looking for some grasping roots. Won't find it this time around.
Oh, they're being sieged. They're fighting with their backs against their wall right now. And I think this wall is going down very soon, Initialize, because look at BDSA. They are coming in. They want to close this game before the Elder Drake appears on the map. They want to close this game before there's any chance for SK Prime to get back on track.
They were managing to find their ways back into the game for so long, but that one failed Baron play in the 5v4 has cost them this game, you have to feel. Okay, I'm saying BDSA should have had this cleanly. SK Prime, 3rd seed from the Prime League. Not even their best, so you'd think, despite the regular season. Their playoff woes continued. Now, that's such a close game. They were making it look like it could have been theirs if only they managed to get something out of that play. They find themselves looking down the barrel of match point.
Yeah, and that is the scary spot right now. This is going to be the match point for BDSA. If they win this game with the momentum they've gained from such a big victory, it should be an easy game for BDSA to go into and win this one and go out with a 3-1 against SK Prime. But that hasn't happened yet. Maybe there's a chance for SK Prime. But are you sure you want to be here? You don't see anything.
Oh, there's the Glacial Fissure. Down goes DOS, nowhere to go. To Sunset. As Leona goes on down, one member falls away again. Baron is up. BDSA straight to it. They've got the 5v4 this time.
The sun always sets, and it's gonna set for SK Prime right here!
Oh, Diplex did not enjoy that, Cully. Teleport behind. He's tried to run away, but there's just nowhere to go. Genax with a Megadar incoming. Over the wall goes Skewmont, as Venor will try to get that brand, but he's slowed down by the Royal Eyes. For once, Cassante maybe not quite got enough in the tank. Gets one, yeah, but at the cost of his own life, at the cost of his own team being aced. BDSA have a minion wave, but BDSA are taking themselves to match point.
And match point for the French seed #1. They are here to remind us all that LFL have dominated this seed, the EMEA Masters, and they want to do it once again by eliminating the last remaining seed from the Prime League.
1 game away. BDSA, the tournament favorites, how many times in the past? They need to do it just one more time here to commence with a quarter-finals berth. SK Prime, valiant effort, but not enough. Fail Baron play, and they find themselves in a difficult position indeed.
It's literally just one play that turned the tide completely for both of these teams. And that is sad even, because the timing did look really good for SK Prime. You took down one, the Baron is up, you have the prio, you have the vision, go and take it. But hey, all the ultimates, all the flashes, and the timing available for BDSA, and they did not hesitate to use it all.
No, they did not, and I will not hesitate to throw it to the desk either. Boys, what do you think of that one?
Rubbish.
I'm scared.
I'm sorry. Look,
You know what?
You want to start?
I'm going to say it because you said it as well in the green room.
He didn't say
Careful,
rubbish.
careful, I said a lot in the green room. I'm not sure how much we can say on there.
It's just that this game now enabled Jin pick.
Okay, that was all right.
Don't hand it to him. I just said something controversial. Let me defend myself before you.
Okay, defend yourself.
Because his stuff in the green room is not going to be said on here anyway. So here's the thing. I say that opening statement because, first of all, the setup around Barrett, I mean, it's such a clear win con, right? To come back into the game. BDSA had no point coming back into the game. Jin, Brom, disgusting duo, as we know, as we all should know, right? The problem with this is the Baron setup for people like DOS and people like this Cassante as well, literally just open the door and let Skumon walk in as a brand with, backstage. Hipbrain's like, there's a brand ulti that could just cook here. And they got position on it and they're like, oh, do we turn? Do we sit at 3K? Do we all commit to the Baron for the flip? Or do we turn? Neither was the option. And that's why they lost the game. And that's why I think it's rubbish, because it's like that game for SK Prime just felt like with one simple decision, it's unlosable with the early game that they crafted themselves, thanks to jungle, thanks to top getting come back as well, thanks to the bot lane being ever so relevant getting into these mid-game skirmishes.
It was an amazing start for the Prime, but out of a sudden they just let it go. I think that's it.
Did they let go, or did they literally walk up and hand it to them? Yes, that's exactly it. They were just allowed to walk up with a brand, zone you off the Baron. Like, yeah, they used Yone R and yeah, they used Zyra R to try and zone them out, but like, that didn't matter because SK Prime lost so much health to Baron. The brand R was going to tear them apart, and they just tanked the damage and walked into the pit and secured it. And yes, this somewhat enabled Jin. I am still not sold on it. It's a fail. It's a fault. It's fake news. It's fake news. The Jin is not good here. They just picked it up. Also, and this is something Hysterics also raised backstage. Can Dipix actually play another champion?
Yeah.
Because he's only played Yone, and I'm not convinced. Like, it's not like he's been bad at Yone. I just feel like there's
really good moments, right?
Yeah, there's just better champions in the meta.
Yeah. I think also with the Yone point as well, it's like, while it's working in the compositions and there's nothing inherently wrong with it, I'm wondering if that'll start getting abused. I mean, Rika in the laning phase showed he can play something like Lucian, which is great, again, but...
Hey, Archer, do you want to defend yourself? Because you told us that Lucian loses this.
No, Lucian didn't want the lane. He didn't want the lane at level 5.
He was 20 CS up, to be fair, though.
And Yona was comfortable eventually on the lane.
Okay,
like, it's
random.
not... It's fake news.
Okay.
You know what I find it really interesting on this? It's
what?
Like, usually on the desk after a game, everybody's like, that was a beautiful comeback. And everybody's really nice to each other.
That's so
on EMEA, it's like, you know what? That's rubbish.
But I would say this on LEC. I would say this on LPL. I feel like I hate that disingenuous, like, yeah, it was a really nice comeback. And yeah, granted, like,
no, I love
the team
this.
fight was nice.
I love this,
but
actually.
There is no world where a brand should be able to walk in that free against a Leona, which is long range engage, or Cassante, which is great disengage as well.
Yeah.
When they have numbers advantage and when they've got options in front of the Baron and they had vision of them walking into Baron. Like, it's just skipping steps, but also just not dotting I's, crossing T's, not even putting the weird dots over the U's that I think they have here. Like, it just didn't make sense.
Also, so we can skip this one. We already analyzed it. Like, we understand how it worked.
I think we analyzed, yeah.
Yeah, I think we know how it worked. And with this in mind, let's talk about what could be the last game of the series in favor of BDSA.
Yep.
And how this game, just slipping between the fingers of SK Prime, can actually affect their mentality.
Well, I mean, it affects their mentality because they're out the tournament. And
losing this game specifically.
You'd be pretty sad.
Yeah, but no, I mean, you can't be more specific with your questions, mate.
True. Oh, you asked for this desk, I think. Maybe.
I'm out.
No, so I mean, like, it's gonna be in your head, right? You kind of hinted that Baron, like,
kind of.
There's the like, yeah, I guess it was a good read, but like, you let them walk in and you let them take the Baron. That's gonna affect you. Someone's gonna be annoyed at whoever made that call. you have to mental reset going into that. You need to look at this Jin and just say it's not a champion and just ignore it and stop playing towards Jin. To be fair to the side of SK Prime, they learned their lesson. BDS do need to learn this lesson. One light thing I do want to touch on before I kind of pass over to you guys is I think GO looked better yesterday than BDS did today. And BDS are the first seed from the LFL and GO are the fourth.
And it's hard. I think it's hard on that context because, you know, you got to compare Dark Passage to SK Prime. Maybe SK Prime probably a better team. I guess the only difference today is that, like, you know, mid-game, Dark Passage kind of fell apart. I feel like SK Prime, the issue that they have is their team fighting and their coordination, like who's engaging, like who's doing the shot calls, because it feels very messy.
Yeah.
Like, DOS is playing Leona, and I feel like a lot of the time, DOS is either engaging solo, like he did last game, even in their win, or, you know, the Casante's on a different page. Some fights were good, obviously, when it was small skirmishes, but when it gets to these big, drawn-out team fights, you can see that SK Prime have had few and far between in this series that have looked as clinical as BDS on the other side.
I think this is the most honest desk of the entire world, by the way.
That's great.
Just say it. I'm just
But
saying. I hope you're enjoying it. Or I don't know. So we had the information right now, but I want to toss our attention to another topic. Meanwhile,
what information? We've had the information. What information?
No, I have an in-ear. Like, I'm the only one getting this special information.
Have you got side select?
Also, but if you let me relay the information, I can tell you the
You're
information.
The host. You do it.
Thank you. SK went to red side for this one. It could possibly be the last game. And before you open your mouth, let's show everybody the results so far, because they are really interesting for the day. Look at this. Machko are winning versus Desire, which is really interesting. And those two games were a beating, by the way. The two games from Machko were a beating. That's what I've been told.
A beating is in, like, domination?
Yes. On the other side, though, Vitality B just winning versus Barca.
Like
We're watching BDS. I'm just ignoring as GK are losing versus Papara Supermassive on a 2-0.
Now that's crazy.
Oh, only this?
No, the Papara Supermassive is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, GK are tournament favorites, and you might be like, oh, Arabian League can't be tournament favorites, but bro, they're good. They were good last split.
You know who they have? Bong on the top side.
Yeah.
And without ado, let's toss it to a break. So don't speak a little bit more, and I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Are you?
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a Poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Go on ahead, give me your best shot. Cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep it going up, I can never stop. Yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, city standing tall, stand tall. Built up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. Yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. Yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. Yeah. Built tough, I am the one. Built tough, I'm the one. Yeah. I'm built
Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deadly crews, even them petty dudes. Turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around. And I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. Don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you preying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free.
And we are right back, and I have good news, everybody. We've got draft straight away. BDSA already got some bans out there. They're on blue side. They're banning away the Misfortune this time around. They had enough of that the last game. They found it a bit obnoxious. Instead, on the other side, the same AD carry bans remain. Jin still up. Obviously, still is the Rel.
Obviously, still is the Zyra, and she's gonna be the priority. SK Prime can now take Rel into their own hands if they want to. But first of all, most likely it's going to be Brand as an answer, or maybe not, but we'll see about that. That would make sense. Unless the SK Prime yet again learned their mistake and cooked something, and yeah, that is going to be Sejuani for Robo.
And it does feel like we've seen a lot of Sejuani around and about, despite the AP jungler.
Yeah.
She's felt like a very good initiated
First
champion.
of all, she's an AP jungler.
Yep, well, strictly speaking, yes. Even if she's a tank, I grant you. But things like the Zeke build, you get towards first item very early on. Your early skirmishing with melee champions is pretty high. They lock in the Rel as well, so you've already got a lot of pick. Potential ways to manage some of those backline options that BDSA have been looking towards. The Renekton early would be interesting here. Of course, it takes it away from Venor, who's a big Renekton player. Obviously, a very good combo with the Sejuani.
To be fair, Genex has played Renekton quite a lot himself, so he's not afraid to be caught a big crocodile. But yeah, I like the idea of taking away from Sejuani, because there is already Sejuani plus Rel on the side of SK Prime. You give them Renekton on top of that, and the engage from SK is absolutely deadly. Especially if you consider that BDSA are going to have some squishes on top of the Zyra that they already have.
That's exactly it. The front line's already in for BDSA in a lot of ways. You've got your Renekton, you've got your Alistair, you've got your Zyra zone control. The response with the Gnar. Looks like we've seen a lot of Gnar versus various bruisery matchups top lane. Super spicy up there this time around. To see what they want to lock in bot lane, really, alongside those mid lane options. AD carries have been hard to come by this particular matchup. A lot of them have been banned away, and the Jin has been, I think, a little bit of a controversial pick, as they will phrase it.
Yeah.
And again, I know that last game was a solid enough version we can do, even if the damage numbers weren't that high. But one game out of 3 feels like not a great success rate all the same. The Lucian ban away from Rika, who, again, put in some very good work on that champion. Makes some sense here in this draft.
There has to be a small demand though coming in from BDSA, because, yeah, exactly, here it is. 2
Wise
games
words.
ago. Yes, it hurt them a lot, quite literally, actually. So making sure they get rid of it. Maybe something else in terms of the AD carries. Probably Zeri, to be honest. It has been a staple ban from BDS Academy against SK Prime.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly reasonable take. The other thing is SK Prime here do have 4th picks. So there's a world here where they can just R4 another AD carry and really pinch that pool.
Oh, okay.
So there's the Zeri
That
ban
is Zeri.
themselves. So now does BDSA want to ban? Because the AD carry pool is very narrow. That is five AD carry bans from SK Prime, plus the Misfortune and the Smolder on the side of BDSA. And SK Prime can pick a 6th AD carry of their own, so that's a lot off the pool there. 9 in total.
Do you think Kaiser is going to make it through? We have seen a
Caliban,
glimpse of
interesting.
Kaiser.
Yeah.
Caliban.
I mean, Neon might just pick it here himself, honestly. He's a big Kaiser player of his own.
Yeah. And with Rel and Sejuani already having a lot of engagement on their side, having
agree.
somebody with
Yeah,
killer
yeah.
instinct who can fly into the enemy's backline and remove somebody from it, makes a good point, yeah.
Now, that makes sense to me. Is there that much else available? The Jin, I suppose, as well. It's been there. You've already got a lot of CC, but I think I prefer the Kaiser. But Jin's still up. Kadui might be forced back to it.
Yeah.
He had an okay game 3, as we saw, but got the Zyra, I suppose. But your damage profile isn't looking that high. You're going to have to be asking Rika. Doing a lot of work in this game.
Yeah.
And Jin into Rel, into Nar, into Sejuani. Not exactly the most fun targets to deal with until you're at 4
No,
items.
it has to be something else. Jinx is a good option. You
Okay.
were talking about Jinx before the
It was
previous
Neon
game.
who plays it, though. That's He's
Yes.
normally the Jinx player. So interesting, it's gone the other side of the coin. Interesting there. Double hyper carries of very different sorts here in the bot lane. And a move away from the Jin finally. I can hear the Jakes breathing a sigh of relief. For all that his Hipbrain is a bit of a Jin enjoyer. As said, how conditional it can be. They'll lock in the Jace that's been banned away a few times. You've got yourself the double poke between the Zyra and the Jace. The Jinx post a certain point as well.
Yeah.
Pretty solid range
Yeah.
combo there from BDSA.
Yeah, a lot of poke on their side, to be honest. I feel like it is going to force Neon at some point to go into a little bit more of a mixed build, to get some AP into his build, to make sure he has his poke of his own. Because his W's are gonna hate what they need to hit, because otherwise, who else is gonna do that? There is not much range on the side of SK Prime. In fact, there is pretty much none of it.
There is once Kaiser hits 3 items, because then your W becomes
you need
artillery,
to
and you
get
need
to
to get
3
a couple items on the
Yeah.
Corki. So you do hit that point where you change from being a dive comp into being an artillery comp. But you've got to hit that kind of AP breakpoint, particularly on the Kaiser. But I hear what you're saying. In the mid-game in particular, it feels like BDSA, if they can set up around objectives, can be really difficult to dislodge. On the other hand, SK Prime, if they get vision, if they can start finding that initial Sejuani engage to follow up from absolutely everybody, it can be pretty difficult for that single person to manage.
Now, if not in all previous games, at least in the 2 first games, we saw the first blood happening on the bot lane. And we had
Yes.
discussed the importance of this bot lane, because
That's
these
right.
AD carries and these supports are really big players. But here, we have Jinx on the side of BDS Academy, and I feel like it's super important for the team right now to make sure that Kidui gets as much gold as possible, as early as possible, because they need to get her snowballing.
I agree, and I'll put this out there. For a team that was supposed to be the tournament favorite, for the best team from the LFL who went 17-1 in the regular season, if you took the nameplates off, would you say they look like tournament favorites after those first 3 games?
No.
I don't think I would either. That last game, they could well have lost.
Yeah,
They did lose
if
game
only
2.
it wasn't for this stupid Baron fight.
Yeah, it was not a great Baron fight. There were reasons for that. I think that the Mega Gnar, a lot of tools used. Yes, and BDSA took the opportunity they were given, but they were very much in a position to lose that game.
Yeah.
And what could have been a 2-1 advantage to SK Prime is, blessedly for BDSA, not that. But I still need to see a lot better from a team that is supposed to be the best in the tournament. That is not what has been on show today.
Yeah, I have actually predicted BDS Academy to win it all. I
think a lot of people
am
have.
not so sure anymore. They need to prove it to me. Maybe in this game they're gonna do exactly that, because they definitely have a draft to prove a lot of things to a lot of non-believers.
I think that's fair. I think I'll also say, though, that SK Prime on the other side showed such a good showing in the regular show season. I need to stop using the word show. Of the regular season of the Prime League. They fell apart in the playoffs. Again, they've done that quite a lot, but this is a team with a lot of talent on it who've done very well pretty consistently over the year. They certainly have the chops to take it to BDSA, and especially as the final remaining Prime League representative, they could hold on to some of that pride from spring that the Prime League delivered to their region. If only they can take out BDSA, and I think they have done themselves very proud, but will it be proud enough to bring us to Silver Scrapes? This game will decide it all in that sense. That's not the series in that case, I suppose. So a little bit of a, what's the word? Hyperbole. That's the word I was looking for. Hyperbole, when you like over-exaggerate for dramatic effect.
You know so many smart words.
I
feel sillier when I'm next to you.
That's I just generally have like lots of fun words I know.
Oh.
That's it's just who I am as a person, for better or worse. Neon? does not get that one down. That's fine. Rico was looking for people. We'll spot DOS out.
Still no funny action though.
I've got a fun word for you.
Okay.
Defenestrate.
Defenestrate.
Defenestrate. It means to throw something or someone out of a window. It's a great word.
That's a fun word, but it sounds wrong.
Defenestrate? What's wrong with the word defenestrate?
I can't even explain it to you, but it does sound wrong to me.
I will respectfully
My
disagree.
brain reacts to it like if it's a curse word.
I suppose it is in the sense you're throwing someone out of a window. It's not a nice thing to do.
Yeah, it's not a nice thing.
There's a very famous window in Vienna that's known for multiple important defenestrations. Legitimately, there you go.
Defenestration sounds even worse.
Yeah, the act of defenestration. Yeah. Throwing that one out of the window, perhaps back into the League of Legends window. That in-game window, much more important, as Solari's not a fan of the act of window throwing.
Yeah,
apparently.
honestly, not
Sorry
really.
about that.
No. Passive, maybe.
Wait, can you consider Baron throwing an active defenestration? Is that something? Is what happened in the last game?
That was very active. Defenestration?
That's the word. Well done.
Defenestration. It was very active defenestration.
Here we go. There you go, chat. You've learned a new word. Welcome, EMEA
Congratulations to
Masters.
us, and I'm sorry.
To apologise on my behalf. I see how it is. I like
Because you're
that
never
word.
going to do that.
That's so true. I wouldn't apologise for that.
See?
I'm a very unapologetic human. That's possibly a lie as well. I'm too British to say that. That's a lie. But anyway.
You're too British for too many things. But anyway, let's get back to the game.
I see how it is. Well, yeah, we're looking towards the spotlight. But not that much has happened, which is why I've been able to muse about windows and throwing things out of them. There's Rabble looking for an invade. Has just got rid of that quadrant and looking to come on in here. Is only at level 3. Has a whole quadrant to work with. Very early towards his bot lane, knowing that Skumon would otherwise be here early. There's the Zyra. I think has used the E already.
Yeah.
Gets over the wall with the Arctic Assault. Will deny any engage, but it will also mean that Skumon doesn't have the easiest option into the bot lane quite yet. But also, well, the Rabble has a lot of camps top side. Venor on the wrong end of it. The E empowered by that Rage. The armor shot that could have been a bit scary, and Venor might be forced to reset early on in this lane.
Yep. He gets a very help out of this unfortunate situation because he really don't want to die to Renekton early on. He is not feeling good.
This was the problem of looking for that early gank. He had all these camps up, did Rabble.
Yeah.
Skumon had the opportunity to come in and invade. Everyone's coming. We might see a fight over the Gromp here.
Let's go. First blood on the bot lane as predicted.
Rabble gets the smite, gets a hold of it. That was a very plaintive please from Solari.
I don't think it's happening though.
No,
I don't
I'm
think
a
they
bit
heard
upset.
me. No.
That's a shame.
No.
Why
They
would you need to be
disengage.
louder? Just scream so loud they'll hear you in game.
Oh, are you sure you want me to do that?
No, I'm not. I feel like that might be a mistake for everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, here he goes! Oh, here you go, man. Never needed to scream, just needed to wait for Paris to pull the trigger. Neon lit up a little brighter with that ignite, but won't go down quite yet. The flash still burned there from the AD carry.
I need a first blood on the bot lane, and it's going to matter a lot which of these AD carries is going to get to this point first. Because both of them will benefit massively from having the first blood and being ahead.
Throws out that Q alongside the W, but won't land too much more aside from a Thorn Spitter spitting at the enemies just briefly. Everyone backs away. No one all-inning for the first blood quite yet.
No one wants to overdo it. No one wants to overstep. And honestly, understandable, especially after the last game and the incident at the Baron Fate. But I'm still a little bit sad about that. Playing the usual. Rickers, though, he's sitting on no mana at all, which is the usual side for Jace on the mid lane, to be fair, but he still has a lot, and that's why he needs to reset.
Well, that, and again, things gone on too much this early game. Last game, remember as well, we saw a lot of early kills going the way of BDSA. They got the early lead, and then they threw it.
Yeah.
And then SK Prime came back into it, and we saw a kind of tennis match between the gold lead going one way and then the other over and over and over again. And see whether this time around one team can cleanly hold on to that lead. The minute it seems to be BDSA, you've managed to get that slight advantage right now, but it really doesn't mount to all that much yet.
It's really tiny. And honestly, just by default, they don't really have the lanes that are going to win the lane by themselves. So this is most likely how the early game is going to look like. Everybody farming, everybody just measuring each other up, but not really going for a kill. But I really hope I'm wrong right now with my prediction.
Feels about right. A recall on wards there will spot out Neon going back to base and finally getting that reset in. Gets a hold of that pickaxe. Wants to Jinx on the other side, already at Berserker Greaves. Feeling very pleased to have that additional movement speed and attack speed. Often very nice in these lanes where you need to space yourself correctly. And Zyra does what Zyra often does, which is come in, throw down a number of plants, and then take dragons real quick.
Does it even consider solo taking the dragon if you have the flowers to help you? I feel like it's a little bit of a cheating.
Like, it's a little bit like a family ticket to a theme park, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
does that count as one ticket? Yes, but more people
I
along
mean,
with it.
the flowers are really small, so I guess they get like an infant ticket.
That's very true. Or maybe just children go free.
Oh, maybe. That's a very good dragon. That's a very good attraction. And I think, yes, the blue team, the
Yay,
BDC
let's
are
go
really
fight
happy
a
with
giant fire-breathing monster. Hooray! Fun for all the
I've
family.
heard they've made at least one game about that. And people love it.
I feel that's probably true.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Skyrim game from a few years ago? Had a lot of that.
A few years ago. It's many years ago. It's a
It's
lot of
been
years.
released
Oh
a lot
my
of times.
God.
I know. Was it 2012? No, early than that.
11.
11, yeah.
Can you imagine? Oh, I
Days
feel
of a
old now.
decade ago. There you go. There's Rika eating some Gatling guns in the mid lane, courtesy of Corky, who's got himself a Corgi.
Yeah.
Isn't that
it's
a joy?
finally a Corgi.
Yeah, where has our Corgi been? I need
Yeah,
more of that
we
in
had
my
this
life.
question yesterday, yeah.
Skewmon gets Arctic assaulted, all the while Paris finds a headbutt and a double pulverized. Neon will throw down that barrier, gets off those chompers, and of course a Stranglethorn's coming on through as well. But Rabble now trying to buy some time, throws down that flail, and SK Prime went looking for something there, but it was the turnaround from BDSA that proved a little bit too much for them. Everyone stays alive all the same, though.
Yeah, Neon, however, was really dangerously close to getting down. Had to use his barrier in the process. What is important, though, is Keru has absolutely everything available. He still has the cleanse, he still has the flash, which means he has a very nice kill pressure onto SKP right now. They want to go for it.
Look for it. Here comes Skewmon. They know he's coming. The rocket comes on through. Neon down to 10%. Gonna heal up a little bit with that refillable, but DOS is trying to body block. There comes the deadly spines. Rabble coming on down. Paris looking for an engage. The double shattering strike will still leave DOS up to dry, but they're stuck on a turret. Paris goes down, trying to get the final auto in. Kadui gets excited. Diplex going to come on over. The water there. That Jinx will surely fall. It will be a 2-for-2. All things said and done.
Yes, and Jinx didn't even get the kill in the end. The first, no, she did get one, but
She got
not
the
the
second
first
one,
blood.
yeah.
Yes, the first blood went into Paris' hands. But still, what matters is that there were 2 kills on the BDS side, on the bot lane. And that engage was such an interesting one. If only the wave arrived a little bit quicker, I believe BDSA would have gone for an earlier tower dive, and that wouldn't have given Rabble so much time to come into the turret, because the fact he was there so quickly to react and to help secure 1 kill and then another one onto Kidui was really important for SK Prime to get out of this in a 2-2 situation and not a complete losing one.
Still in the end, slightly better for BDSA because they get more plates in mid lane. They deny a wave in bot lane. You can see the gold lead showing up there in general. It's giving them a bit of an advantage. And you're wondering who's going, that's the Renekton in the
Who's going
project
what?
skin, yeah. Renekton was going like, yeah, but with like an effect on it.
He doesn't have an effect like that.
He does. He's in the project skin.
Okay. Oh
Project
my
Renekton.
God. It's so hard to communicate with you sometimes.
Okay, that's probably true. It was like I could hear it in my ears. Like, what is that? Oh, it's Renekton in the project skin.
Oh, I see what he's talking about. I also see one wood grab. I see one singular wood grab going into the pockets of BDSA. I kind of blinked and missed what exactly happened on the top part of the map, but it's good news for BDSA. They still managed to cancel the whole stack with it.
The issue I'm seeing bot lane right now is Neon is down 30 CS and 2 levels. Finally gets towards level 6, but that is a rough place to be in this bot lane. And another plate looking pretty close to falling. DOS has got flash. I think Kadui stepping forward too eagerly for that plate. Might be a bit bold. The minions will get a fairly decent chunk, but I don't think we'll quite secure it. Final auto will. And there's another 125 to Kadui.
Well, that's the thing about this bot lane. Whoever secures the first blood is very likely to win the whole game.
Dominus comes on through. Janex with that level advantage gets a big old Q on through onto Venor. That Coldermeek doing some work. And that's about it. Ult was used, though, by Janex to kind of manage Venor's zone.
Yep. So no ult, no top laners for the time being. Both have the flashes. Kumon.
Arctic Assault just went wide. The turnaround with the Stranglethorn. The Glacier Prison is there, and Skewmon in danger. Still about alive as Rika is in the middle of everyone. But over the wall goes Paris. Rika just about alive. DOS flashing on out. Has the flash going to work with. Diplex now in danger as the Deadly Spines come flying on through as Neon. Now coming along as well. Paris will be fine. Everyone stays alive, but everyone and the mother had to blow flash.
It matters. I'm looking at the flashes and I'm looking at the timers and I'm like, nobody got any kills out of this whole situation. We only saw some flashy plays at all, by the way.
Paris.
Right, DOS?
Ooh, gets avoids. DOS looking for the engage. Now Neon in danger. Still has got that barrier. Buys some time. Paris pops the ultimate and is now damn tanky. Everyone backs away. Skumon coming on down. Has not got flash. Has not got ultimate. Is on vision. Throw out some deadly spines, but that means Neon and DOS have to leave the turret again. Another wave lost. Another amount of CS and Kadui will be given more gold.
They're trying to come back. This is a very risky move, but they have Rabble around with Sejuani. So they can afford to stay there and to clear out the wave as much as possible. But that means them not having the security of the turret, them not having their flashes, as you pointed earlier, available, means that this second Drake of the game is very likely to go into BDSA's hands. Unless Rabble takes things into his hands right now and goes right straight into it. But he shouldn't do that. Just judging by the words situation, BDSA have eyes everywhere on this bot lane right now.
Take a breath briefly. It's been a relatively high-octane game so far, considering lack of kills. Everyone's been looking for them at the very least, and Neon manages to stay and collect most of these waves, despite the pressure that's been put against him. Dragon still remains up. The resets have come on through from Paris and Skumon to go back. Maybe start to look at that Dragon shortly. DOS, though, is taking the opportunity to look towards the top lane. The double hop. Janax flashes away. DOS could maybe get in on Inheb. That's actually Elise and Meganar back on out as Rabble. Coming on up, can look for a Glacial Prison in just a few seconds. Janax in a dangerous position. The teleport summoned from Rika prevent a dive, and the Renekton stays alive.
Yeah, Dominus without any completed items, more than enough to keep him alive, more than enough healing for him, and that means that SK Prime didn't really find any advantage from the top lane, lost momentum on the bot lane, and there is still that Zyra in the jungle for BDSA, which means it's another solo or a family trip towards the dragon. It's a second dragon for BDSA.
Just to grab that one while everything was happening topside, cost them the teleport. I wondered whether Rika being pulled away might make that dragon a little bit trickier, but no, still secured, still up 2,000 gold. Another good early game from BDSA. One they haven't begun to give away in turn towards SK Prime. So,
not yet.
Yeah, not yet. We've seen that enough already to make me hold my breath on that one.
Yeah, better be careful about that. Especially now that the timer is showing us that the grabs are going to spawn pretty much right here, right now. Both of the junglers, though, are around this bot lane looking for some action around this tower. So maybe?
Diplex manages to look for potentially a second plate here. Does just about claim it. Should be able to retreat to safety.
Yeah, very
Look at that
nicely,
cool
very cutely. Yeah, very cutesy. I love this skin so much.
It's great.
It is very cute. But you know what else? No, you know what is not cute?
That okay, well, where are you going with this?
The grabs.
No, they're not. They're actually kind of horrifying.
Absolutely, yes, thank you.
Rika just about gets out of the crash down, looking to turn onto Neon. Where is he going? Rika, you could have left there. No, he's just dead to right. Those with the Magnet Storm available and the ult for Neon still to work with. Maybe he thought he couldn't get far enough away to safety, so went to look for the all-in. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Either way goes down. It'll be something to SK Prime.
I would like to say there is some smart play, and maybe there is some smart play, but I'm just not able to read it whatsoever. Maybe just trying to claim a kill on Neo, know that you're going down anyway, making a 1-to-1. Doesn't work out either way.
I guess you couldn't run away
kill.
from the Kaiser ult at that point, so you couldn't get far enough away. So it's like, well, I guess I have to all in at that point.
Yeah, I die, but at least I die with Honor, you know, or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Valkyries away, no, you go in. That's how the Valkyries come to pick you up for Valhalla.
Oh! Okay.
See,
if you
that's
put
the
it
way.
That way, yeah.
Show Corky how it's done.
You really have a big.
I do. Like it's similar to Sion shouting cowards as he runs away.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
It's mythologically inconsistent.
Hey, it's just a game. Brother, chill.
Oh, never.
Figure that much. Anyway, that is a herald for BDSA that they are going to use. Not sure yet where, because in the bot lane it's kind of far considering the SK Prime are looking to taking this turret down.
Rabble is going to get knocked away. DOS and Neon were there. Who's shoving up in mid lane? It's Kadui. He's on a ward here. We'll be able to back away to safety as we're seeing a rotation towards the top lane tier 1. Skumond and Kadui taking the opportunity to get up here. It's likely going to be a turret here. I don't think it's going to be that easy a response from SK Prime unless they want to teleport Venor up, and that would be bold. Interrupt. That's actually now Paris and Diplex looking for an engage. They get the trample. There's the Valkyrie over the wall, stays alive. And now Skumond gets jumped on with a Ferromancy crash down in a Magnet Storm. Neon donated a kill onto Skumond.
That is massive. It's not just a kill. Way further. It's gonna be another kill, maybe?
Dewey gets hit with the permafrost into the glacial prison. Flash on forward for Neon. And the Acanthian rain doesn't quite burn him down.
So close. Or it could have been massive for Escape Prime if they only gotten these another
Okay.
kill.
Oh my days.
Oh my god.
Don't know whether with just Kraken say it would have been enough to kill, but you got to
probably not.
wonder. Brief pause here. We get to catch our breath. Maybe that's Kadui going, why did my rocket hit? That felt like spot on. Come on, guys.
Maybe. But listen, what happened on the top lane? What happened on the top lane wasn't just Zyra dying to Escape Prime. It was Zyra with a Herald. And the idea for BDSA on this top lane was that we want to cut through these two turrets. We want to get the outer and the inner one at the same time with one Herald. That's why they had so many forces there, including this potential Herald. It wasn't released, and now the momentum there is completely lost for the team.
Thank you, production, for pulling up the current game status graphic. It's like normally our in-game graphics. I'm trying to think what you'd call this one. Game status will do just fine for now. You can see the gold lead has extended pretty heavily towards about that 2,500 mark, which is still enough for 15 minutes. The problem is it's been that way for the last 5, and it does feel like SK Prime once again beginning to find their way back into this game with a couple key picks. Neon's picking up gold. You begin to wonder whether BDSA are going to start slipping away again like they have in Games 2, Games 3. This could get tricky.
Starting to get this little deja vu feeling, right? Because that is how it's been happening. Apart from that one Smolder game for Escape Prime when they were dominant from the very beginning, it is usually BDSA having a really solid early game. Hi, good to see you. I mean, I don't see you, but you see me. And
Yeah,
that should be enough,
I
right?
definitely see you. I can see into your souls right now. That's the power of casting.
Can I get away, production?
No,
I
no, you
don't
can't.
feel comfortable. I don't
You're
feel safe.
contracted to be here.
Oh, damn! I should write it in my radar that I don't want to be with you on the same cast ever.
That is quite hurtful. How dare you say I'm gonna...
Oh.
You do... what was that? I was like, oh, sucks to be you.
I didn't
See what I have
say
to do
it.
with? This is workplace bullying. What it is.
It's not bullying.
If it's the truth, yeah, okay, fine.
I didn't say that. But
Okay, it's fine. I know where I stand. It's fine. Maybe let's move away from my soul being ripped out briefly here. BDSA currently in a good position, but as we said, we have seen some flaws in terms of what's been going on the last few moments. A big pick on to Skewmons as they were trying to get Krugs as well. A good engage on that. And it does feel like BDSA have been giving more openings, I think, than we expected them to be giving up coming into this series, considering the expectations that were on this team as this pause is over.
Yeah, it is the LFL seed number 1. It is, yeah, you're not recalling that.
On level 11. I was wondering, because Neon had the ult available, he didn't quite have level 11 thing, so I think it was just out of range to press R and jump on in.
You think you would have pressed R? Oh, Neon could have pressed R. Neon would have pressed R.
He definitely would. If he had level 11, that was an easy kill. I would have taken it. It's for style points alone.
Now, what do we do now is the big question for BDSA, because they're still holding on to these Herald in the pockets of Skewmon, and ideally they want this Herald released somewhere close to Kidui, so they can accelerate the rate with which they take the turrets down. But so far it's still working for them on the top lane, albeit very much slower than they would have expected. Oh my god, this is the game of cancelled recalls, I swear.
Most obnoxious thing of all time, and now Skewmon is saying, well, Dragon's coming up, but we've already got 2. We can afford to not give this one up. We can play very aggressively for gold and snowball. Here comes the Herald. Here's a play we tried to pull off earlier. The Nor will likely pick up that tier 1, but Rabble now coming on. It's still a 2v3 as it stands. Minimap will show a little bit more of SK Prime beginning to turn on up. That's 5 members versus 3. But Janax coming on up alongside Kadui. The Dominus was popped early to give the early raid. Chompers come on down, prevent the easy engage from DOS alongside that Zap. Now SK Prime in danger! Engage comes on through! Flash! Hemper pulverizes Neon! Dead to the grave! And now all the way we go as Janax is the one who was leading that charge. They get the kill. The collapse is collapsed upon. They get a tier 2. They can return to get Soul Point as well. BDSA come away with it.
They were never in danger. They were all this time the danger for SK Prime. This looked very dangerous for them, though. I gotta say, SK Prime had a really good plan in their heads, and one might have not expected BDSA to be able to pull it around in such a clean way.
Varus got slow. Janax in danger in the top side. Will slice and dice to clear out the wave. DOS looking for something more. Crashes down. Looking to get in range of the Shadow. He's trying for the teleports coming on through. Still a 3v3 for now. Rika coming on down. Will have the accelerated shock blast and it gets the kill. Janax is the one who picks it up in the end. A knockback on Avina with that big hammering blow. Thundering blow, rather. I can get my Jace ability names correct. The recall comes on through. SK Prime just cannot land the punishes.
You gotta love the use of aggressive teleports on the side of BDSA right now. They do not hesitate to throw them in to get a good aggressive position onto SK Prime and to punish them for trying to pull out things. With all fairness, I thought that Paris was well done for. It looked like he was ready to sacrifice himself for Reeker, but the fact that Genex was there so quickly coming from the outer turret, it pretty much saved the day for BDSA.
Now we can see potentially more of this happening as Paris looks towards our top lane again. Just about okay for now. SK Prime disengaged for once. The gold lead remains at about that 2 to 2,500 gold.
stable.
It's not really changed for the last 10 minutes at this point.
Exactly. It is BDSA being slowly but steadily in the lead, but also SK Prime making sure that the gap between the teams is not getting any bigger. But that is going to be changed right now because this poor little turret on the top lane is finally going to go down.
That's exactly what they were looking for. Got pseudo-punished a moment or two ago.
Yeah.
I'll note the leads in the individual lanes is pretty significant in mid and bot lane for the Jace and the Jinx, which is exactly where SK Prime would like them not to be, thank you very much.
Well, maybe it's gonna be changed now.
Glacier pressing a little wide, but Kadui jumped onto Neon's into the backline, and Kadui!
Yeah!
Whoa! Dos is the one who picks it up, throws up a thumbs up saying, yep, that's kill secured.
Yeah, that is exactly the kill that they were looking forward to. That is exactly what you were saying. SK Prime don't want to see these Jinx being ahead because that can be a death sentence with how quickly she can snowball throughout the game and later on in the team fights, of course. But they take care of it for the time being at least. Take her down. But can they take down something else is my question, because one Jinx at this point with SK Prime being so behind is not enough. They ideally need an objective.
Remember, SK Prime know a lot of these players very, very well. The
Very
German
true.
contingent, Janax, used to be SK's main team. Top laner Rika and Kadui played for SK Prime so long ago. They know these players very well as an organization, and gotta feel pretty good to find some pickoffs onto the Jinx like that.
Yeah,
game will bring us-
SK Prime sends their regards.
Exactly, yeah, exactly they do. I want them to know it was me.
Tell Kadui.
I wanted
wanted to know it was me.
I'm just imagining like Diplex with that little hat on doing it.
Oh my god.
Go, Rabble gets slowed up a little bit. We got ourselves 2 minutes till the Dragon, so it's just fighting over this tier 1 in mid lane that's happening as Venor might have an angry crocodile face checking. Huge chunk as the empowered ruthless predator. Venor gets the Mega Gnar, Rika misses that shock blast, so gets away alive, but a big old chunk onto the Gnar.
Oh, Venor was so lucky that was the Mega Gnar time frame. Otherwise, he would have been dead, most likely. But he gets away with a really good jump in the very last moment from Reeker. But that still means the BDSA remain in control of the mid lane. And if you're in control of the mid lane like they are right now, you can easily rotate it towards the jungle and secure a vision around the Baron pit and potentially threaten it against SK Prime.
The game of mid lane, you take the turret or you die. That's how it goes, I think.
Oh, I see where you're going with that. I mean, I
Glad you did.
started it, so...
That's true.
Shame's on me.
What did you expect me to do? Leave that one? Absolutely not.
I didn't expect anything, to be fair, especially from you.
Just continual knives, isn't it? I see how it
Yeah.
is. She's having far too much fun just insulting
Does your
me.
back hurt?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
From all the knives in it? Just
That's
a little
it. That's
bit?
quite, yeah, I'm struggling a little bit here. I'm going to have to go to the hospital shortly after the cast.
But only after the cast, please.
Well,
Gotta
exactly.
stay
I've
alive and do that.
I've got games to do.
You're
exactly that.
contractually obligated to stay alive during the
So
cast.
they tell me. Exactly that. The opposite, if there's no
you
teacher
die,
in 15
I'm
minutes, you're
breaking it up
legally
with
allowed to
HR.
leave. Yeah. Casting to my dying breath. That's the way it goes. Never
That's a
say I'm not
true
committed to the
professional.
cause. Yeah, Venor.
Like Venor now. Oh my
boy.
god, baby run.
Prepare for violence. Venor will flash the headbutt pole and gets out of the way there. Does run away properly. Got ourselves 40 seconds until a dragon as well, and that would be sold for BDSA. That means they're shoving through mid lane. They've got the flash out of the top laner. They have command of the lower side of the map.
Oh, unless something goes really wrong for BDSA right now, they are getting this Drake and they are getting this full. I'm telling you, Initialize SK Prime right now need to pull out some sort of a miracle or a really good catch onto somebody from BDSA side. Ideally onto Scuman. Scuman should be the top 1 priority.
I'll also note second items have just been completed for SK Prime, so they're fighting on relative parity. 6 stacks off a Muramana transformation as well for Diplex, so keep our eyes to see whether he can get that. As Kadui hit with the Glacial Prison, knocked under the turret, is Rabble by the headbutt, and the jungle falls to Rika. The Jace gets that one, the mana tomorrow winning today. Venor will hop over the wall, staying alive, the Mega Gnar coming on through, but you've already lost your jungler, that's sold for sure.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me they're rotating to the top part of the map. Don't tell me they're abandoning the soul to try to pull it onto the Baron.
They can't get in there. They're saying, look, if we can maybe threaten this, maybe we've got an opportunity. But Soul is BDSA's, no contest from SK Prime. They don't want to flip it there. They'd rather hold court in the river, give time for Rabble to respawn and play it from there. DOS, though, about half HP, needs to be afraid as Jedax comes pouncing over the wall. A primordial crocodile from your worst nightmares allows Rika to pick up another one. He flashes over the wall. He's going to hammer forward into the skies to get a double.
BDSA! Oh my god! This is still the LFL supremacy right here, right now in this very game. They have the soul, and now, if they want to, because they have Screamer alive, they have him around, they go for a Baron, they take it down so quickly, and what do SK Prime do about it? Nothing at all. Rabble cannot threaten it. He has no flash, he has no ultimate, he has nothing.
It would be very risky to walk in there. No vision, no idea what's going on. He's going to look towards that bot side quadrant and realize it is empty of camps. There is nothing to be found there, but perhaps a measly set of Krugs. There's hardly a prize for the mid lane tier 1, the Soul, the Baron. BDSA find absolutely everything they could ask for.
They got it all, exactly. And here again, maybe the idea is nice to try to go on to K2. He's one of the targets for you objectively before you want to start a fight for the Drake and even think about getting the Drake. But the problem is, when there is an engage from Sejuani, there needs to be something else that follows up right after it, right? There is nothing going on there from the side of SK Prime. Frankly, cannot really happen because she's so far away from everyone.
Picture in picture, though. It was a big dive in the mid lane that killed off Kadui, so we'll keep an eye on that. We come back to live as Rika jumped over the wall and has been doing a lot of work on the chase down. Not a little of the picture in picture. We're seeing more violence occurring. Kadui still dead for 20 seconds. Still playing this one as Diplex in a 1v1 with a Crocodile. I don't think you win that one right now, my friend, as Rabble now in danger. Skew1 being jumped on by Venor. Does get that boom run, but is now knocked up into the skies. He goes, is Rika. And down into the grave goes Venor. Another kill, DOS. Nowhere to go. The accelerated shot blast claims another. And now they can continue to shove on forwards, knowing they've got the man advantage and Baron to work with, even if it has come at the cost of the blood of a few of their teammates.
I hate them running. That is so hurtful for SK Prime right now because they're losing absolutely any control they have had over this map right now. They are having their base siege. And look at BDSA. They have Baron buff on almost everybody, which means they can split across the map if they want to. They have Rika, who feels so comfortable on the soul lanes right now. Who's going to do anything to him? He's 5-1-3 with 3 items completed.
Tier 2 goes down. No structures remain outside of the base for SK Prime. It is an economy Baron, and it's earned them an 8,000 gold lead. They've got Soul to work with. Elder Soul is in 3 minutes, just over. Similarly, Baron's still got a minute to work with for BDSA because they can look for a bit more. We'll get the replay and see what happened in mid lane as Kadui was collapsed on by SK Prime.
Yeah. How do you even get out of it? You don't is pretty much the answer. Thanks to DOS mostly.
No, you do not. And then Paris came up to try and find something, couldn't quite do it. And then they thought, well, maybe 5v4. There's no AD carry. We can fight this, right?
Right? No, look at the damage from Rika. Look at the damage from this guy. And then again, we have so many split fights across the whole series today. But this one and this one? Oh, God.
Rika goes up again, and a Mega Gnar away will not buy enough time as Paris rings the cowbell and allows a 6th kill to go the way of Rika's Jace.
He's bringing this cowbell throughout this whole game. He must feel really comfortable about BDSA taking this one down. And also, they're on the match point. They should be feeling more comfortable than SK Prime, who have to fight it back.
Janex went looking for a stride breaker, got a little bit of a chunk there, and avoids the Glacial Prison as well, but that means that ultimate's down. Nothing to be found with that one. Kadui looking to claim the wave in mid lane, and the rest of SK Prime forced towards the other side of the jungle. Not going to be here to contest this wave at all. That might leave this base in a very tricky position because no one's back really to defend.
Yeah, it's only Diplex here. Oh, now Paris and Kadui are joining in as well. Oh,
Diplex
this base is in a very big trouble right now. Diplex cannot fight it whatsoever. This inhibitor has to go down, right?
It's just gone. Well, at least the inhibitor turret. Skew1 in mid lane. He's now claiming that one as the Zyra. Rika comes on over. The inhibitor in the top side under siege as well as BDSA force SK Prime into a catch-22. Damned if you do, certainly damned if you don't.
What is that?
Avoid those shot blasts is how I should finish that sentence. My lord, Rika is hitting hard. The rocket!
Oh, so close.
Forces a barrier. Neon got nervous.
Didn't you get nervous just looking at that? That was nerve-wracking, but BDSA are still sieging the enemy's base. And oh my god, they're gonna cut through it so quickly with Kadui already so excited.
Jump onto DOS, who was looking for an engage. The Strikebreaker active afterwards, trying to buy some spaces. Neon hops on forward, but it's still a very tanky Alistair, who's got Flash to work with. Will finally get Johnson Blue knocked into the wall. Goes for the Flash, pulverized on 3! Over the wall goes Rika! Godlike indeed! Neon will pull the killer instinct, but the only instinct he is fearing is that of his own incoming demise. Just about hold on for the moment, but the game I don't think I can speak the same of.
No, you cannot, and you should not initialize. That is the end of it. That is the glory of LFL. That is their third seed that they have proudly sent to EMEA Masters, proving to everybody yet again that maybe there have been doubters, especially after that one Smolder game, but they have been proven wrong.
Prime
BDS
League
Academy
are brought low by their former players, picked up by BDSA. The Prime League is eliminated from EMEA Masters. Another French seed goes forward. Every French seed hits quarterfinals now. And the stories of their demise have been greatly exaggerated. LFL is back in force. They have a point to prove. And my days, are they doing it here in the summer of 2024?
SK Prime, though, are not 100% not going to be playing on the home ground in the grand finals in Munich just a couple of weeks from now. But BDS Academy have all of the chance of doing this right now. The tournament favorites are proving to everybody that they should not, under any circumstances, be underestimated.
And not to put too fine a point on it, we're looking at a team that, if they're given a moment in the mid-game, they will take the Soul, they'll take the Baron, and the game is lights out from there. A couple games in a row, they pull that one off, this time from a point of advantage rather than a point of deficit, and they do so in style. Rika again on that Jace was a menace. Paris finding all of those clutch engages, still looking very, very strong. BDSA maybe putting some of my doubts to rest there in that game. For still some stuff to work on. I think they'll have a bit of a tougher time in quarterfinals. There's still really, really good stuff. But I think, Solari, sadly, be enough from us. The desk is standing by to break down that series. Have a look at the day in general.
Hello.
Oh, that took you some time.
I had some important information regarding the other games. I'll relay to you folks as soon as we are done with this
You're messaging
one.
your mum or something. What's showing?
I don't even know how to use internet on this. I'm a paper person.
I had to help him with his keyboard yesterday. Like, he is actually such an old man.
The French keyboard, that is a realization and a half. Bro.
Yeah, they don't use QWERTY. What's going on over here?
It's like a word or something like that. It's completely different.
BDSA goes through this one, and Prime League is no more. That's the one we should take out of this. But in depth, we got to see a lot of weaknesses.
Oh.
The tournament favorites as well.
Yeah, BDS, I think, didn't look that good this series. I think they drafted a bit awkwardly throughout quite a lot of this series. I think their execution in game kind of left me a little bit worried. And if I'm going to take like a positive look at this, I'm going to look at a different LFL team. And yesterday we saw Geo play, and they looked shaky in game one, but we saw, and we talked about this at the beginning of the day, a dramatic improvement across their the two games after. I don't think I saw that level of like adaptation and growth coming in from BDS in this series. I think they've got some work to do before they move on to the next stage of the tournament, and they have to work on it quick.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts, first of all, are like, the draft definitely gave me a skewed look on BDS Academy, and I think that's part of the problem, where those Jin drafts and the drafts where we're like, why are BDS making it so hard for themselves, kind of changed and varied from what we saw in last spring, where I felt like they were very cohesive drafts, and that's quite top line, but I feel like that's simple. Second of all, I will say, on a more positive light, I liked in this game again that they're diving the Kai'Sa. I like that the direction, at least in this game, was a lot better, where they're putting attention into the Kai'Sa role lane, the strong 2v2, because the other lanes, like Corki, like you're essentially going through like a losing mid, winning top, Sejuani hovering between. It felt like bot was important to shut down. That was good stuff for the Jinx. And then as well, playing towards Genax. I mean, bro, seeing Genax on carries is another really good thing. I think we saw a lot better games from this guy instead of him being a role player when he's actually on things like the Renekton or things like the Nara himself, because I think he was a better top in this series by far. I think Vanilla was kind of a bit vanilla for me. You know, like in spring, I think I gave the same kind of feedback. So it was really nice to see Genax, controlling quite well and being that carry force that we know he can be. Again, also like Spring.
Yeah, you could say that Vanilla was a little bit Manure in this series.
I think that was the joke.
Oh, okay, was it?
Yeah, it was meant to be. Stop it, Archron.
What?
Yeah, looking blankly. Sorry.
I am a avid Renekton hater. I think Genax, because I just think so many people can't play it right, and Genax played it right. So I was really, really big on it in this series, and huge Jace game coming in. It's the second time we saw them play it in this series. Played it in the first game. The funny thing is we were talking about this because we were complaining about Diplex playing the Yone, and it was like, this is the one game where the Yone angle actually was there.
Yeah.
They did go for the Corki, which at the same time, I'm happy to see Diplex move off that, even if it wasn't enough in this game. It showed us that they weren't just only playing Yone. But yeah, overall, I did think Genax had a very solid series.
It's funny on the Yone point because it's like you look into that comp, you're like, playing Yone into that comp, probably not perfect, probably not the ideal angle.
Yeah.
But you're also like, yeah, man, compositionally, it would have synced up nicely. But as you and I were saying backstage, that wouldn't have made or break the game. I think we have to look at, like, if you want to like cement SK Prime, is good individual skill. Still, like, drafts were quite good. But I feel like their direction in team fights and like how they play, it's not like yesterday where we're like, oh, DP's mid game is messy and we don't know what they're doing. It's like, well, I feel like SK Prime knew what they were doing, but how to play their comps in a 5v5 setting and how they should be playing the map was like up and down.
Yesterday there was a mission, there was an objective, and they realized that and they would play through it.
I think their direction, it might be communications. It's an easy thing to say from an outside perspective.
I think the takeaway for me, if I'm going to go for a positive light here, I think for SK Prime, I actually think their drafting was just vastly better. I think there was one game where it was like, what the hell are you doing? But outside of that, I think their drafting actually was better. It's like you said, it was just the execution in game was a major issue for them. Bot side, I was actually relatively happy with. Mostly because they only played the Jhin once. So that might lead a little bit into it. But yeah, I think, it's very easy to kind of just look at negatives because I do think overall this was a messy series for both teams.
Yep.
But if you are going to look on the positive side of things and you are going to look at what went right and what they did right, SK Prime, I think their drafting was actually very good. That Kennen in game one, it had a very good role within that team, and I think it actually rounded that team out very well. Unfortunately, those TP flanks were a little underwhelming when it was just single man ults coming in from the Kennen and not kind of catching the whole group. But yeah, it really just boiled down to that. I do think on the other side, BDS were very good at actually recognizing what their comp did.
Yep.
They might not have been the best drafts in the world, but they were able to make it work in this series. That final fight of the whole series where they jumped on the Alistair, like they were doing, like it was happening vice versa in game one. They did such a good job of just turning it around, just going, oh, let's just pull the Alistair down, get the big engage and turn the fight.
But that's the thing. When you look into the entire series, you have to recognize that BDSA had a lot of exposures, like they exposed the weaknesses.
Yeah.
But as we went through the series itself, especially on the late game of this one, they were able to wrap it up. They were able to like, okay, we know what we need to do. We're going to do it. And it's clean. I think this last game was more clean from BDSA. And it shows like, yeah, they have weaknesses, but they also know how to solve them. I think moving forward, it's more about we can't allow those weaknesses to show on game one or game two, or we might be dead.
Yes, I think going forward, if BDS play it like this, they're probably cooked. I think that a lot of the other teams are showing a lot more strength than them. So they definitely have some stuff to shore up, but they don't know how to do it. But I'm sure, you learn from these series. These are the this is the kind of series where you're going to take so much from it.
Yeah.
They're the LFL first seed. If anybody in this tournament is going to learn from a series this kind of messy, BDS are probably the team to do it.
It'd have 2 days to do it as well.
Exactly.
It's more than enough time for a team like this.
And I will just come in and say, I feel like the first step is like the drafting priorities, like in this meta, feel very skewed from what we've seen in other regions and, better regions as well, LPL, LEC. I think the Jhin prior was something we talked about a lot and we talked to death, but it's also like we saw a lot of the usual jungle priority in this series. SK Prime, obviously, in the end of Sejuani tried to angle for a different comp, but I feel like that adaptation from the series hopefully, teaches them something going into the best of 8. Because whoever they go up against next will go through the same trials and tribulations.
Next, on the stream today, we have GK versus Papara. Because they are going to game 5.
They got a 5?
GK versus Papara. That is an interesting
I like how
one.
you say papara.
Papara, super meta.
Oh my God. tell me, what's your favorite fruit?
It's not papaya.
Oh, but that was still nice. Okay. So we're going to that, are we?
Huh?
So what's the game 5? Who are we going to?
We're going to see GK versus Papara super meta.
Oh.
They don't have banderas playing, but that's going to be the 5th game that we're going to be watching. We have the pleasure to see a 5th game, but also can we take a look into the bracket right now? It's kind of updated as well to understand what the other games displayed on this round 16 as well, because it was interesting. Oh boy, Desire versus Magical game 5 as well.
Wow. The Italian grudge match is quite explosive, apparently. They've still got one game to go.
You know, when we were picking the games, I brought in an idea, Desire versus Magical. Obviously, someone from the LPL and LEC was like, from down Australia, like, we can't do that. And,
hang on, I said that because I'm like, it's a domestic rivalry, and we're going to see one of them regardless in the quarterfinals. So,
but you know what? To me, it's like Desire took down Magical on finals of their league. 3-0. It was clean.
Tell me something. At MSI, at MSI finals in 2023, when it was JDG versus BLG, do you think people were happy to see a domestic LPL rivalry as the finals? Oh, it's the finals, best teams. That's good. But it's like, and obviously that's a bigger scale, and people were still complaining about it being domestic rivalry as a final. No one wants to see that. People got to see T1 versus Weibo as well.
You back at home, look at me. Okay, I'm going to explain to you why this is a really good matchup. Desire versus Magical. He's not going to talk anymore.
It is good.
Cut his microphone. So the idea is Magical got beat up by Desire. It was a 3-0. It was clean. They didn't have a shot. On this one, Magical were able to upgrade themselves throughout Swiss stage. They showed up why they are here and why they are here. And that's why we're going for 5 games. They adapt, they learn. Don't you move a muscle. They learned a lot. And Magical are a completely different team. They learn from other ERLs, and now they're looking into Desire like, come at me, bro. And that's why it's so important, this best of 5. And they have the Invoxing as well.
That's great. I never said it wasn't going to be good. I said the reason because you.
I totally agree with you, by the way. I said like that's.
You threw me under the bus.
On live, not on the chat.
It doesn't matter. That's worse. This goes into a recording anyway.
You know what? I'm Portuguese.
Yeah, and I said that at first and you got offended.
Don't say it, Solari. I'm looking at you.
And, oh, you're not Portuguese? Is that what she's going to say?
No, she's always like, you can't use that for everything.
And you?
I still haven't had an answer to what's your favorite fruit.
What is your favorite fruit?
I've been waiting for that for a while now, man. Like, what is your favorite fruit?
That's a really good question. That's a really good question.
What is
But
it?
I think it's
Mango.
like... Oh, mango is amazing.
I love a mango.
Right, two months of the year, but bro, it's worth it.
You know what? I'll say the fruit in Portuguese. Morangos.
Well, that doesn't... Wait, was that mango?
No.
I said mulango there.
You guys say strawberry, but we say morangos.
Moulangouche.
Why is it so quiet? Why can't you use the same volume as you did in English?
Morangos.
But you said strawberry. Morangos.
Oh, that was good.
Oh,
that was good. As the 5th game from GK versus versus I just threw it under the bus. Papara versus GK. Ooh. That is going to be the 5th game we're going to be watching. GK for a lot of people were tournament favorites. Papara. Sign coming into this part of the stage. Will they win? I don't know, but we'll soon see it after this.
I wish you were my papara.
Oh boy.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Carefreely using...
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Oh, it doesn't even matter. I'm ready. It's fine.
Yeah, from the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm
the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. Endless my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, third war in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Third war in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. 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 Yeah. You know I'm coming to the top. Top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop. Stop. Oh no. Stop. As you know I'm from the block. Block. Yeah. Block. Yeah. And I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block. And I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block. And I ain't never gon' stop. Top to the top, top to the top, top. Ain't nobody gon' I ain't never gon' stop.
Welcome back to EMEA Masters, but not as you know it. I'm still initialized, it's still Solari, but the series is very different. We just saw BDSA take the win against SK Prime, but instead we have gone to our last remaining playoffs match here in the best of 16, because we have got a game BO5 between the last remaining members of the TCL and the Arabic League. Papara Supermassive versus GK Esports. Draft's just kicking off. Bans are in. We're already seeing some important picks coming on through.
GK Esports were my favorites to win the spring season. The spring iteration of EMEA Masters. I didn't
did
name
very
them
well
this
there.
time, but only because the competition is extremely tight. They were my top 3 for sure. And maybe if they win this one, they're gonna stay in that very place, but we'll see about that. But I'm seeing Ash Leona already on their side.
Very
and that is
strong.
giving me a lot of hope. Such a strong bot lane duo.
Interesting to see the Yone first pick here from Papara Supermassive. It's not normally something we see at that first pick moment. Of course, we haven't seen the other games, so that might well be a series adaptation. We'll have to keep our eyes on that one, but still gets locked in. Giyu, known for things like the Aurelian Sol in spring before switching over to more things like that. Talia.
I love
Looking
it.
to reply with that one. Can be very difficult for the Yone to manage unless he pops his E at the right time.
It's not guaranteed though that he's going to Gu's hands. Still can go into the jungle.
Very
They're
true.
still keeping this flex being on the red side right now. But I
Elevate
would
play.
love for it to go into Gu's hands. It's going to be so good into Yon.
That's a very important call out. You're right. We have seen as much Talia as we did a little earlier on in the split when the AP jumpers were coming on up, but still very obnoxious. The Kennen now getting banned away. Arm at one point notoriously kind of criticized the champion pool, but of course, the Kennen is certainly something he's been putting a lot of time into, and you need the AP somewhere. That easily found right now for Supermassive, especially with that Yone and the Misfortune already locked in.
And not many options for jungle left either. There is Zyra
Brand.
Brand, now there's
Yeah.
Leah Brand. So yeah, it pretty much only Brand is left for them, and they will have
Arthas,
to go
maybe.
for it unless GK are going to take it into their own hands with that pick now.
Of course, Skeens, once a very prominent LFL player, was all the way up in Vitality's main team not so long ago. He has one or two things in his back pocket. I was going to say the Lilia, something I remember him for. The Viego as well was an opportunity for him. Waiting whether Elramir wants to pick it up here. He's also known for his volley bear, so all these things are just hovers right now, but are certainly things that would be comfortable for him. They'll lock in that volley bear. Does Skeens default back to that Viego he has put so much time into over the years?
Now, what is going to be the answer for Supermassive? I think it has to be Brand, regardless, because what are the options are there? Even Ivern is banned out by Papara Supermassive themselves. They have limited their options massively, and if they only leave the 80 damage, it's going to make Volibear's job so easy.
And you saw the call out from the side of GK saying, yeah, we know you're thinking Viego. We'll lock it in. And Armor decides Gwen is the way forward. She's not a champion we've seen lots and lots of.
Which is a shame.
We've seen a little bit of her EMEA Master. We saw her an Amumu Gwen game.
Yeah. But it's
sure.
a shame because she's in such a good spot on the top lane right now.
Certainly can be. We'll be into a matchup here. We'll see what Bong got to draft into. It was on Ornn duty a lot back in spring. Did a really good job when it was that lane swap meta when top laners were given absolutely nothing to work with. Mating the Gnar, of course, that's something that Armut knows very well indeed. Like, as we said, that champion became synonymous with him for better or worse. Now playing into it with that Gwen. Supermassive have got themselves a very nasty side lane threat comp with the Yone and then the Gwen on each lane. The Viego and the Rel able to come diving on in. On the other side, I'm looking at GK and I'm seeing a lot of pick from them.
I'm seeing a lot of pick from Supermassive as well. With
That's fair enough.
Viego and Yone, it is a massive pick potential on their side. But you're right, GK can have a lot of it on their side as well.
The only reason I'm saying this is I'm looking at like the Volley Bear and the Tilia both pressing R to jump to a side lane, and then Leona and Ash go, yeah, we'll stun someone
Oh,
in
we
place.
can do the same, yeah.
So that
pretty much.
ability to dive a side lane is
Yeah.
really nasty.
That's true. And just in general, a lot of potential to play towards those side lanes. Again, in both of these teams, they are almost mirroring each other, even though the individual picks are very different. If you look at the team structures in general, they want to do the same things.
And a reminder of what's on the line here, everyone back home. These are the last remaining Arabic and Turkish representatives here at the tournament, going out in the first round of playoffs. The round of 16 even, it's an extended playoffs, would be pretty galling for a couple of regions who have been looking so good over the last few years. Supermassive won it a year or two ago. We're looking at Besiktas, who were in the finals in spring. The Arabic lead had such a good run in spring as well. This is a little bit shocking on that front. One of them will be going home right here, right now. That's pretty scary to say off the top of my head here in Game 5. What an exciting place to be.
And just to point this out, one interesting thing, because we, of course, haven't been able to follow the other games on the official broadcast here, but we know for the fact that these teams have been switching sides throughout the series today and have been winning and losing on both of them, so the side selection doesn't really matter all that much for this last game.
Yeah, it's not like it's a reverse sweep or anything, guys. It has been games traded back and forth the entire way through. It's been very even. Honestly, I think a lot of us were expecting GK to be the favorites coming into it, especially because Supermassive's run through the Swiss stage, to those who weren't following, was not the cleanest thing. They went to 3-3 there, and they scrapped it out there once again at the very edge of the blade. One last game required to send them towards quarterfinals or back home. Seems to be where they thrive right now. Last game of the day, last game for these teams. Everyone is just waiting to see where the action sets off. EMEA jumping up and down in the bush.
So quiet on the Summoner's Reef. You can still hear a little echo of the silver scrapes somewhere in the background. It's been very quiet so far.
Carrying, gonna be all right, but you're absolutely right to call it that song. How long has that been a staple of the League of Legends competitive scene?
As long as I can remember.
Do you know the origins of it?
Actually, I don't.
So I can't remember whether this was Worlds or an IEM, but there was basically a finals between, I believe it was CLG EU and World Elite. Someone will have to forgive me, but basically there was a massive tech delay for like most of a day. And the entire time there was one sound playing, and it was basically between game 4 and 5, and it was Silver Scrapes for about 9 hours.
Oh my
And everyone in Twitch chat was spanning that do-do-do emote with the twister from it's supposed to be like a, what's it for? Darrowed Sandstorm. Darrowed Sandstorm emote. But yeah, became a League of Legends myth as a result, and has stayed with us all the way from Season 2, all the way now to Season 14, 12 years later.
12 years. I feel old for the second game in a row, and I don't like this feeling. But you were right, I do like this song. And it is right now silently playing somewhere in the back of my head as well, because this is, this is the... Yes, now it's playing loudly in my head. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's not in your head, that's just me into your ears.
Yeah, I don't know what's worse. No, you in my ears definitely worse.
You've just woken up and chosen violence specifically against me today.
Yes, I looked at my schedule, my to-do list, and I was like, okay, go to the gym, cast League of Legends. Oh, with initialized. Okay, no, the first thing's violence.
I should have known, really. There you go.
I mean,
send love, chat. I clearly need it. I'm you know.
You're burning yourself right now.
Hey, I'm the one
I didn't even have to do anything.
You literally just admitted to like saying, yeah, I just want to be mean to initialize today. Who does that? Who look at my face and say, I want to be mean to that?
Like, at least 4 of us here?
That's so true. Okay. Well, we are seeing a coordinated invade here from GK into the enemy jungle for that red buff. EMEA on this volley bear. Not someone you want to scrap with at this stage of the game. With the Leona and the Ashe having the early shove, allows that invade to come off with not that much that Skeens can do about it.
Honestly, there is not much you can do about it in general. Not much you can do to volley bear in the early game if he's invading your jungle or if he's ganking you.
Yes, it gets the Q3 beard. Stunned by the Unraveled Earth! Flashes over the wall, the stun comes on anyway, but the stun in return! Giyu in danger, needs to flash over the wall. Fiesta just about alive.
Oh, that was so close though. If only that wasn't the second stun on Giyu and EMEA didn't have to walk all the way around. It would have been a dead Fiesta or a good reaction from Supermassive.
EMEA got the stun, but not before Fiesta got to hit the flash button, which was a huge moment to keep him alive and well. Skeens now realizing he might have an opportunity to go fight for this scuttled crap, but EMEA is saying, oh no, you don't, mate. I'm going to come along with my bot lane. Decap and Leo, stalwarts for this roster from the Arabian League, will be coming on over, but no. See, Skeens looked in and went, yeah, I can't deal with that. I have to leave it alone, and still got full quadrant to deal with as EMEA, but he wants to keep fighting with Viego, doesn't want to give him any free time to get any camps uncontested.
That feels a little bit personal as well, but that is exactly what you expect from the good volley bear in the jungle. And that is what you expect from him when he has the Ashe and Leona on the bot lane. They, by default, get so much pry on their lane, and you can use it so nice in your jungle and be very aggressive.
Giyu get chunked here, then Mortal Steel comes on through alongside that Soul Unbound, beginning to proc him out with that passive. The pseudo Deathmark doing its work. EMEA cleaned up his second spawn of Raptors. He's back towards mid lane. Is a known quantity though, because there is a ward in that bush.
Yep.
And his blade about a pixel short there. Decap was definitely looking for that one onto Unforgiven.
Maybe it's about showing yourself. Maybe it's about making a statement on the mid lane. Hey, I'm here, I'm shouting from a mid laner, and even though Giyu is half health right now, not anymore, but he was back then, don't try any fun business about it.
Avoiding that seismic shove, Fiesta hits the E key. Will be holding on for a second before he goes back towards his soul properly. Harry and Unforgiven in a spot of bother. That's a big chunk onto the rail, who's beginning to run away, forced to flash out. And now Unforgiven in danger, no mana, forced to cleanse.
So no cleanse on Unforgiven, no flash onto carry, no important summoners available for Supermassive, and they of course have to recall because with these health bars, you don't stay on the lane with Leona. All the summoners except for Ignite still available for the GK bot lane, and they want to try some fun business, but Skins is around, so maybe not the best idea at the moment.
No, struggling a little bit there, and of course you've got a couple of the ex-Mad Lions players here in Unforgiven and Armor, both 1 point, world representatives for their squads. Struggling just a touch here, particularly in that bot lane. Armor having a fine old time in the Gwen right now, but bot lane used to make some ugly trades early on. Again, Ash Leona is pretty obnoxious, but even so, a great starting point for Supermassive's bot lane.
No, but that is what, again, that is what you expect from this bot lane. You expect a Supermassive's bot lane right now to suffer a lot, and you expect that Leo is going to get some turret plates away from you, because that is exactly what Ash, again, by nature, is going to be doing, because they have such a good shot, because they have such a high kill pressure onto you. And again, because of that, look at what Elremir is doing. He's feeling completely free in his jungle and the enemy's jungle, including the neutral objectives. The first Drake of the game is going into GK's hands.
Giyu forced away from his turret there as Fiesta went looking for a big old chunk, as Armor is actually the one doing these grubs alongside his jungler, getting a hold of those while the pressure is in both lanes.
Just helping out a little bit, but that is the usual exchange of the objectives. We see 3 grabs for 1 dragon, a pretty good early dragon, I gotta say. An Ocean One gonna help, especially the bot lane of GK a little bit more. But Skins now, can he finish the last grab? Oh, he can.
Okay, Skins gonna be okay for now as Bon came on over. We take a second here to look on towards the rest of the map. No first blood yet, even if we've seen a few scuffles, particularly around that mid lane where it got very dicey for both sides.
Yeah, the thing is, Talia is good into Yone, but a good Yone player can read Talia out and try to escape those shafts and try to work around that minefield that she puts down. And if you escape this too, then Talia is in a big trouble, because Yone gap closes extremely quickly and she has nowhere to go. She has already used both of these abilities.
Of course, Armor here has returned home after many years away in the LEC and beyond over towards the LCS. In a lot of ways, he made his name in Supermassive. I believe he was the knocked out Mad Lions from World's Play-ins on that roster way back when they got him his spot in LEC. Looking to, in this game 5, prove his clutchness as Fiesta finds a phenomenal Fate Sealed over the wall, gets Giyu down to about half HP. Won't be able to find too much more as Decap is here, but the Talia chunked out early into the arrow. It's just wide. Fiesta still in danger. Looking to get a big chunk with that. Spectral Maw carry is here. The Eclipse pops. Decap in danger. Gets shouted up with the Shattering Strike. But Elremir throws down the Sky Splitter to dissuade people from continuing further forwards. Leo now roaming on up as well. Remember, Unforgiven still in that bot lane. Not here to play right now. And now the Raptors are being engaged on by GK. They want to fight for that camp.
Also employing their health there for a while, just to send a little bit of additional damage. But yeah, they are taking these grabs. Again, with Elremir, it is really hard to say anything to him, especially when he has the ultimate available. You could see how quickly he de-escalated the situation on the mid lane, but just throwing in the abilities, making sure that Supermassive know they cannot follow up. They are following into the jungle now, but it doesn't look like Elremir is really eager to fight for that one.
Too much of a wave bot lane. I think you see Leo and Decap saying, look, we need to go pick that one up. I'm really sorry we can't come in right now. So
kind of got a fire, I'm sorry, BRB.
That, and so they back away, and too much happening early, but the Volibear's gone looking for things, not really found it. When you've drafted a Volibear, we know how this champion works, and namely it is, I want to get violence occurring early, get those kills rolling.
Yeah.
You begin to fall off in the mid game, especially if you get caught at that kind of one item mark. You're not all that tanky, and you're a bit one-dimensional.
That's true. You don't really find too much use of him. With a top lane Volibear, you kind of still can try to go into more of a tanky build. You can try, I can try to go into the side lanes. With a jungle Volibear, you're pretty much stuck if you're behind. That's why we need to see some action from Elremir now. Maybe in around 2-minute mark from now, when the second Drake of the game is going to spawn. Again, Elremir wants to go for those Drake, using the prior from the bot lane. They want to start the dragon stacking.
Top lane again, not too much happening here, aside from the fact that Gwen has stayed even in the matchup, which is great news for the Gwen. We got towards that Haunting guy. I can't remember whether she had a cull and has cashed it in already. Unlikely so, considering only at 89 CS. So, no, it's just Bong saying, look, I need to free farm in this matchup best I can. I've drafted that cull early to try and get that ahead of, that little edge ahead of my lane opponent.
Yes, a little bit of cashing in gold is going to help him nicely. Having the plated steel caps already on his lane, going back right in time because the second set of grubbies is going to spawn relatively soon. And it looks like Supermassive would be really interesting in grabbing this one to make sure they complete the double set of the grabs and then split push like a madman.
Fiesta gets hit with some threaded volleys there and gets chunked out as a result. We've got about a minute until the next dragon. That might be our next port of call. 30 seconds until grubs. It seems like both of our teams just hanging around that top side of the river looking to see whether there's some vision to be claimed.
There is a very big pride for Almond right now on the top lane. This is Gwen with level 6 already unlocked some time ago. Doesn't have any item completed, which makes her situation harder a bit. Gwen ideally wants to start fighting around this at least 1 item mark. Ideally 2 item mark, of course. But she already is going to be quite potent if they manage to rotate her towards the grubbies. But I'm seeing a lot of members from GK right now, including their bot lane. That makes the situation really hard for Supermassive.
Both mid laners have teleport and could theoretically join this. Grub started up by GK. Oromir will be known because there is, of course, that ward in the pit. Decap looking to jump over like Leo, who lands the arrow onto Skeens. Could look to jump over the wall. Flashes on out. The bullet time takes the Ash low, but not out. But now the threaded volley. Sorry, not the threaded volley. It's the needlework as Armand's come on in. Gets that kill onto the Ash. And GK, they have reached too far. Decap goes down as Unforgiven picks that one up. 2 kills to Supermassive, and they'll pick up the grubs to boot.
They're going to pick up all the grabs on top of these 2 kills. It's going to be the full set of 6. One of them by her was picked by Misfortune. It was a byproduct of that ultimate, but damn, that was a really nice one. So what we have in the end is that Supermassive are leading very nicely in terms of objectives, especially if they manage to take this dragon right now. But look at Elromir, nah, he's not going to let this happen. At least the dragons are still in control for GK. Maybe that's something can work around.
All the while, though, it is Supermassive who pick up the early gold lead, who pick up the early grubs, and with a comp that's got a Yone, a Gwen. Now the Viego and the Misfortune are hardly slow scalers as well into a team that's running things like that. Volibear wants to make things happen at this point in the game. A great look for GK, of course. It's not like they're out of the game quite yet. It's not like the biggest gold lead of all time. And it's not a great start considering the compositions.
Yeah, they're running very much behind the schedule. They want to get the kills onto Ash because they want to get her in the first item. They want Volibear to be as helpful as possible. And so far, the 2-0 score, things are not looking very good for them. With these 2 AD carries especially. Because this is the question of which of them gets to their first item mark quicker than the other. And right now, Unforgiven is well on his way to get there first.
Years, and of course it's not like anyone's got an out-and-out advantage individually. It's more of a team-wide gold lead for now, but they are the ones with 6 grubs, and they've got a Yone and a Gwen who are already going to become difficult, shall we say, to manage in a side lane. For all, you're going to have the likes of that Talia who's able to potentially turn up with friends to wall someone off if they overshove.
Yeah.
Still not going to be the easiest thing ever. There's the Bloodthirster first for the Misfortune. Common pick right now. Of course, that shield means your passive doesn't break on the W, which is a big thing for her, and that ability to stay mobile, which is not always the easiest on Misfortunes in other metas.
Especially when there are so many things that can jump onto you, especially from the side of GK right now, of course, and they can stop you, they can stun you in place, they can kill you, and disrupt your ultimate, which is the worst objectively out of all these things I just mentioned. But I love that you mentioned before, from Supermassive side, they are going to have an insane split push right now because of their mobility. For GK, again, as you said, it's pretty much on you that they can rotate to the sidelines quickly enough to have an answer, but he's alone. And there's going to be way too much split from Supermassive. I'm really worried for GK at this point.
Worth noting as well, Skeen's going for a bit of a higher damage build on the Viego as well, the Trinity Force first.
True.
Not anything like the Stunted Sky, which we sometimes see a little bit of. Premier here. Looking for this red buff. Will not spot Unforgiven on the way out. Great toggle on the vision there, observers. Still the red buff, likely to fall down here. Carry will be spotted out walking through this bush, but Armor coming on over as well. Don't know whether he wants that fight though, with Giyu roaming down and the ability to weave his wall into a fight. So the red buff is taken by Elromir. Again, small wins have not really got GK an advantage at all yet. They are still holding on to Talia behind the red buff, looking to wall someone up if they walk up to this turret. Supermassive beginning to roam on down, but I don't know how easy it will be to stop this turret from falling to the hands of GK.
With Ashe, when the minion wave from the enemy side comes towards her, it's going to be almost impossible to stop her when she has her Q stacked, but on the other hand, there is no wave on the side of GK, so it's doable, especially because it's not even about that turret as much, I would say, as about this Herald, because right now Supermassive have had all the time in the world for Skins to solo this Herald. Now they have it in their pockets, and now Supermassive can start playing even more aggressively than before, but at the cost of this very turret on the bot lane.
Tier 1 falls. That will be the first turret of the game going the way of GK's bot lane, given all the space they could require for it. Skeens took the Herald in recompense for it, but needs to be able to use it. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Heralds over the years, not used to all that high advantage. It's only theoretical advantage until it hits a turret.
Oh, that's true. That's true. But if you use it correctly, it's going to be a massive advantage. I just wonder what is in the plan for Supermassive for this Herald right now, where they want to use it. Because again, having Gwen and Gwen on your side, you can boost them quite nicely. And with their split push potential, with how quickly they got through the turrets, you also get a massive value out of this Herald if you use it somewhere around them.
Towards the bot lane we're looking. Skeens looking to see whether there's a blue buff up. Sorry, mate. There's none remaining. That was just going down. Control wall goes over the wall. Skeens and the rest of Supermassive are hanging around here, looking to see whether there might have been an angle to get in here. We've got about a minute or so until another dragon would spawn. That would be sole point for GK, and that would be a win condition. So I wonder whether the Herald gets held onto for about 20, 30 more seconds and then pop mid lane to get that pressure for that dragon
quite
fight.
Possibly. And that would be really good news for Supermassive. They need to stop this break because we're talking about the mountain soul for GK in this game. That's going to be such a good soul for the survivability. And Supermassive need to stop it because then if they stop the dragon stacking, having the grab base already in their hands, they can focus on splitting them up and playing the game maybe a little bit slower than it is now.
While worth noting that the Sundered Sky just completed by El Ramir means that pretty much everyone at first item, the Archangel staff, just upgraded to Seraph's Embrace for Giyu as well. There's the Blade of the Ruin King. Everyone coming in with those first item completions. They're all popping up at the bottom of the screen. Means this dragon fight is coming in as about as even as you like for this stage in the game.
And both of the top laners have the teleports available, which means they can still really stay on this top lane and join the fight should it be needed. But I'm not seeing all that many words from the side of Supermassive around the Dragon Pit for a very good flank onto GK if they want to go for it. They simply can't.
Hold on in the mid lane for now. Wave control is where it's at. Remember, Skeens still has that Herald. GK rather. That wave shoved in, but Skeens will drop the Herald, and GK in turn will start up that Dragon Fiesta, pop the Soul and Bound, and back towards the Herald they go. Chunk it on out. We'll still get the charge off, but is unlikely to claim the full turret, as we saw. GK back towards that river, knowing that they have denied that shove for now. My days carry into the bullet time from Unforgiven. Deletes Giyu before he can do anything. Bong teleports in, but there's no Mega Dog with Elramir. Just about alive, but not very longer. It's acupuncture season in mid lane. Armor fills him full of needles.
And they find their opening in the end because they were the second one at the river. They were dancing around GK, who had a better approach towards the Drake. They were dancing with an extremely limited vision as well. But they found one good approach onto them with two down on the side of GK. It's an easy dragon for Supermassive. And they stop the stacking of the dragons. They can stack 4 mountain dragons right now, which will give them insane survivability later in the game.
Oh, GK, they thought they could walk into the river for free, having taken out the Herald, but it meant the carry knew exactly where they were. Flash, crash down, Magnet Storm from the gods. Now you've got a 2-0. Gwen, you've got a kill on the Misfortune. It's getting scary out there. There's still 6 grubs to work with and all the turrets in the world to claim.
I'm really scared about Almuth right now. I'm scared of Almuth, to be honest, especially if he's Gwen's state. Because, yeah, Riftmaker, nice. First important spot for Gwen. But he's getting really quickly towards his Nashor's Tooth, I believe.
Probably is. Might be a Lich Bane, I suppose, as well. If he's gone towards the with Fiendish Codex as well. I'm trying to remember. No, it's Cosmic Drive, isn't it? If I remember correctly. I need to remember my build pass properly. But there we go. Either way, in a pretty good position. I was about to say, look at his player picture. That is a man who is a ruthless person on the Rift. You know, like staring into your soul and he's saying, like, I know exactly how to beat you in any one of 212 different ways.
You mean in real life?
I mean, I was talking on the Rift, but possibly that too. I don't know.
No,
So is Ahmed an MMA specialist?
No, I think he's a very nice person outside of the Rift. But on the Rift, I wouldn't want to meet him on the Rift.
Just say like Bin is a boxer, right? So you never know. These top laners, they're hobbies, you know.
Top laners are scary, man.
Exactly. See? That's the reason I'm worried.
Yeah.
Could be a hidden martial artist that we just don't know.
You know what? We need to get on the interview. And we need to ask Archerim to ask that question. Or maybe we ask ourselves. We just hop onto the interview and be like, hey, very important question. Very league related, by the way.
Every Supermassive player got the crossed arms pose. I think I've seen 3 with the same pose so far.
Quite possibly. I mean, it's the esports pose.
It is very true.
How else do you pose?
I mean, Allegedly, there are quite a few of them, so I've been told. There's a fourth.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Baron's
Right, we have Baron. We are the 20th minute mark, and that is important because Supermassive are coming into it with an advantage. Albeit it's not big. Not big at all. If you look at the goal difference, it's almost non-existent. You can simply ignore it at the time. But it is about how much they've taken out of the map and how freely they can move around it. All that advantage that Elrami had in the early game, completely gone.
Look, that's all really good analysis, but I have now seen every single player picture from Supermassive, and it is all the esports post. That's what's giving them the
Are you
power right
happy
now.
about it?
I don't know.
Do you think it's above? Do you think
still-
that's why?
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just a hater, and this is actually what peak performance looks like. Is Schemes looking to make a fight happen here as Elrami will be forced to jump away, but unfortunately the Stormbringer is grounded and Armut's on a killing spree. Gyu went Weaver's walling bot lane and Fiesta said none of that. Pulls him out of the wall. And they pick up another kill, 6-0 in kills. Supermassive are running away with it. The event horizon is looming, and I don't know whether GK can escape.
I am so worried for GK right now. Again, they were my personal favorites in the spring season. And in this split, they look so good. All of these individual players. I did a little portrait on Gear because he's an exceptional player and his personal story is so interesting. Did you know that he had to play in the internet cafes at some point to climb in League? That's insane. And he was scoring so many victories, and he's such a good player individually. But for GK as a team right now, that is not working at all. And I don't know if they can do anything with Armut right now. Look at the guy. He's almost at 2 items. When he recalls, he might be there. He's destroying the turrets, the waves, the champions. You just don't do anything about this Gwen anymore.
A dangerous position to be in, a third kill, a turret, and that'll be a full item. There's the Cosmic Drive.
Nice.
I was right, there we go. Should have backed myself on that one, but there we go. 2 items completed. Really everywhere important. Looking at the Misfortune really alone on Supermassive. Would really like that second one in. Like Caulfield's Warhammer. Is that going to be the Essence Reaver? No, it's not going to...
No.
Might still be the Infinity. I'm forgetting what builds into Infinity Edge these days. That's a bad sign. It's still Pickaxe and Cloak, so... Doesn't matter as we're getting engaged in towards the boss. As Unforgiven's in a dangerous position. Elramir, Chuck low. Remember, this is a volley bet with no gold! Immediately shredded through! And Armut picks up a 4th!
And he is only sitting on a Sundered Sky. Failing is not going to help you.
Forced to flash away. Baron still being started and Supermassive. There's no smite against them. This is just Baron!
It is as easy as it gets. Can GK actually do anything? They're coming in, but their hands are tied.
No, they don't even have their AD carry. Leo saying, look, I'll get tier 1. I can't look for this fight. We have to look for a consolation prize. Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. We can look for Soul Point afterwards. Maybe delay some of those recalls. Leo got the wave shoved, can rotate towards that bot side river. And that might have to do for GK, whose backs are well and truly against the ropes.
There's not much they can do right now, but at least they can do the dragon that is spawning right now. Good timing for them actually having Ash already rotated towards it. The only worry for me is Skins. He's gonna have his smite available back to him. He can try to stop this dragon if he wants to. He can try to stop the soul point from GK.
And it is the Essence Reaver and Unforgiven. Picks that one up. Not the Infinity Edge we've seen so commonly. There you go. And just in time for this fight around the dragon. GK need to roll the dice one more time. If this goes wrong, I think there is very few ways they can pick it! It's in the same location! You'd think you'd get a weather station, because the Magnet Storm was telegraphed for days and days and days! Unforgiven gets one, at least he's finally brought low! And just as we speak about it, GK actually managed to get a kill or two. A great Magnet Storm was immediately punished because Armut somehow, some way went down.
Oh, I can tell you how exactly he went down. And there was a sad story because he tried to do what Gwen is supposed to be doing. Going into the enemy's backline and destroying it, but he got caught there completely off guard. There was too much damage suddenly on the backline of GK with Ash stacking up, not going down still, even though that was pretty close. That still means, however, that Supermassive come out of this victorious because they still have the jungler alive and very well being after they take this second break.
An even fight that still means their smite is down and another dragon secured. Still no soul point, still no win condition from GK, and still a dangerous position to be in this game.
Very dangerous. And honestly, as GK, there are so little options about what you can do right now. First of all, you need to be as defensive as possible. You need to prepare for the upcoming siege because there is still the Baron buff from Supermassive paired up with Six ugly void grabs on their hands, paired up with Armor, who is constantly on the sidelines, except when there's a big team fight coming. That's a tough situation for GK, and they have to wait out of it. They have to wait until the Baron buff is out for Supermassive. They have to wait for another objective, and they need to farm in the meantime. That's a lot of things on their to-do list.
It is. The gold lead's not that significant right now. The problem is it's in places like this Gwen. It's in places like this Yone. They are very, very scary, especially with enough gold to their name to get to those 2.5 item marks. Mid lane tier 1 still stands, and the Baron hasn't really led to any structures yet for Supermassive, and that might be a bit of a blessing for GK as it stands. Still got 20 seconds on. I don't know whether they'll be able to get much more than this tier 1 in mid lane, but it should finally fall now.
It's still something. Maybe they can grab some kill on the way, because they look scary, they look aggressive enough, but no. That is going to be the price that Supermassive claim for their Baron power play for the time being, because the buff is wearing off. The thing is, however, the game has slowed down, but that is playing into the advantage of Supermassive, because the longer the game goes, the better this Gwen is going to feel.
Still though, only 650 gold for that Baron power play is not a lot there. What looked like a game-breaking moment. The fact that particularly that Gwen gave a shutdown over to, I believe it was Leo on the Ashe as well, is pretty significant in terms of making sure that GK still have a faint hope in this game. Again, it's not easy. Again, you look at the scaling and you get nervous, but still could have gone a lot worse than it did.
That's very true there. Yeah, if there is a glimpse of hope for GK right now, that is one of those. Slowing down, trying to find other ways to deal with Armored whenever he jumps into your backlane later on, and before that, whenever he is in the side lanes. Getting the items onto Leo's focus, getting the items for Gear as well, because these two need to deal a lot of damage in the upcoming fights.
Fiesta was being potentially threatened there, but it hasn't led to all that much. And it's worth noting that Supermassive are not the tankiest team. They do get jumped on by GK's pretty good pick/pile-in combo. Could get a little bit tricky for even Armor to survive unless the Hallowed Mist is good. There's the Weaver's Wall. Gyu went looking. Will get a stun onto Skeens as he decides to Spectral more to avoid the Seismic Shove, but of course we're still on the Unraveled Earth. It's chunked, but not too much more found. Infinity Edge just completed for Ashe. Leo beginning to get towards a pretty scary point himself.
You mentioned not enough tankiness for Supermassive side. That is true, but that can be fixed. And a little bit less than 2 minutes from now, if the third Rex falls into their pockets, they're going to be on the Mountain Soul Point. Again, a lot of shields, a lot of additional armor, magic resist, survivability, everything you want in the upcoming fight. If you don't really have a front lane tuning.
The only thing is, no one's really built any resistance to Amplify. That's the only thing. What we've got, Merc Treads, really? Starak's not giving you any armor. Like, there's not really any actual defensive items that are giving you resistances yet. I mean, there will be eventually, you would think, but
you would hope, yes.
Right now, it's a magic. It's an MR, bit of MR on Yone in terms of the QSS, but that's really it outside of boots.
I guess the idea is the enemies cannot really kill you if they are dead. That's why we're going super offensive.
Leo just about alive, flashes away, gets a big chunk onto Fiesta, QSS away from the arrow. Harry now in his potentially dangerous position as Bong hops on forwards, looks to get the empowered autos and that attack speed forwards, but Leo down that critical flash.
No, there is still time. It is a critical flash, but there is still time before it's actually going to be in a big use, because I am looking at the top part of the map. Yes, the dragon is coming up, and I said myself that it's super important, but 15 seconds, and there is going to be the second Baron of the game, and GK cannot let this one slip out of their side again.
Baron spawns, Supermassive in position. Top side, we saw the Hallowed Mist popped as Bong and Armut looking to shove that wave in. Supermassive with those two dragons, the 6 grubs, with the game as it is, should be favored, but the fact they haven't accelerated, the fact that that Baron last time didn't lead to an advantage, really just gives GK that last foot in the door. Third item just completed for Unforgiven. Pretty scary, as well as the Shadow Flame in for Armut as well. That Gwen is a terror this game.
Yes. It is the burst damage and it is the DPS now.
Started.
Now they
GK
got
coming
in.
on over. Elramir has got flash and ultimate. Armut looking to stop coming into the level 16 could be difficult as the Baron down to half HP. Here come the rest of GK to try and stop this one out. Elramir can still get into the pit. 3,000 HP. Giyu throws a Weaver's Wall, is now in. Knows what's happening. Big chunk! Fiesta low, not down. Gets the kill though! Leona picks it up. Big ultimate for the bullet time from Unforgiven. Makes it the 1-for-1. Both mid laners dead on their respective sides. Elramir gets a stun onto Armut, but the needlework, the snip will surely bring down the volley back. Can't quite get it away now. And now Armut potentially in danger is in the mid lane. Decap in a 1v3 falls down.
Decap really tried to stop the ultimate from Misfortune. He did try it, but he couldn't. He didn't have the Q. By the time the Misfortune went into it, Bullet Storm, now it is going to be the Baron full supermassive. Question is though, because they are getting it, but are they going to be able to utilize it at the fullest? The ideal situation would be to rotate towards the Dragon, but it's being taken already by Leo at this very point, and with an upgraded Q, it's going to be a quick and easy one for GK. They find at least something of a cross-map play.
They do. It was a close enough fight until Elramir burns all of his abilities to get into the pit. No real way to make that one happen. Teleport ball. Is that a double teleport? It is.
Yeah.
Both Armut and Fiesta looking to see whether they can catch someone on the retreat.
Oh, they're tired of playing the slow game. They want to go full offensive right now. Honestly, they have the right to do so.
Needs to be a little bit wary here. Remember, he doesn't have ult or flash. There's the fate sealed. Nowhere to go. Turnaround can start to come on through, but Carry crashes on down. Nowhere to stay alive. A flash for a Q3 onto Leo. And unfortunately, the Lion is tamed. Supermassive picked that one up as Elramir in danger on the other side of the Mega to the wall. It's solid. Armut is down. Huge ultimate. Right by the time. A seismic shove that is sending shockwaves through the remaining members of Supermassive. Bong over the wall. Getting a jungle on Fiesta, who gets out of the wallet. The Weaver's Wall comes on down. Trying to find time. The bullet time is waiting for them, though. And Q has to back away. Supermassive go 1-for-1 somehow.
Somehow GK are still finding those fighting moments with Supermassive, but that is massively thanks to Bong and Gyu. Honestly, if they didn't find that shuffle, and especially that ultimate from the Mega Gnash shoving right into the wall, that would have been a completely different story. That would have been a turret on the bot lane for Supermassive. That would have been a threat to the base of GK. But yet again, GK managed to slow things down.
Honestly, Leo going down there was pretty scary. I think it ended up being a 2 for 2, if I'm correct, because Elramir and Leo fell down on Armut and Carry on the other side. And credit to GK for playing from a difficult position. They're still down 4,000 gold. They still lost 2 Barons. It's not a great place to be in, but they aren't going down quietly despite the disadvantages.
And it's only 4k goal difference between the teams. This is 32nd minute in the game, and we're talking about 12-5. 2 Barons to Supermassive, and it's only 4k lead for Supermassive. That tells you a lot about how resilient GK are. The last slow we had from Arabian League really doing their best to stay in the competition.
A lot of that gold difference is in the jungle. Skeens at 3 items on this Viego at level 16 as well as a real terror to be managing. But of course, Elramir, the volleyball that hasn't got on all that much done, is in utility mode. We knew that was going to be the case, but still a difficult place to play from. For all this jungler has had so much success, really was an EU Masters winner himself back in the EMEA Masters, rather, at that point. Name change had come through by the time he was playing.
But now he is trying to be as tanky as possible for the team, trying to act as the front lane, trying to absorb as much damage as possible, coming in from Skins specifically. But Supermassive are still on the offensive, have slowed down a lot themselves after the offense on the bot lane has not really worked out for them. Need to try to find something else to work around. Again, 2 minutes from now, that's going to be a Drake. There is still that slow point for GK thanks to Leo. There is still a possibility for them to get the soul and try to work around it.
Gwen's nearly at a death cap, was level 17. Still very scary to manage. Yeah, Armut's been picked off a couple times now, which has been frustrating to manage. But if he's ever given free time, he will melt whoever stands in front of him. Quite at those 4th items yet are the side of GK. Noon Quiver and the pickaxe in. Get towards that 4th item is Leo. Should have it in time for the Dragon if he's allowed to get towards some waves, but it's not always a guarantee at this point in the game.
With how long this game have been dragging for already, and with how long we can still be here for, it feels like Armut can finish a death cap and then go into something like Zonius, for example. And then it's not going to be the question of him going in, dealing a lot of damage and dying in the purse. It's going to be the question of him going in, dealing a lot of damage, getting the resets from the Zonius, and then killing everyone who's remaining from the side of GK.
Infinity Edge for Fiesta, Infinity Edge for Unforgiven. They are doing so much damage at this point! Bomb gets a stack to turn around with the arrow. It's landing onto Armor. Does get a massive chunk out with that needlework. Gio comes on forward, looking for the seismic shove, lands it onto Carry, but that is not who you want to be hitting. It's just the Rel. The bullet time flies across the whole team. No one is dead yet. Fiesta goes in, but the Fate Seal lands on no one important, and somehow everyone but Carry survives.
No, they gotta run away. Supermassive. From what looked like a potentially net hurt for them on the top lane, they are the ones running away. Haven't used a lot of their summon spells, and now need to rotate towards the bot part of the map where this dragon is spawning in just half a minute from now on.
Carry will be dead for long enough to not be there at the start of the fight. Be soul for GK as well. Maybe that was what they needed. No Ghost for Armor, no ult quite yet either. Fiesta won't have his. That might have been exactly what GK needed for all it looked messy. They are in a great position now.
And Amud is still sitting on the teleport. And Amud has the needle walk back. The cooldown on that thing is way too low for you. It has a death cap.
Does he? Was he on the back? Yes, he's got it. Okay, teleport.
Here we go.
There's that ward there. They don't want to do it. There comes the teleport. They know it's coming on in. Here we go.
Unforgiven already in the position, but needs to be really careful about going in.
Soul on the line, they want to get it. Fiesta looking for something. Dragon Smite by happening it. It's taken by Skeets. Soul denied. GK eviscerated. Supermassive drag him into the black hole. Muse is in everyone's brains as Armand gets the triple. GK are going home. Papara Supermassive claim a victory for the TCL.
He comes in with the needles and he works them out, and that is an ace for Supermassive, and that is an ace for this game, as it is the TCL #1 slot are here to defend their name, to defend whatever it is left, the hopes of the league. Everything it was on the stakes in this series, but this best of 5 is in the end gonna be taken by the Turkish league team. But Para Supermassive have what it takes to go further through the bracket.
Extraordinary stuff. Supermassive, 3-3 in the Swiss stage. Looked messy, looked unclean. It goes to 5 here against GK, one of the teams that we had so much love for from spring. And despite a valiant effort to hold on in the mid game, that one final fight around the soul, the smite comes through, the fight goes wrong. GK fall to the wayside. Arabian League is out of the EMEA Masters here in the summer of 24. TCL, one team remains. One team always remains, it seems. They are still here. They're still alive. They're going through the quarterfinals.
GK, though, are going out in style, because dragging this series to the 5 games, dragging it all the way to the Silver Scrapes, was not an easy task. And even in this last game, there's so many glimpses of hope for the team. But in the end, Supermassive were just way too messy for them.
Just a little bit, but we are done here on the desk. I need to go drink some water, rest my voice. Desk has it from here. Break down that remaining game of the day.
Thank you so much. And the desk is lost. It's actually crying. What is happening?
I just looked at hysterics.
Sorry.
Oh, there's nothing to do with the gameplay, by the way, guys. That was not a critique of a gameplay. We just... Oh.
They're both crying. Look at them.
I'm actually crying.
Okay, but it's quite important. I know, like, the information we had access to on this this series, like this best of 5, was limited. Are we okay? You're back?
Where's your burger, mate?
I saw the ball, and he just had the ball up, and I'm like, he's going to bang that at us, bro.
I did.
So it was limited information, but from what I've seen, at least, like, it was one-sided. It was completely one-sided.
It was, and I mean, I can give you a serious answer and a response after collecting myself, is that, you know, it's a very early game draft. I know the cast has talked about it, but mid-jungle had to pop off. Like, first 20 minutes were important. This is a very... not 14-15 draft. This is a very different style of composition as we've seen all of today. And we only caught game 5, but like Giyu last split was massively into this Talia, and it was his favorite champ. And I feel like, again, maybe it's like a blast from the past that was a bit too fast for GK overall. And because of that, again, they ran out of tools. They didn't actually have any wind in the sail. And it was super easy for Supermassive with heavy scaling on solo lanes to, even when some of these fights went wrong, to still win out and again, because they're just too far off the curve.
I actually want to give a big shout out to Unforgiven here, because we behind the scenes were talking about this Leona and this Ashe and how good it actually was going to be into MF and the ability to shut it down, but Unforgiven piloted it really, really well in the team fights. Multiple times, his ults were very impactful. They were also just good zoning tools in those fights as well, which sometimes, you know, saying it's a zoning MF ult is almost a bit of a meme, but at the same time, like, it genuinely did the work. I mean, 26,000 damage coming in. Really, really impressive game. And this was a 5-game series. So remember, this was close, but this game 5, the only game we saw on stream of it, was not, that looked like a team who were 3-0ing another team.
True. I mean, we again saw that Supermassive actually had a couple of back-to-back games at game 2, game 3. And as it's been said, coming into today, I feel like this team was an underdog just because of how well GK did in spring and because of how well we knew they did coming through the Swiss stage. But I'd say this is our first major upset.
I think this is the one.
I mean, Desire's another one, but like
Desire lost versus Matchco as well. It's 3-2. So
I would say arguably this is bigger just because I think these were a lot of tournament favorites, not only from casters, but from the audience out there as well.
I had an interview with GK as well, and I was talking with Decap about like GK. And they were so comfortable. They were so looking for the finals, but we also have someone else to talk to. Armut, welcome to the interview. I hope he's with us.
Hello.
There you go. That's the beautiful smile I like to see. Congratulations on this one versus GK. I have a few questions. Obviously, we didn't have access to a lot of the games from you on the cities, so I need your help on this one, Armut. Tell me something. You just brought down what a lot of people thought were tournament favorites.
I mean, it for sure didn't look like that, to be honest, not gonna lie.
I like it. I like how spicy you can be. I love it. So why do you believe they were not like that? So you fought versus them. What did you feel when you faced GK?
I mean, we felt like they just don't have any in-game plan, and they were weak in the laning as well. I mean, to be honest, we should have won 3-0. I think first game we just inted. I think our the guy on the mid lane inted a little bit. Otherwise, I think we would have won 3-0.
Okay, so the mid laner entered the series. So tell me another thing. A lot of people were looking into Papara Supermassive and the way you were playing on the Swiss stage. And people were concerned. Like, people were concerned that Papara wouldn't be able to move on. What happened between the Swiss stage and now into the playoffs?
I mean, yes, we did win today, but it still doesn't look like that we are that strong as a team. And our problem is we have, yes, strong individual good players, but I think we are not good as a team yet. I think there are better teams than we are in EMEA, but we can still beat them. Of course, in best of 5, there is always like some sort of different thing that can make you to win. So we will try to go with that still.
There was someone peeking behind you, the ganking you. The cool thing was I was invited to do player profiles on Twitter. We had some player profiles. You were one of the player profiles I was blessed to do. And I was like, man, we got Armut. Let me actually see the rest of the team. I'm like, man, everybody can actually have a player profile in your team. When you look into the roster from the currently your team, how do you feel playing with them?
Sometimes hard in scrims. Sometimes it's fun, but of course it's like in every team, like there is like nothing perfect. Of course, we all see some different stuff. It's been always hard to play professional esports. Like it's always hard, to be honest. It's always tiring. It's always hard, but there is still also fun behind it as well. So it's like I'm happy that we are here as a team.
And how happy are you going back into the TCL and looking back into your region?
I mean, of course, I'm not happy going back into TCL after LEC, but still, yes.
But it's still, it's good. It's not good to be back, but it feels like home at the end of the day. How do you feel the scene evolved as well? Do you feel like the scene evolved?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. That's lovely. Tell me something. When you look into the rest of the bracket, obviously moving on, who do you want to face against? It's not about who are you afraid of or no. You as a player. Who do you want to look up and beat up?
In top lane, right?
Yeah, let's talk about top lane.
I mean, to be honest, I want to talk about Kick or Blue because I think they look the strongest. I want to beat them as a team. But on top lane, there is like nothing, no one came to my mind.
So you think like top lane is not even a match?
I mean, I don't mind.
You don't mind. So KC Blue, why do you want to beat up KC Blue?
I think they are very hyped and they're playing good so far. That they look strong at least.
You are the last remaining seed from TCL. LFL still has 5 seeds.
Last castle. Yes, true. 1v5.
1v5?
Yeah.
There you go, Armut. Thank you so much. It's a blessing
Thank
to
you so
interview
much.
you.
Thank
Go
you.
take a rest and
Have a nice day.
congratulations.
Bye
Have a
bye.
nice
Thank
one.
you.
I just love him. He's like straightforward.
Bro, he's a good chat.
He fits with the desk.
He does. He's a really good chat. I mean, again, confident as he should be. And he's still saying they're not playing at their full form, which to me is, you know,
We just beat up GK. We're still not at the
yeah,
fullest.
but as he was saying, I mean, I'm kind of surprised. I guess, again, we didn't get to see the rest of the series, but for GK, apparently they weren't that good. And apparently they weren't playing that good.
It's so interesting to get that from them as well. Papara were having some really tough scenarios in the Swiss stage.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to look at you now.
Hello.
Hello.
Ask him about those
I don't
tough
feel comfortable.
Yeah, tell me about the tough matchups.
I mean, Machko versus Desire. You know what? Let's show the bracket so everybody's
it.
aware of what happened today. It was the best of 5. We're on playoffs on the round 16. There you go, round of 16. And we have
Ooh.
Machko moving forward, Geo, Vitality
Yo,
B,
it's
BKR.
France versus France. Like Vitality B and BKR and
Wait,
KCB
what?
and BDSA.
Man. I mean,
You know what? Everybody was complaining. Now you get it.
so yeah, I mean, it was almost inevitable with the amount of French teams going through,
Yeah.
to be honest. KCB versus BDSA, that's going to be very, very exciting as a matchup. I am now very interested by this Machko Geo matchup after Machko
Oh, actually, that'd be good.
beat
Yeah.
out Desire. Like, that was a matchup which I kind of, you know, I was excited for the Desire Geo matchup, but now that it's Machko, I'm feeling it, bro.
Shall we make this interesting?
Oh,
Don't
no.
take away the bracket. Don't take away the bracket.
Okay, I won.
Okay, let's predict this on the desk. I'm going to say Machko, Vitality B, KC Blue. And you know what? Papara se permite.
Okay, do you want all my winners?
Yes.
Okay, Go, Geo, sorry, Vitality B, KC Blue, and Supermassive.
Okay. You got this. You can
I'm
do it.
going to say the same,
Go
but
on.
I
Which one?
actually am going to change Heretics instead of Supermassive, but I think everything else is I agree with.
Oh, the casters agree with you. Casters agree with you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Your approval is all I needed.
But aside from
heard
that,
that's true.
everybody's looking at Machko, Vitality B, and KC Blue. Aside from our boy Aesthetics.
Yeah, I mean,
Geo.
Casters. Casters, you
I guess
believe
they
in
are.
Geo or Machko?
I
Really,
think
Geo?
I think I believe in Geo from what I've
Yeah.
seen so far. They've improved. I think that conversation we had last night where they were saying, look, we feel like we've really, really stepped up as a team. And we heard Armut just taking like, look, we're good players. We're not a great team. Geo said by the time they were done with Swiss stage, they'd become a good team. And that gives me a lot of faith in terms of what they've gotten out of the rest of the tournament to go further forward. So I think
That's
they've got a good
their
shot.
training arc. So they did the anime training arc, and now they're full power. Interesting. Do you believe in Machko? Or am I the
I
only
want
one?
to. I really want to, but I'm
Dude.
so impressed
So
with
wait,
you.
who-
Only
yesterday.
Machko.
who
I'm
did the
so
anime
impressed
training
with you.
art?
Huh?
Who did the anime training art?
Geo,
Geo did.
Geo,
Like
yeah.
French anime.
I guess.
Yeah. What's that? Just cartoons.
Arcane, they did it.
There's a
no,
show
there's
called
the-
there's a show called Oban Star Racers.
There you go.
And
What's
that
that?
was actually created by I believe the great grandson of the person who made the Eiffel Tower. The surname is Eiffel.
I didn't know
Genuinely
that, no.
cool little fact for you on that
Come
one.
on.
But I know there's a massive
banger show.
anime community in France, by the way. And their
I thought many
animation.
people made the Eiffel Tower. Was it just one guy?
Well, it's like one guy. His name was something.
That would take a long time
His
to
surname
build.
was Eiffel, and he designed the tower.
Well, can't wait for this.
I'm
Derek.
sorry,
He
I
didn't
just
build
got
it on his own.
No, I was going to say, because it'd take a while.
Yeah, it'd take ages.
I mean, unless...
Uh-huh. Gustave Eiffel is the one who created the tower.
There you go.
Oh,
And
sorry.
his
I
great
thought that was the
grandson,
guy on his shirt.
and his
sorry.
great grandson made an anime. Well, technically, it's not an anime because it's not Japanese, but I'm not going to get into that.
But they put the
minutia.
Eiffel Tower in the
But he did
anime?
an anime inspired.
And the Eiffel Tower's in
cartoon.
the anime? Or not?
No, it's set in space.
Oh.
It's so weird. It's like it takes 1 second and they're
What?
gone. Their attention span is like
Jake hasn't had his
this.
avocado burger, bro. Like
Yeah,
he's
man,
starving
when that
out
burger
here.
comes, that's going to be great. I ordered this burger. It's avocado burger with steak.
I feel like I'm doing desk with Nar.
With naan.
Yeah, 20 seconds they lose their form and they just go. That's it.
That's a really good analogy.
That is a very good
And
analogy.
for you, that's really good.
Because I'm Portuguese?
No, because
That was a lovely day, though. We're going to have more during Monday, by the way. We have a weekend off, so you folks can rest a little bit from these two, and also for us to prepare the
You didn't
games
let me
and the
finish.
teams to prepare as well. Tell me, what do you want to say?
No, I'm done.
No, now I wanna hear.
I just want the burger.
Aesthetics, we
He's
want to
got a
hear
flight
you.
in 4 hours.
No, 6.
Lovely. We still have a podcast, by the way. For
I'm
those
going
of
to
you who are
Portugal.
not aware, we do have a podcast in before the show. We recorded. We're supposed to talk about League, and we talked about aesthetics years.
What, is this it?
Are we doing it live?
No.
This
no.
it? No?
I'm going to wrap the show. Am I allowed to do production? Thank you so much. There you go.
Now what?
We're going to end up the show for today. I'm going to toss it to the casters just for your final words, okay? Final words.
Yeah, no yapping, but here's
I
more
was
words.
definitely ready for that. My final words were, that was good fun. Thanks for casting with me.
Thank you very much. I mean, it was a struggle, but I managed to get through it. Hope it was fun for you too.
That's a rude thing to say about Sam. He was a struggle. You know what? I say that about Artron, but at least it's true.
I'm glad this team is so fun.
You have a nice
we
beard,
love
though.
each other. Huh?
You have a nice
We
beard.
do.
I have a nice beard.
Yeah, I can't keep complimenting you today, but
I need
like
a hug.
the genuine
You're
one.
married.
Yeah, but it's not about that. No, as in, we're
He's
not,
allowed to
we're not
window
like
shop.
that. You know, you and I aren't like that. Anyway,
It was lovely to have you with us. And until Monday, you know the deal. Keep climbing.
could be.
We love you so much. And I'll see you soon. It's Monday. I need a weekend.
no, it's Friday today.
No, I'm gone. Please take me out. I'm going to do this. See ya. Wait, we're not leaving the scene.
Has it got away yet?
Are we gone?
From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop.
From the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. And it's my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't quit the fight until the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came.
From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop.
From the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block, block, block. Yeah, you know I'm climbing to the top, 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 top. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. I ain't never gonna stop.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, can't believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah, believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
What is the podcast on?
What's
The
this house?
weather. The weather,
Yeah, we're talking about the weather. It's the most British podcast ever.
Yeah.
It's
Too
raining
hot today,
again.
isn't it?
See you again next week. This episode is sponsored by Displate.
Dude, that would be so good.
Why? Okay, good.
Just
yeah.
smell salt and
I
vinegar
actually am
everywhere out
building
there.
a podcast